Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Awakened by the Vampire Prince by Charlene Hartnady. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Part 1. Rosebud. Chapter 1. Lord help him. Xavier sighed. At this rate, he would die of a heart attack. Since he was a non-human, that was saying something. Even though she was at least a foot shorter than him, Xavier had to pick up his pace to keep up with the elven princess. Her long golden tresses flew about her face as she purposefully strode across the field in the direction of the forest. Why she insisted on wearing those blasted silken robes was beyond him. The fabric clung to her enticing curves. The hem rode high on her creamy thighs. Then again, he didn't like it when she wore dresses or shorts, either. He sighed again. She could probably wear a Hessian sack and still draw the eye of those around her. They passed by various groups of males who were busy with their training sessions. As they caught sight of her, they stopped what they were doing so that they could stare, open-mouthed, as she walked past. Some stopped mid-fight, allowing their opponents to hit them, while others fumbled and even dropped their weapons. None of them dared to say anything or to approach her. At least his regularly swollen, bleeding knuckles had not been for nothing. Xavier narrowed his eyes at those who dared look his way and was content when they dropped their gazes in a show of submission. By the time they made it to the edge of the forest, Xavier realized that the princess planned on entering the thick undergrowth, and he ground to a halt.
"This is far enough, princess."
Esrel turned on her heel, putting her hands on her hips. She had to look up to maintain eye contact with him. "How many times do I need to tell you that I'm an elf? We need to be out in the open, to be one with nature."
"It is my duty to protect you."
Xavier tried to keep himself from growling. "Well then, you'd better follow me." Like a leaf in the wind, she turned back to the forest and was gone in what felt like an instant. Xavier had to run to catch up with her. He gripped her lightly by the elbow and spun her back to face him, keeping his hand on her arm. Her cheeks were pink, her large blue eyes wide.
"I don't like to stray too far from the castle, princess. If anything should happen—"
"I'm sure that you're more than capable of ensuring my safety, especially considering you take your duty so seriously." She chewed on her lower lip for a few beats. "Please, Xavier. The walls are closing in on me. I need to spend a little time out here." She opened her arms, forcing him to release his light grip on her. The nimble elf spun around in circles, and when Esra laughed, it eased something inside of him. She lifted her eyes to the thick canopy overhead. A radiant smile graced her beautiful face. He shook his head and sighed heavily.
"We really shouldn't."
How the hell could he deny her? When her eyes locked with his once again, he knew that it would be hopeless to try and dissuade her. Besides, he didn't really want to.
"Fine, one short walk, and then we have to go back."
He didn't think it possible, but her smile widened, and her blue eyes sparkled brightly, even in the shadows. "Let's go, then." Using long, graceful strides, she skipped and danced her way through the thick undergrowth, leaving him cursing as he stumbled behind her. It was impossibly thick in this part of the woods. Thankfully, he was in his leathers, because the thick branches would have cut his arms and snagged regular fabric. How in the name of blood did she move so quickly? The only thing that kept him sane was listening to her odd peal of laughter. At least someone was having fun.
"Slow down, princess,"
he called after her. Insects buzzed around his neck and face. The undergrowth crunched beneath his boots. Sweat trickled from his brow. He shook his head. The little elf was wearing a silk robe and no shoes. By now she should be scratched up and bleeding, the garment torn from her body. He almost groaned aloud at the thought of her exposed feminine curves. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to look upon her naked flesh, or all bets would be off. His willpower was at an all-time low as it was. He made out a blue flash in the distance, and then another, his view mostly obscured by bushes and branches. Xavier moved forward. He cursed as a thorny branch sliced across his wrist. It healed almost instantly. Using the back of his hand, he wiped his brow and continued to pick his way through the dense undergrowth. He cursed again when his boot got snagged on a gnarled root. A seasoned warrior, one of the elite, a vampire-fucking prince, yet he failed to keep up with the petite elven beauty and almost fell flat onto his ass as he stumbled into a clearing. The air seized in his lungs as he took in the view. A waterfall fed into a crystal pool, which was surrounded by scattered pebbles. Water lilies floated gently across the rippling surface, though the only thought that passed through his mind at the moment was that Esrel had the sexiest ass he had ever seen in his life. When she turned towards him, he all out cursed. "Stop that." Her eyes narrowed at him. "Why do you have to be so vulgar?"
"You've taken off your clothes."
Xavier had to work hard to keep his eyes on hers. "I'm going for a swim." She gestured to the water behind her. "For the record, I'm wearing a swimsuit." Against his will and better judgment, his eyes dropped to the 2 scraps of tight fabric she wore. The bottom part barely covered her pussy.
For fuck's sakes.
It would be so easy to sweep aside the material and gain access. He already knew that her ass was exposed for all to admire. Heart-shaped, perfect for holding while plowing into her. Lord, give him strength. He lifted his eyes to the second scrap of fabric. One sneeze, and her ripe for sucking tits would spill right out. Fuck. He had to hold in the expletive. Xavier felt his jaw lock and his eyes narrow as he noticed how her nipples pushed against the fabric. Why had she even bothered to put anything on? He felt his dick twitch, and anger churned in his gut.
"Get dressed right now."
His eyes locked with hers. She narrowed hers, gritting her teeth for a few beats before shaking her head. "I'm swimming."
"You are putting your robe back on, and we're going back to the castle."
She folded her arms, causing her breasts to plump up and her cleavage to deepen. It was one of the most enticing things he had ever seen in his whole entire existence. His anger increased.
"Right now, princess. I mean it."
This time he couldn't help but to growl at her. His voice came out sounding husky, belying how much he wanted this female. He hoped she wouldn't notice. "Why?" Her face turned pleading, her plump bottom lip puffed out in a semi-pout.
"Anyone could arrive. Do you really want males to see you naked?"
"I'm not naked." She raised her voice at him, not taking her eyes off of him for a second.
"You might as well be. You are a princess and a virgin. It's not right to go around flaunting yourself."
He knew he sounded petty, but he really needed her to get dressed before he did something stupid like peel off the bikini and ravage her. Rutting the princess would be the same as agreeing to mate her. The two went hand in hand. As much as he would like to do many things to her, things that didn't even necessarily involve his dick inside her pussy, he had to hold back. This female was different. She was sweet, sensitive, caring. She was an innocent and deserved more than what a male like him had to offer. She was saving herself for that one special someone. Esrel had told him so, and he believed her, could see it in the way her eyes had that faraway look as she spoke of that special male. He had to suppress a growl just thinking of who he might be. She gasped, "How dare you? I'm not flaunting anything. There is no one here. Who would come out here?" He had to agree with her on that one, but he wasn't about to admit it. Xavier needed her clothed. The sooner the better.
"You never know, princess. What if those young males decide to come for a swim? I need to keep you safe. You are making my job difficult. Get dressed."
She shook her head. "You are being a bit overdramatic. No one will venture out here. I could have had my swim by now." She turned, putting a toe into the water. "You should join me." His cock hardened up to the point of pain. Thankfully, his leather body armor covered the bulge. He'd taken to wearing it at all times for this very reason. He made a snorting sound.
"I need to secure the perimeter. I don't have time for frolicking. Besides, I don't have a swimsuit."
He added the last because he was sure that it would scare her off. A seriously naughty smile took hold of her full raspberry lips. "You could do a much better job from in there." She pointed to the middle of the steaming water. "I'll frolic and you can watch. The perimeter, that is." The sweet, innocent princess looked down at his crotch. "As to the swimsuit issue." She lifted her eyes and smiled sweetly. "I wouldn't look. I promise." Keeping his eyes averted, he shifted his weight. He could picture her frolicking, only too fucking well.
Get dressed. Do it now, princess.
Esrel turned, giving him the perfect silhouette of her body. One quick little dip. She chewed on her bottom lip. Xavier could just picture what she would look like all wet. That blood-red swimsuit would mold even further to her every curve. Her nipples would pebble. The picture she painted was damn near perfection, but only because she wasn't completely naked. He had to swallow hard to keep himself from drooling.
No.
A low growl so full of pent-up sexual aggression that he was sure even a virgin could pick up on it.
Get dressed before I make you, and trust me, princess, you don't want me coming over there.
If he put so much as a finger on her, there would be no stopping him. Fine, she huffed, bending over to pick up her robe. I don't know what your problem is, but for the record, she pulled the garment on, it irritates me big time. I'm going to request that I be assigned another guard. She knotted the tie in elaborate, angry jerks. He shook his head.
No other male can be trusted with you.
Her face scrunched up in confusion. The little elf really had no idea how attractive she was. The princess was petite, with flared hips and full mammary glands. She was delicate and so beautiful, it sometimes took his breath away. In short, she was every male's wet dream. And he was sure that none would be able to resist her allure. They didn't respect her like he did. I'm not just going to let some big oaf rut with me. I've waited this long. She sighed. I told you that I will wait until I meet my mate. I don't plan on breaking my thorn on just anyone. He felt his brow crease.
Breaking your what?
Her cheeks turned crimson. My thorn? Forget I said anything. I won't rut with just anyone. You can trust me on that one.
It has nothing to do with trust. Vampire males can be persuasive. We know what to say and where to touch. A few kisses and you would be putty. You would beg to be fucked.
Her eyes flared a brighter blue for just a split second. I'll have you know that I've been kissed before, and I didn't beg for anything.
I wasn't talking about kissing your pretty lips, princess. At least, not the ones on your face.
She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand.
Don't you want to be safe, princess? With me, you have nothing to fear. I will make sure that any suitors are sincere, that none of them try to touch you inappropriately. I will ensure your safety at all times.
You wouldn't try anything yourself? She leaned forward. Her eyebrows were raised.
No,
he growled.
Never.
The poor female was probably fearful after his sexual comments. He hoped his answer would put her at ease. The problem is that you won't let any of the males even talk to me. How will I ever find a mate? The thought of the other males anywhere near this female had his blood igniting in his veins.
I'm sorry, princess. It's just that I know how the male mind works. I know that they would like nothing better than to get under that robe of...
He cleared his throat.
I will be more allowing in the future. I might let certain individuals converse with you.
Esra looked down at her feet for a few seconds. She seemed sad. Then she looked up and nodded, giving him a small smile that made him feel like a dirty pig for thinking half the thoughts he had daily about what he wanted to do to her.
Let's go, princess.
I told you to call me Esra. She moved in next to him, her eyes firmly on the forest ahead.
I prefer princess.
Why? They began to move in the direction of the castle.
I just do.
He sighed again as she darted up ahead.
Don't go too far ahead.
He growled after her, his heart rate picking up against his will. It had nothing to do with the exertion, though. Zane and Brandt sat across from Esrel. They had barely made it back to the castle, and they were summoned to the boardroom for a meeting. Xavier hoped he wouldn't be made to stand outside the door like the last time. It fucking infuriated him when his kings felt the need to discuss matters with the princess without him there. He just knew that they were trying to get her mated. There were things brewing with those blasted elves, and the best way to secure a partnership with the pointy-shoe-wearing fuckers was a vampire/elf union. He had made it clear that he wasn't the male for the job, yet he'd be damned if he'd allow any of the others to have her.
Are you sure we can't get some fruit juice? Brandt asked. Something else, maybe,
Zane added. She shook her head. Why did you call me here? Esrel asked, sitting more upright in her seat and clasping her hands over her lap.
It's not good news.
Brent glanced at the table for half a beat.
Your father is ill.
Esrel shook her head. He could scent her fear, could hear how her heart rate picked up. Xavier had to clench his fists at his sides to prevent himself from touching her, from giving her some degree of comfort.
He has wasting sickness.
Zane's eyes softened as he said the words. A small, agonized noise escaped her. Her breathing turned a little choppy, her heart rate skyrocketed. It was calf's liver that they were after, she muttered, her head bowed. Brent nodded.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You said meat. You never mentioned that it was liver. She looked up, her gaze moving from Brent to Zane. Zane shrugged.
We weren't aware there was a difference.
I need to go and see him. Rising to her feet, the chair scraped the floor behind her. She sniffed once, squaring her shoulders.
Of course.
Brent locked eyes with Xavier.
You cannot attend with the princess. We will be sending another male in your place. Why?
Xavier growled. There was no way in fucking hell that he was letting the princess out of his sight even for a second.
The elven prince, Keto, has expressed his anger at both Zane and I, as well as at you, brother.
Brent's eyes stayed on him.
He feels that you should have acted with honor and taken the elven princess as your mate by now. He believes that you have slighted both Esrel and the royal elven house by not taking her. He was seriously fucking pissed.
Zane clearly didn't like the male.
It would be better to keep the peace and send someone else. I'm sorry, princess, but your brother hates us. All three males in this room. Xavier can't go with you. I insist,
Xavier growled.
I will deal with the male. The princess is my responsibility, and I do not take my duties lightly.
He knew he was being ridiculous. It would be more difficult for males to take advantage of her back on her own soil. The thought of not being at her side was unacceptable, though. I agree. She looked Brent in the eye. My brother can be very difficult. The best way to appease him would be if I chose a male I am interested in to accompany me back to my home. Xavier managed to hold back a roar, but only just. Who the fuck was she interested in? He had to work to control his breathing, to stop himself from picking her up and putting her over his shoulder. The female was his. His. Only he didn't plan on claiming her or mating her, or doing any of the honorable things that would come from rutting her, so that made her off limits. He bit down on the inside of his cheek to keep from saying anything. The metallic taste of his own blood filled his mouth. I would like York to accompany me. I can see myself with the male and would like to get to know him better. She sounded sure of herself. Brent nodded and smiled at her. Xavier could tell that his brother wasn't happy. Whether it was with her choice of male or something else, Xavier did not know.
I will arrange it right away. I am sure you and York will be very happy together,
Brent said, nodding as he spoke. In the end, no matter the cause, it gave him some measure of comfort to know that his brother did not seem to be on board with the plan. The thought of York anywhere near the princess made his heart beat faster. His hands fisted at his sides.
The male is not permitted to touch you unless he plans on mating you.
Xavier tried hard to keep his voice even. I am sure that he is an honorable male, she replied, not even bothering to look his way. It seemed that she couldn't wait to be rid of him. Anyway, my focus will be on my father. Honorable? Yeah, right. Esrel's focus might be on her father, but York's would be on trying to help her to forget, of easing any needs during her troubling times. Not a fuck.
I will have a talk with the male to make sure that he understands the rules. You are a princess, after all, and not just some easy fuck.
Her eyes widened for a second or two before she schooled her emotions. I wish you didn't use such profanities.
I wish for a lot of things, but we can't always get what we want.
For a second he forgot himself, and his eyes dipped to her full, moist lips. It took huge amounts of effort to look away. He focused on his brother instead.
I request permission to leave,
Xavier growled. Brent nodded once. It was all Xavier needed. He would find that bastard York and put the fear of God into the male. If he so much as looked at Esrel inappropriately, let alone touched her, The male was dead. He might just kill him anyway. Chapter 2. It was grossly unfair, but he couldn't help himself. York's eyes widened for a split second, just before Xavier's fist collided with his jaw. Using his left hook, he punched the male in the stomach before a final right, square in the face. There was a soft cracking sound and a spray of blood as his nose broke. All in all, he held back to prevent any serious damage, but he let loose just enough to make his point. York staggered back, having to work to maintain his footing.
"What the fuck?"
the male grunted. Xavier stepped forward, fists at the ready. He itched to beat the male some more, hoped that York would provoke him into doing just that.
"You are going to be asked to take over as guard to the Elven Princess."
Xavier spat the words at the other male. Using the back of his hand, York wiped at the blood that had dripped from his nose.
"If you wanted my attention, all you had to do was call my name. I would have been all ears."
His eyes were hard, but he didn't retaliate. Xavier grit his teeth. He was tempted to grab York by his collar and to shove the male against the wall for a little face-to-face conversation, but the male kept his attention on Xavier, making the action unnecessary.
"What's this about the princess?"
York asked, wincing as he tried to stand fully upright.
"Her father is ill, and you are going to be asked to escort her back to her home, to guard her while she is there. I swear to God, York."
He took a step towards the male who stood his ground. Xavier took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He'd always liked the male, even if right now he felt like killing him. Besides, he'd made his point.
"If you so much as lay a finger on her—"
He looked away for a few beats before locking eyes with the male again.
"I will kill you. Are we clear?"
York smiled, and Xavier felt his blood race through his veins. The urge to pummel the male rode him hard.
"I asked you a goddamn question."
He stepped forward, putting him nose to nose with the big male. York's smile faded, and he frowned.
"I heard you. Why am I being asked to go, though? Have you been relieved of your duties?"
A low growl vibrated through his chest as Xavier used the last of his resolve to keep himself from tearing into the male.
"I really like the princess, but I won't touch her," York said. "You can back the fuck up now and tell me what's got you so rattled."
Xavier took in a deep breath through his nose, trying to force himself to unlock his jaw enough to speak. When he didn't move, York took a step back. The male held his hands up.
"Easy. Let's go for a walk."
It was then that Xavier realized that they were attracting a crowd. He nodded once in York's direction, heading out towards one of the side exits on the east side of the castle. Heavy footfalls behind him told him that the male was on his heels. The cool breeze that hit him as he made his way outside didn't help to cool his temper any. Xavier spun around, shoving his hands into his pockets to prevent himself from causing further damage to the male's face.
"I really like the princess."
The words kept running through his head. Of course York liked her. What sane, virile male wouldn't? Just like most unmated elite warriors, York did his fair share of fucking his way around the castle. If he thought he could do the same with Esrel, he was greatly mistaken.
"What is this all about?" York gestured to his bloodied face. "I got the part about having to guard Esrel." "That's Princess Esrel to you, York," Xavier growled. "Right, Princess Esrel. Go on."
He motioned with his hands.
"I take it that you are not permitted to go with us on this little trip."
Xavier shook his head.
"I have been guarding the princess for months. I take my duty seriously. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you personally responsible."
York smiled, and Xavier couldn't help but to punch the male again, a sharp right that split York's lip, yet not hard enough to loosen any teeth. It wiped the smile right off of his face.
"What the fuck, Xavier? Stop fucking doing that. I won't touch the female. I will guard her with my life. Are you fucking happy?"
Xavier shook his head.
"No," he growled. "None of those pussy elves are allowed near her either. I'm sure that more than one vampire male will accompany you for the duration as well. If any of them even look at her for too long, let alone touch her, I will find out about it, and I'm holding you responsible."
He dug his finger into York's chest.
"Why don't you just mate her if you're so hung up on her?"
York smiled, ignoring how it made his lip bleed in large drops that dripped down his chin.
I'm not interested in her like that,
Xavier said, trying to keep the growl out of his voice and failing.
Yeah, right. I've seen how you look at her, how your eyes fucking undress her whenever she isn't looking.
Grabbing the bottom of his shirt, York used the material to clean some of the blood off of his now healing face.
Just because I think she's hot and would love to rut her 50 ways to Sunday doesn't mean I want to mate her.
York made a humming sound.
She is mighty fine, with her big...
York's eyes widened, and he took a step away from Xavier. Must have caught the death stare Xavier threw him.
I'm sorry. I don't plan on touching her, I swear. Just pointing out the obvious. Her eyes are amazing. So blue and big and lovely.
Xavier choked out a laugh and shook his head.
You are so full of shit. What? You didn't think I was referring to... He feigned shock. Other parts of her anatomy, did you? Fuck you.
Xavier couldn't help but to smile.
I'm actually glad it's you who's going. Glad?
York made a low whistle.
I would have hated to see me if you were mad at the prospect. It's just the princess is different. I don't know, she's special. Her virginity means a lot to her. She is saving herself for the right male.
He growled the last word.
I don't want anyone taking advantage of her innocence. Virginity?
York shook his head. A deep frown marred his forehead. Xavier sighed.
It is not something we vampires take much note of. When we awaken sexually, we seek out another to quench the need. We do not place a high value on the first time we rut or who we rut with. If vampires want to fuck, they fuck. I still don't get what that has to do with the princess. Elves are not like vampires, especially high-born females. They are only permitted to rot with their chosen mate. For the first time ever.
York looked taken back. He put a hand to his chest. Xavier nodded.
How the hell do they test compatibility? We rot with so many that we can find the one that ignites our blood, the one we can't live without. I know.
Xavier squeezed the back of his neck. His muscles ached. He needed a massage, a good rut, and to drink, and pretty much in that order. He'd finish up with a hot shower, alone.
Like I said, high-born elven females save themselves for their mate. Unmated females are called virgins and are highly prized. I think I understand. Well, sort of.
York scrubbed a hand over his face.
Saving her first rutting for her mate is what she really wants. It means a great deal to her.
Xavier nodded.
Yes, and I don't want some smooth-talking son of a bitch to worm his way into her robe. She would greatly regret it. I'm sure she has more willpower than that. If she has saved herself this long, then she may as well hold off a bit longer. I can't believe that she has never had her needs eased.
Xavier shook his head. He clenched his teeth, not trusting his voice right about now. Just thinking about easing Esrel had his dick aching in his tight leathers.
Sheesh.
York shook his head.
It's going to be difficult guarding her then. She will scent all the more sweeter. Regardless of her level of willpower, it probably wouldn't take much to get her to agree to... Don't fucking say it.
Xavier gnashed his teeth, hearing a distinct crack.
You will keep her safe from any horny fucking males and protect her even from herself. The princess would be greatly ashamed if she were to slip up.
Xavier cleared his throat, feeling like an idiot.
I did a bit of research on her species.
York's eyes widened.
If she rutted any other male aside from her mate, she would be deemed damaged goods, and will remain unmated forever. Those pointy-shoed fuckers are barbaric. Despite the change in elven lores, she will be considered inadequate. The word they use is defective.
His voice dropped to a growl. The word defective and Esrel did not belong together in one sentence.
None of us royal vampires have mated her, and therefore it is how she will already be regarded by her species, but to a lesser degree than if she were to have unmated sex. That's easily rectifiable. I still think you should pursue her. The two species would like nothing better than to see the two of you mated. She was given to the vampires intended for royalty. That's you, my prince.
He grinned as he used Xavier's formal title.
I hate all the obligations that come with being king. As prince, I thought that I was spared all of that. I vowed to enjoy myself, to partake in all the privileges that come with the title. I can have my pick of any unmated female."
Xavier shook his head.
"I don't like the idea of doing something just because it is expected."
Xavier took a deep breath.
"Esrel is also a vegetarian. She will not wish to partake of my blood. Sharing blood would be important to me. Lastly, I refuse to mate with someone without testing compatibility first."
As an afterthought, he added,
"Besides, I like my freedom too damned much."
York grinned.
"I think you like the little elf more. Her name is Princess Esrel."
Xavier narrowed his eyes at York.
"Don't you fucking forget it. Brief any male that goes with you on what the consequences of touching her would be. Remind yourselves daily that she is a princess, a virgin, and in your care. Is that what you've been telling yourself daily to keep your hands off of her?"
York's eyebrows were raised.
"No."
Xavier shook his head.
"I remind myself every fucking minute."
Brent intercepted her as she tried to leave the boardroom.
"1 minute, please."
She gazed after Zane's retreating back, wanting nothing more than to leave. Instead, she nodded once. They moved back into the room, and Brent closed the door. Esrel sat down on her still warm chair. She had a feeling that she wasn't going to like what the king had to say.
"This is a very difficult time for you, so I'm going to get right to the point. I know that you have feelings for my brother."
She sucked in a breath, but Brent held up his hand.
"Don't deny it. He is obviously a colossal idiot because he doesn't see it."
The king made a noise of frustration.
"I'm sure half the court has seen the way you look at him. As to the way he looks at you..."
Brent shook his head.
"It's not just lust. I think he actually has feelings for you, too."
"Lust?" She sounded just as shocked as she felt. She shook her head, feeling her frown deepen.
"He wants you, princess. I don't think I've ever seen him want a female more."
The male paced the spacious boardroom.
"It might be because you are off limits, but I believe there is more to it."
Off limits? She felt like an idiot repeating everything the male was saying, but it sounded so silly that she couldn't help it.
Normally, he would rut a female a few times and get her out of his system. It's not like he can do the same with you.
"Oh," she said as she fell back in her chair, feeling shaky all of a sudden. "Is this why you wanted to talk to me? If so, this isn't a conversation that I want to have. I need to get packed. I am eager to see my father." She felt tears well, but blinked them back. There would be time for tears and all the emotions that tried to wreak havoc inside of her, but right now was not that time.
"York is a good male, but you, princess, deserve only the best. I would like to suggest again that you mate with Xavier. He is the vampire prince, after all."
Esrel pursed her lips for a few seconds. "I am aware." The chair screeched as she made to stand. "We've been down this path before with no success."
"The two of you would be good together. He wants you. He just doesn't know it yet."
Brent sounded desperate. Were things so strained between their species that he would want this union so badly? That he would actually make up all of this to try and convince her? "I don't want to be with a male who clearly doesn't want me. If what you say is true, and he does want me, then he dishonors me, and I can't accept that either." Esrel kept her eye contact with the daunting male. Brent was wrong about Xavier wanting her. He treated her like an annoying little sister. When he looked at her, it was either with disinterest or anger. There was no in between.
"That's just it, Esrel. He does want you. Very badly. I know my brother."
Brent ran a hand through his hair. "What does it matter? I'm leaving for Pullamore, and he is staying here." Her voice shook. She would miss the male. It irritated her, but it was true. Brent shook his head.
"What I'm telling you is true. Even though your brother, Prince Keto, hates us, I will send my brother after you once he has had sufficient time to think things through."
"I don't understand." Then it dawned on her. "You set this up so that... what?" She looked down at the ground, trying to puzzle it together.
"I want my brother to get it into his thick skull that you are the female for him. And if some time away from you will do the trick, then so be it."
"It's not going to help," she whispered.
"Oh, yes, it will. I was a little upset when you specifically asked for York. I was afraid that you had in fact developed feelings for another male, but then I realized that you said it to make Xavier jealous.
No, I didn't,
she gasped. Brand shrugged. It doesn't matter whether you meant to do it or not. It worked.
The king actually smiled. It was the most predatory, most feral look she had ever seen. Ezreal had to work to stand her ground. He takes his duty very seriously.
Duty? Brant snorted. Call it what you will. I will send him to Pulamore, your elven castle, within the next few days.
The male laughed.
By then he will be frothing at the fucking mouth.
He cleared his throat.
My apologies.
Brant inclined his head.
I have one bit of advice, Princess.
By all that was green, she couldn't wait to hear what that was. The Vampire King's dark eyes held hers. They narrowed just a fraction, and for a moment, it felt like he was looking right into her soul.
If he is still too pig-headed to go after what he wants, namely you, make sure that you help him to get the message.
She felt her brow crease and even shook her head. I'm not sure what you mean.
Brent sighed. You have already shown interest in that male, York. Make him think that you mean it.
How do I make him think I mean it? I'm not sure what you want from me.
Brent sighed more loudly. So damned innocent. I'm not sure whether Xavier is lucky or really fucking unlucky where you are concerned.
He paused and leaned onto the boardroom table.
Make Xavier think that you want York. Laugh at the male's jokes. Touch him casually on the arm. Bat your eyelashes at him. I don't know.
Brant shrugged.
Show York your tits, for blood's sake. Do whatever it takes to...
Ezreal gasped, not actually believing what she was hearing.
Brant laughed. Okay, you don't have to go quite so far as that, but you get the picture. Make Xavier jealous to the point where he can't deny his feelings for you anymore.
I'm going back home to be with my father, not to make males jealous and fight over me. Brent looked really concerned as he sat across from her.
Your father is holding out. I hope that my healers can help him. The good news is that he's not worsening. Your brother is bad news, Ezreal. If he takes the throne, the relationship between our species will be shot to hell.
Brant was right. For some reason or another, her brother hated the vampires. Keto specifically hated Zane, although why exactly he had never divulged. The Vampire Kings were justified in their concern.
It is imperative that we secure a union between our species. Just in case.
Her lip wobbled, so she bit down on it until she gained sufficient control. I'm going home to be with my father. As far as I'm concerned, Xavier can stay here. I'm not interested in playing games. She sprang to her feet and left the room, even though Brant called after her. Chapter 3. Defective. It was like the word had been painted on her forehead for all to see. Ezreal had hoped that because she was the princess, she would escape the worst of the reproach. But she had been mistaken. Her people had stopped to stare. To all-out gape was perhaps a more apt description. They shook their heads and whispered behind their hands as she passed. Even though she caught the odd word here and there, she couldn't really hear what they were saying. But she could piece it together, and she could definitely guess the rest. They had decided that she must be defective. Vampire males were known to have strong sexual appetites, and even they didn't want her. Defective. She'd heard it whispered countless times. It felt like thick strands of ivy were winding their way around her heart. The slow and steady squeeze made her head spin. As soon as her bedroom door closed, she flung herself onto her bed and buried her head into her pillows. Hopefully no one would hear her weep. One quick cry, and she would have to pull herself together and put on a brave face for her father. It would hurt him greatly to see her like this. An ever louder sob escaped as guilt flooded her for allowing herself to wallow in self-pity like this when he lay sick, possibly even dying. After a sharp rap, the door opened and someone entered. Ezreal wiped her face on the pillow and sucked in her grief. She had forgotten how little privacy she had in Pulamore. She turned, pulling herself upright. Great, her day couldn't get much better. Cherie stood at the foot of her bed, hands on her hips, a smirk on her pretty face. The server was breathtakingly beautiful, with her hair that looked like it had been spun from pure gold and lips that had been dipped in the finest red wine. For a low-born female, she had the pointiest ears Esrel had ever seen. The female walked around the place like she owned it. Just because Keto had chosen Cherie to warm his bed didn't mean that she was the next queen, for blooming sakes. Or at least Esrel seriously hoped that would never happen. The female was poison of the deadliest kind. "Are you crying because you couldn't seduce a vampire male?" Cherie laughed. It sounded wicked and taunting. "I heard vampires rot anything, and you couldn't even convince any of them to break your thorn, or—" She gasped dramatically, throwing a hand over her face. "Let me guess. You let one of them rut you, and they decided you weren't worth taking as a mate." Esrel was good at schooling her emotions, but for some reason, this female could get under her skin. She wished her brother would see what an evil witch she was. Her face must have belied how upset she was feeling, because Cherie clapped her hands. "I knew it. I'm right, and don't you even try and deny it. One rot with you, and the poor vampire turned and ran." She shook her head, looking disgusted. Then her facial expression changed, and the female actually looked sorry for her. Esrel clenched her teeth to try and get herself under control. The last thing she needed was to attack Cherie, and to be branded as mentally unfit as well. "You're defective, but don't worry. You will always have a place here at Pullamore." Esrel jumped to her feet. She took in a deep breath, locking her hands behind her back to prevent herself from lashing out at the idiot female. "I'm not defective, and not that it's any of your business, but I still have my thorn. And since when did you have a say over anything that happens here at Pullamore?" Her face turned all smug. "Your brother still needs to make the announcement, but I am to be queen." Esrel felt her brow crease. "What nonsense! What utter bloomin' nonsense! Where would you get an idiot idea like that?" "I have moved in with Keto. I no longer work as a server." For the first time, Esrel noticed how fine the silk was that Cherie wore. How she wasn't wearing yellow, as was customary for serving females. "Just because you warm Keto's bed doesn't mean anything. Many of the high-born males keep helpers until they are mated." She tried to keep the distaste from her voice. "Some of those helpers even live with them, but it isn't lasting." "Well," Cherie licked her lips. Her sky-blue eyes sparkled. How could someone so beautiful possess such a black heart, like a lump of wet coal, incapable of warmth or feeling? Esrel had to suppress a shiver. "I guess I have you to thank, Esrel. Some of the laws have changed. Highborns are permitted to choose their own mates now. We are doing away with arranged matings altogether. Since Keto broke my thorn, we are permitted to mate. It is a terrible time with your father's illness at the moment." She tried to feign sadness, but Esrel could see right through the act. "But once King Qatar is better, I will be announced as queen." "Future queen," Esrel said a little too harshly, feeling the blood drain from her body. Cherie gestured with her hands. "You know what I mean. Like I was saying, you will always have a place here, and if you behave," she gave Esrel a sly smile, "I won't make you perform any keep duties." Her smile widened even more. If Cherie had her way, Esrel would be on her hands and knees scrubbing floors, waiting on the female hand and foot. Defective females were either sent to live alone in the forest, or they were expected to earn their keep, regardless of their stature. Unmated females, or females incapable of bearing children, were considered burdens. Defective, useless, not worth the dirt beneath their feet. For whatever reason, Cherie had always hated Esrel. The female pretended to be her friend when in public, but Esrel could see the truth reflected in her eyes. At times, Cherie could be downright nasty. Yet she always managed to spin things like she was only trying to help. Their relationship had only worsened when Esrel had tried to tell her brother the truth about the female that he took to his bed. Why Keto insisted on taking Cherie's word over hers was beyond her. She didn't understand the hold this female had on him. Cherie chuckled, bringing her back from her thoughts. "You can help me raise the royal heirs. I've never been very good with children. I need my beauty sleep and all that." Esrel had forgotten the stigma. How had she allowed herself to forget? Her poor father was probably sick because of her. The worry had made him weak and susceptible. The elven people, her people, saw her as defective. It will have brought shame and ridicule to the royal tree. Esril had wrongly assumed that old traditions and beliefs would change overnight because a few lores had been altered. How terribly wrong she had been. It wouldn't help to dwell on it. She squared her shoulders. Somehow she would find a way to salvage this. She would try and get to know the male, York, a bit better. Maybe she could find it in herself to feel something for him. Hopefully, in doing so, she would be able to get Xavier out of her mind for good as well. The next day. Her father's face lit up as she entered the room. Thankfully, he had been asleep yesterday when she had arrived to visit with him. Esril had been shocked at how much weight he had lost. Although she had expected it, nothing had prepared her for it. He had lost all of his muscle. His cheeks were gaunt. Skin hung from his face. His hair and beard were a shock of white threaded with gray. His skin was ashen, with dark smudges under his eyes.
"Come in,"
he said, making her snap out of her reverie. Her father pulled himself up so that he could lean against the pillows behind him. He was out of breath by the time he made it up. Esril realized with a start that she was holding on to the door. "Good morning, Father," she said, as she made her way to him. Sitting on the chair next to his bed, she smiled warmly. "How are you today?" He smiled, his eyes watery but alert.
"I am alive, daughter."
Her heart clenched, but she held back her emotion and smiled instead. "Your color has improved." She put her hand in his, looking down at his skin.
"It is because you are here. Thank you for the tonic."
She nodded. "I made it especially for you. Please take some every day like I told you."
"I will be sure to. You are so much like your mother. Esme would have come down on me like a ton of wild oaks for not listening to the healers. I would be on at least 6 tonics by now. She would have even cut me an extra piece of liver every day, just to be sure."
His eyes glazed over as he thought of his late wife, her mother. "You miss her, Father?" Esril whispered. "I miss her too," she added, wishing her dear mother were here. Esril smiled, just thinking about how she would have taken over. Esme would have given her fantastic advice on how to deal with her other problems, and her father would never have become so ill in the first place. Esril still to this day lingered on how she couldn't believe that such a shocking accident could have happened. A stray silver-tipped arrow had lodged into her mother's heart. The pain at her untimely death was still hard to swallow. Her father nodded, clasping her hand tighter.
"I miss her so much that I am ashamed to say that there is a part of me that longs to leave this world, just so that I can join her."
Esril gasped. "Don't say things like that, Father. You are going to get well again. Your people need you. I need you." She felt her eyes well with unshed tears, but blinked them away. Qatar chuckled softly.
"I miss your mother, but I assure you that I will continue to fight this illness. I will not let it take me."
He turned serious as frown lines marred his forehead.
"I can see that you are doing well, Esril, but you are troubled. Are you not happy staying with the vampires?"
Putting on the bravest smile that she could muster, Esril tilted her chin. "I am very happy. I've settled in nicely. The vampires have been very welcoming. I've even made some friends." She thought of Tanya, Charlotte, and, unfortunately, an image of Xavier rose in her mind. He was so handsome. Of course, he was also scowling, crease lines on his forehead. His big, muscular body was tense. His eyes were a dark gunmetal gray, even though she knew that they could lean more towards the silver when he smiled, which was rare. She mentally shook herself, noticing that her father was looking at her strangely.
"I would have thought that you would have been mated by now. Are the males not to your liking? I changed the lures so that you and all other highborns could choose. Yet you remain unmated."
A picture of a smug-looking Cherie entered her mind unbidden, and much to her irritation. "I am grateful for all you have done, Father." She managed to get the words out. "These things take time." Her father smiled.
"When you meet him, you will know it. When I first saw Esme, my heart did a somersault in my chest. I knew instantly that she was the only one for me. I was lucky that she was the female that my parents had chosen for me as well."
He chuckled, his eyes staring at the far wall in deep thought.
"She made me work to win her affections. It didn't matter that she was promised as my mate. For the longest time, I believed that she really didn't want me. It was only later that she told me how excited she was when she first met me."
He shook his head.
"I could never tell what she was thinking. Oh, how she kept me on my pointed toes. It was one of the many things that I loved about her."
Esrel smiled. She nodded her head. Her parents had been in love. Deeply, madly, truly. It was something she fiercely wanted for herself. Thoughts of Xavier swirled around in her head again. Not York or any of the other males she had met, but the one male that didn't want her. Heavy sorrow caused her father's eyes to darken and his shoulders to slump.
"I wish that I had never sent you to the Vampire Kings. I acted in haste. You are not truly happy, daughter. I can see it. I'm sorry."
He whispered the last, looking older and gaunter all of a sudden.
"I'm so very sorry. I only hope that you can forgive me."
Esrel couldn't help but to gasp softly as she squeezed his frail hand. "Don't be silly, Father. Please don't say such things." It killed her to see her father like this, to watch him suffer, and on top of that to worry over her. The thing was, she couldn't return back to her own people. None of the males would have her now that she was seen as defective. Her only hope was to find a vampire mate. She took a deep breath. There is someone. Much to her irritation, she thought of Xavier yet again, with his thick black hair and silver-gray eyes. Tall and muscular, but without being too brawny. She loved the inky drawings on his skin, was fascinated by them, swirling patterns that drew her eyes whenever he was near. Esrel shook her head and tried to focus on something else, someone else. York, so tall that he was imposing. Stacked like an oak tree on steroids, the male was good-looking in a rough kind of way. Many of the elven females at Pulamore eyed him like he was the juiciest piece of fruit, like they wanted to eat him up. She only saw a genuinely sweet male when she looked at him, though. Someone she could call a friend. Maybe in time it could evolve into something deeper. A nagging voice told her that it was wishful thinking. She had to remain optimistic in times like this, though, so she forced herself to smile. "You would really like him. We are dating?" She blurted the last, feeling shame well inside her for the lie. What harm could it do? She planned on spending some time with the male, so it wouldn't be such a great lie. Her father's face lit with genuine happiness. He looked better in that instant than he had since she had arrived. The contrast was startling.
"So we will have a blossoming ceremony soon, then?"
She nodded. "Yes, Father." The thought of having to mate York made her feel funny inside, and not in a good way. Then she felt guilty because he really wasn't such a bad male.
"I would love to know who this male is, and I'm sure you will introduce me in due course, but—"
He held up his hand.
"I'm not going to bombard you. You can tell me all about him when you are good and ready."
She released a pent-up breath that she had not even realized that she was holding, and nodded. Her smile felt tight and forced. "Very well, Father. Shall I fetch you some elderberry tea?"
"That would be lovely, child. Please make sure."
"I know, Father. 3 drops of honey and 2 of nectar." He sank back down into his pillows and smiled.
"You are such a good girl."
The thought of ever letting her father down was unacceptable to her. She handed him the tea, and after blowing on it for a few beats, he took a small, tentative sip. He didn't exactly grimace, but she could see that it wasn't to his liking. Her father was picky when it came to his tea. "Is it too sweet?" He gave her a warm smile and shrugged.
"I'm not sure. It isn't quite right. The only person that can make tea to my liking is dear Cherie."
Esrel had to keep from rolling her eyes.
"You should ask her for some pointers. She visits me every day."
His eyes held a faraway look. What was it about Cherie that turned males into blithering idiots? Even her own sweet father. "Does she?" Esrel tried to keep her voice even.
"Even though she's not a server anymore, she still takes the time to bring me my afternoon tray."
"How nice of her. I'll ask her about her tea recipe."
Her father smiled and nodded. I'm sure there will be 2 blossoming ceremonies very soon, and I won't have to worry so much anymore.
His brow creased as he looked her way. Esrel nodded and smiled, trying to look calm and self-assured. She sincerely hoped her lie didn't come back to bite her. Chapter 4. Pausing with her hand just above the door, she wondered why Keto had summoned her to his chambers. At least if she knew the reason, she could have better prepared herself. This was the first time she would be seeing him since arriving back at Poulamore. A logical explanation for the summons was that he wanted to welcome her home, even if she was here as a guest. If that was the case, why did her hands feel so clammy? Why did her heart race so? Instead of dwelling on her worries, she tried to concentrate on the beauty surrounding her. Poulamore was a living, breathing castle built into the canopy of the tallest trees in the elven forest. It was spread out with suspended walkways that led from one tree to the next. Keto's chamber was in one of the tallest trees, a great white oak. Rare as it was beautiful, it stood powerful and strong, its wide branches reserved only for royalty. Esrel took a deep breath before knocking on the intricately carved door.
Enter.
She could hear that Keto was tense. His voice had that stressed edge that she'd come to know so well. She smoothed out her robe and proceeded into the chamber. Her brother stood with his back to her, his gaze firmly fixed on the view outside his window. They were surrounded by a thick canopy of trees as far as the eye could see. There were tall mountain peaks in the distance. It was enough to take your breath away. Esrel would never grow tired of the sight. She just wished that she could enjoy it more at this moment. Silence overtook the room. So much for the warm welcome. Apprehension grew inside of her. Esrel stepped forward. "Hello, brother." She flinched at the slight quiver in her voice. Keto stiffened. From this angle, she could see his jaw lock. It felt like endless hours, when in fact it was just a few seconds, until he finally turned. His eyes were the color of the deepest ocean. His icy stare held hers. It took some resolve to keep from flinching away, to keep her back straight and her eyes on him. His lips pursed together in a grimace, and then he finally spoke.
What is this I hear?
She felt her brow crease and, against her will, clasped her hands in front of herself. "I'm not sure I know what you are talking about." Keto chewed the inside of his lip.
Don't play games, Esrel. Who is he?
Confusion flooded her, firstly at his question, and secondly because she couldn't understand why he was so angry. Disappointment, maybe, but anger? It made no sense. She shook her head.
This isn't a game, Esrel. Last time I checked, you were a grown female. Don't pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about.
His hands were clasped into tight fists at his sides, and he took a menacing step towards her.
Who is this vampire that broke your precious thorn?
Her mouth fell open, and a strange, garbled sound escaped her.
I see you're still going to continue to play dumb with me. I want a name, and I want it now, he growled. I don't know what Father was thinking when he sent you to those blood-sucking fiends.
I would have been given to Zafar, she said. Her voice was almost a whisper.
And what is wrong with Zafar?
She knew she needed to tread carefully. The male was Keto's best friend. Esrel shrugged.
Zafar is an honorable male, one of the best high-born males at Poulamore.
Zafar rots anything in a yellow robe. I saw him while out walking in the forest a few months ago. He was with 2 females, Keto. 2. Esrel couldn't help but to raise her voice.
Males have appetites. You know that, Esrel. He was merely appeasing his needs and learning how to please a female. Learning how to please you.
Her brother did not just say that. She sucked in a deep breath, feeling her eyes narrow. More like please himself. Both females had been naked. Both had been licking his root. Her cheeks heated as she thought back. The worst of all was that he had caught her watching. The incorrigible male had clasped both females' heads and had thrust his hips towards them, a slow smile on his lips. He liked that she had seen the whole thing. Esrel had heard his chuckle as she ran away as quickly as her legs would take her.
The point is, Esrel, that Zafar would have bled for you, would have honored you by taking you as his mate.
Keto narrowed his eyes.
I can't believe that you would complain about Zafar. Do you have any idea of the sexual appetites of vampires? Especially the males. They rot several times a day, and often with more than one partner. Yet you would prefer one of them to Zafar?
He shook his head while looking disgusted.
Now look what has come of it.
He gestured to her, that same look of disgust still on his face. Esrel had enough. She felt anger rise up inside of her. This had to be the work of Cherie. What nonsense had the female been whispering into her brother's ear? I think I have a very good idea where you got your misinformation. Yes, that's right, brother. You heard correctly. She added the last when Keto's eyebrows lifted. Misinformation. I still have my thorn. She felt her cheeks heat. It was so unfair that she was being forced to explain herself to him. It's still very much intact, I assure you.
Don't try and deny it. You can be open and honest with me. This way we can still find a way to fix this.
His eyes glowed with the intensity of his emotions. Keto had always worn his feelings on his sleeve for all to see. It was such a pity that in recent years, the bulk of his emotions was anger. Often bottomless and unwarranted. Esrel couldn't understand why the change had come about, or what had caused it. I am being honest, she pleaded to him with her eyes, praying that he would believe her. Please, Keto.
Stop lying, Esrel. Just admit that you let one of those bloodsuckers rot you, that you allowed him to take away your honor. Please.
For just a second, his gaze softened.
Tell me who he is, so that I can make this right. I will make the bastard mate you, or he will die.
He growled the last, his eyes flashing blood red with his anger. Esrel shook her head, working hard to keep from crying. She turned and had to force herself not to run as she made for the door.
Where do you think you're going?
He growled. Using every ounce of strength she still possessed, she stopped and turned back to face him. I can't believe you would take her word over mine. I am your flesh and blood. Confusion marred his handsome features for a split second before his lips tightened and his frown deepened.
Cherie told me she found you upset and crying. She told me that in a moment of weakness, you told her about losing your thorn, that a vampire male had broken it without a care for you or your future. What reason did she have to lie? What did she possibly have to gain from it? Cherie is trying to help you. She's trying to save you, Esrel. Why won't you let us help you?
I don't know what goes on inside that sick, twisted mind of hers. She is lying, though. I don't know what she would have to gain. Maybe she just wants to ruin my reputation? She blurted.
Keto chuckled humorlessly. I think it's a bit too late for that, sister, don't you? I think you've already done a great job of that all on your own.
His words stung, but only because of the truth in them.
You are defective and without honor. I plan on rectifying that. If you won't tell me who this male is, I will find him myself some way, somehow. I won't rest until I have his name, and then either he will mate you or he will die.
Keto folded his arms. His hard eyes told her that he meant every word.
I sincerely hope that you come to your senses, that you help me make this right. I never expected this from my own sister.
He looked down at his feet for a few seconds before lifting his eyes. They were filled with sadness.
I'm disappointed in you.
Yet again, you are not listening to what I have to say. Quite frankly, brother, I'm highly disappointed in you and in your choice of future mate. That female is trouble. I only hope you see it before it's too late. She couldn't bear to be in the same room as him for even a second longer. Esrel turned and walked out. He didn't try and call her back, but even if he had, she wouldn't have listened. Her heart felt like it was racing at 1,000,000 beats a second. Her breath came in ragged pants. Esrel barely took note of the heavy, booted footfalls behind her.
Wait up, princess.
York's deep voice sounded from behind her.
Are you okay?
Esrel put a hand to her chest and willed herself to calm down. Once she had composed herself, she turned to face the male. She nodded. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry to say this, but your brother is a colossal dickhead.
He shook his head. She found herself giggling despite the circumstances.
Would you like me to go and set the record straight? York asked. I can go and do that now if you want.
Asking York to come had been the right choice. He was very sweet, and she trusted him. Esrel shook her head and smiled. It wouldn't do any good. He doesn't believe his own sister. Why would he believe you? Keto doesn't particularly like vampires anyways.
So I've heard. York ran a hand through his hair. I don't know you very well, Princess, but even I can see that you're not the type to lie. I don't really understand your elven ways. For us, rutting is like breathing or eating. He shrugged his big shoulders. Something that just happens. Forgive me for being forward. He smiled. It is the vampire way. I just needed to say that without really knowing you very well. I know that you are the type that will obey all the rules, even strange, unhealthy ones. The male looked down at the ground before lifting his eyes to hers. I just cannot believe that you've never had your needs eased. To suffer in such a way? Esril felt heat rise. The burning sensation crept up her chest, neck, and onto her face. The points of her ears felt like they were on fire. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. Just stating a simple fact. I don't mind. She couldn't help but to let out a nervous giggle again. It's just that I'm not used to talking about such things. No, that... York looked deep into her eyes. He put a hand up, as if he were about to touch her, and then thought better of it. I believe you, and I do not think that you are defective. Any male would be lucky to have you. I, for one... He made a negative growling noise. Never mind. Then he said something along the lines of valuing his own life, which she didn't understand. It was time that Esril faced facts. Her father was gravely ill and might not make it. It would help his recovery to see her mated. Cherie was spreading terrible rumors about her, vicious untruths that could easily take hold. Rumors she might never be able to shake. Her brother believed everything that the witch said. She didn't have much choice. She needed to find someone to mate with, and it needed to happen soon. If her father came to hear of the vicious untruths, it just might kill him. Fear raced like shards of ice through her veins. Xavier was miles away, and quite frankly, even if he was in the very next tree, it wouldn't matter. Despite what Brandt had said, she knew deep down inside that he didn't see her in that way. At the very most, he lusted after her. He certainly wasn't the type of male that wanted to take a mate. York was standing right here, in front of her. He was a good male, would make a good mate. Thank you. She smiled up at York. I really appreciate that. Her cheeks heated further as she put a hand out to touch him lightly on his arm. York jumped as if he had been shocked. I'm sorry, Esril mumbled. I shouldn't have done that. She could feel her eyes widen. She felt greatly embarrassed. It was the first time she had ever tried to seduce a male, and look where it had gotten her. He said that he didn't see her as defective, but that was clearly not true. Esril tried to turn. She wanted nothing more than to leave, but York gently clasped her wrist. No, wait, he growled. I'm fucking this up, he said, mostly under his breath, and then he immediately apologized for the profanity. It's just that. He took a deep breath. You are a princess, and I am a lowly vampire. I'm sorry. I probably misinterpreted the gesture anyway. Red spots appeared on his cheeks, and he refused to meet her eyes. You are more than just a lowly vampire. You are a strong warrior, and one of the elite. Esril smiled, trying hard to remember what Brandt had told her about seduction. With the elves, it was customary for females to show their body to their chosen male. Esril slipped a hand to the neckline of her robe, intent on baring one of her breasts to York, but she couldn't do it. To bare one's body to a chosen male and trying to seduce a male were two very different things. Just then, one of the things Brandt had said popped into her head. This was the last thing she wanted to do, but she had to suck it up. If not for her own reputation, then to spare her darling father. Esril took a deep breath, feeling her heart beat in her ears. It couldn't be that difficult. She blinked her eyes rapidly, trying hard to flutter her eyelashes at the male. It felt awkward. She did not know how long to go on with the display. How males could find this attractive, she did not know either. York's face became one of concern. Oh no, princess. Using a big hand, he clasped her shoulder. Do you have something in your eye? Using the other hand, he cupped her cheek. Tilt your head back and let me have a look. Esril managed to hold in a sigh. It seemed that she wasn't very good at seduction. Not very good at all. Xavier felt the air seize in his lungs. Anger, and another emotion he couldn't quite put his finger on, coursed through him.
His hands fisted at his sides, and he had to clench his teeth to keep a growl from escaping. Esrel touched the male, York, with her little hand. He had never seen her touch anyone before. In fact, she always seemed extra careful not to allow contact with any members of the opposite sex. Not that he would allow them anywhere near her, anyway. When York clasped her wrist, it took everything in him to keep himself from roaring and attacking the male. He knew that he would probably kill York if he let himself loose at this moment. When the male, he had once considered a friend, took a hold of the princess and cupped her jaw with his hand, Xavier spun on his heel and marched away. When he was far enough distance away, he smashed his fists repeatedly into the bark of one of the great trees until his hands bled. It helped to calm him, and it also helped him to see things differently. Since when had he become so attached to the female? Sure, he lusted after her, but it didn't mean that he wanted her. He shouldn't feel jealous. That was it, jealousy. If he merely lusted after her, then he certainly wouldn't be feeling these turbulent emotions. Hell, he'd shared females before and felt nothing. Watched as a friend rutted the same female he had just taken without feeling a thing. Seeing York cup Esrel's cheek, though, it caused anger like nothing he had ever felt before. He didn't like it. The unfortunate thing was that he was stuck here at Poulamore, whether he wanted to be here or not. He had been given several duties to attend to. Firstly, he needed to ensure that the healers were safely delivered. Secondly, and more importantly, he needed to try and win over the elven prince, Keto. Brandt had made it very clear that he was to use any means necessary, that the future peace between the two species was in his hands. The princess was no longer his concern. It was clear that she was taken care of. He gnashed his teeth, hearing a crack. He would perform his duties to the best of his ability and try and stay clear of Esrel. She didn't need him. If York hurt her, though, or disrespected her in any way, then the male would regret it. Since the vampire healers were conversing with the elven healers, and would be for some time, Xavier had been on his way to meet with Guido, which left him at a loose end. Moving from bridge to bridge, tree to tree, he sought to find a way out of this blasted fucking treehouse. Xavier couldn't believe that the elves dared call this a castle. He wanted to feel soil under his feet, maybe go for a run. Anything to get the picture of York touching the princess out of his mind. So intent in his actions, he almost flattened a small elven female as he collided with her. She gasped, grabbing a branch so that she didn't topple over. Then she flattened herself up against the bark of a nearby tree.
"I'm sorry,"
he growled, making her flinch away from him even more.
"I'm not going to hurt you."
He took a step towards her while holding up his hands.
"I promise."
"You're one of them?" Her eyes were wide, and he noticed that her hands shook slightly. Xavier nodded.
"Yes, but like I said, I won't hurt you. Are you okay?"
He had knocked into her with some force.
"Stand still,"
he instructed while taking another step towards her. His eyes moved up and down her body, trying to assess her for any damage. "My shoulder is a little," the female winced as she rolled the joint, "sore, but I will heal quickly."
"Let me see."
He moved so that he was standing just inches in front of her. She gasped again, bringing her hands up flush against his chest. It was not lost on him that she did not try and push him away.
"I told you that I will not try to harm you in any way. Do you need me to take a look? I promise not to expose you or to dishonor you in any way."
Her cheeks flushed and her eyes widened. Her heart rate increased dramatically.
"I could also carry you to your healers if needed. I know where they are."
She shook her head. "What is your name?" A small smile appeared on her lips.
"Xavier."
It must have been his imagination, but a look of recognition seemed to cross her face for a split second. "And?" She paused for a few beats, taking her full bottom lip between her teeth. "Are you also here to guard the princess like the others?"
Xavier shook his head. "I am here on other business."
The female glanced both ways, and then, unexpectedly, one of the hands on his chest slid upwards, circling his neck. Xavier made a sound of confusion. "I would like it very much if you would kiss me now, vampire." Xavier frowned. He could feel how his forehead pulled together. She giggled. "We're not all uppity, stuck-up virgins, you know. Lucky for you, I am a lowborn. My thorn was broken a long time ago. You interest me, vampire, and that doesn't happen very often.
Her eyes were a beautiful blue, not as captivating as the princess's, though.
Irritation flooded him. Why did everything have to revolve around Esrel? He would do his best to forget about the princess once and for all. This elven female was very pretty. He allowed his eyes to freely roam the rest of her body. She was dressed in a crisp green robe that clung to every curve. He should be feeling aroused at her words, yet nothing happened. I can see that you are hesitant. No one would need to know. The female pulled the garment from one of her shoulders, and a full pink-tipped breast sprang free. You would need to be careful not to spill your seed inside me, though. Xavier clenched his jaw in frustration when there was still not a single stir from his loins. This female was everything a male could want from a quick rut, yet she left him cold. He kept his eyes on her plump mammary glands, hoping that something would spark in him. The female must have sensed his further hesitation because she palmed his flaccid dick with one of her hands, expertly running her fingers from his sack to his tip. The ministrations worked, and blood filled his cock, but instead of arousal, he only felt annoyance. Xavier took a hold of her hand and moved it away.
Thank you, but my duties at Pullamore do not include partaking of the local offerings. I have to, unfortunately, decline your tempting offer.
It would be no use hurting this young female. She looked delicate and easily saddened, which was why it confused him to see a look of anger cross her beautiful face just before she smiled and nodded. She righted her robe. If you change your mind, my offer will remain. When he took a step back, she disappeared down the bridge on light, graceful feet. Chapter 5. Esrel entered the healer's chamber. It was bustling with activity. Groups of males congregated together. They pored over books and debated with one another. It was a strange sight to see, vampires and elves working together to the same end, all trying to find a cure for her beloved father. She closed the door quietly behind her, not wanting to disturb them. Esrel suppressed a gasp as she turned and noticed Xavier standing at the far end of the room. What was he doing here? When had he arrived? It seemed that Brant had meant every word he had said about sending him after her. Did the Vampire King truly believe that the Vampire Prince was interested in her? Xavier's eyes darkened as they landed on her. His whole demeanor seemed to tense up as their eyes locked. He pursed his lips and looked away. It seemed that now that his guard duties were over, he didn't even feel the need to acknowledge her in any way. After spending months together, he couldn't even muster a small nod in greeting. Xavier whispered something into one of the nearby healers' ears. The elderly vampire female nodded. The prince then disappeared through a back entrance, not once turning back to acknowledge her. Sadness rose up in her, but she pushed it down. This was not the time or the place. Besides, she knew that Brant had been mistaken. She couldn't understand why she was feeling so shocked about it. Allowing her eyes to roam around the room, she found the male she was looking for. Esrel took a deep breath and walked to him. The healers were so busy that only one male recognized her as she walked by. His eyes widened, and he nodded his head in greeting, but was quick to huddle back down. They were working hard and racing against the clock to save her father. The group that she approached was the largest and most tightly huddled. They all seemed to be seriously debating something. A book lay open on the table in front of them. It was being pulled from one to the other. They pointed at various pages, talking over one another. Esrel waited for several long minutes, hoping that someone would see her standing there. None did, so she finally took a step closer towards the group. "Excuse me," she said quietly. "Lord Minogue, please, can I have a word?"
Your Highness, my humble apologies. We did not see or realize that you were here.
Each of the healers rose to their feet. Some bowed, but most just nodded their heads in greeting. "It is I that should apologize for disturbing you. I would very much like to have an update on my father, please." Lord Minogue's face turned grave. He cast his eyes to the ground for a few seconds. When he looked up, he smiled and nodded once.
"Let's go into my library for some privacy."
"Thank you." The elderly healer led the way, moving between the various desks to a door that seemed to lead into the very heart of the tree. When he opened the door, she indeed saw that there were stairs leading down to a hollowed-out part of the oak. It was normally customary for chambers to be built up into the branches, and very often the actual branches of the tree could be found inside the rooms. It was rare that a tree was ever truly damaged when building a chamber, though she knew that there were times that this was necessary in order to tap into the very energy of the earth, and this seemed to be one of those times and places. It made sense since Lord Minogue was an elven healer of the highest order. She followed him down the narrow staircase. She could feel the energy that came with being inside a living entity. The shadows all but disappeared as Lord Minogue struck a match, lighting the lamp on his table. He adjusted the burner for maximum light.
"Let me look at you, child." Minogue smiled again, and crinkles appeared around his eyes. "You have grown into a fine young lady. Please take a seat, Princess."
"Thank you." She couldn't help but to smile. It's only been a few months.
"Yes, but something is different about you. Then again," he laughed, "it's probably just from living with those vampires. I'm sure something like that will change a person."
She didn't know what to make of his comment, so she chose to ignore it.
"Not such a big frown, child." He continued to smile. "I don't mean it in a bad way. You are definitely more grown up, more serious than you used to be. Maybe too serious."
"It's my father's illness." Her voice hitched against her will. "I am worried about him." Lord Minogue nodded. His face turned solemn once again.
"Yes, it is a terrible time for the elves."
"Do you know anything more about his affliction?" She was tempted to reach over and grab his hands, but managed to refrain. "Is he any better?" Lord Minogue took a deep breath.
"He is no better, but—" he raised his eyebrows. "He is thankfully no worse. This is very different from any other form of wasting sickness that we have ever seen before."
He took another deep breath.
"Normally individuals fall ill, and when given calf's liver, they either worsen and die or are cured. Your father, although still gravely ill, has not worsened since being given the liver."
Esrel nodded, not sure what to say.
"This is good, Princess. It has bought us time to try and find a cure to get to the bottom of this whole matter. I'm glad that the vampires sent their best healers, and I'm sure that all of us together, with all of our collective knowledge, will be able to find a cure before it is too late."
The pressure inside of her eased up somewhat when she saw how sincere he was, how committed he sounded. "Are you any closer?" The old man leaned across and gripped her hand. He squeezed.
"We will find the answer. Of this I'm sure."
It wasn't really the response that she had hoped to hear, but Lord Minogue was not one to dish out false promises. She certainly did believe that if there was a cure to be found, that the group of men in the chamber above, led by Lord Minogue, would find it. "Thank you for all you have done."
Lord Minogue released her hand. "Your father was looking a bit better this morning. I think it is because you are back with us. He mentioned that you're in love, and soon to be mated. I can safely say that this is a great relief to him. Our people look forward to a day very soon of your blossoming ceremony."
Her knees turned weak, and she had to fight to keep her breathing even and her heart rate normal. Plastering a smile on her face, she nodded, not trusting her voice at the moment.
"It is important, Princess, that your father not stress about anything right now. It was a comfort to him to know that you will soon be taken care of. There are many rumors making their way across the chambers in Pulamore. It is important that these rumors be put to rest."
The healer took a deep breath.
"I realize that I'm probably speaking out of turn, but your father's health, the future of our king, is at stake. I therefore feel that it is my place to speak frankly and openly. I trust that you understand."
Esrel nodded her head. "None of this is news to me, but nonetheless, I'm glad that you have shared your thoughts with me. As a trusted healer to the king, it was of the utmost importance that you bring this to my attention. It is also important that you be able to speak frankly to me in all things concerning my father's health. I expect nothing less." A tension seemed to ease out of Lord Minogue.
"Thank you for understanding, Princess."
The thing was, she did understand, and all too well. Everywhere she turned, she was met with the same realization. She may not be very good at seduction, but she'd better learn quickly. There was too much riding on this. She refused to gamble with her father's health, or to allow him to feel responsible for decisions that she had made.
"What is a blossoming ceremony?"
York asked as they left the healer's chamber. He had patiently waited for her outside the door. Though she knew that vampires had excellent hearing, his acknowledgement of having listened in on her conversation caught her slightly off guard. "I believe you vampires call it a mating ceremony," Esril said. Her heart felt heavy. York frowned.
"I did not realize that you were dating one of our males, that you had decided to mate with someone."
He paused for a moment as he seemed to notice her discomfort.
"I'm very sorry that my hearing is so good, Princess. It's just that this is the second time that I've heard you discuss it, firstly with your father and then again in there."
He gestured to the chamber that she had just left. Esril shook her head. How was she supposed to handle this one?
"Let me see if I have this straight. Your brother thinks that you rutted with a vampire male, and your father thinks that you have found someone and are going to be mating them soon. It is none of my business, and I probably shouldn't be talking to you about this now." The male took a deep breath. "But I feel that we are friends. Am I missing something?"
"My thorn is still intact," she whispered, feeling her cheeks heat. "I am still a virgin, and have not rutted anyone."
"I told you earlier that I believed you. But what is all this about a mate? When did you have a chance to meet someone?"
Esril allowed her shoulders to slump, as if the weight seemed to become heavier. "My father worries about me, and with all the rumors flying around, the best way out of this mess would be to find a mate and go ahead with the blossoming ceremony. If my brother even suspects anyone, they will be forced to mate with me or face death. You heard Keto yourself, and trust me when I say that he will go through with it."
"So who is this male that you plan to mate?" "One of the vampire males mentioned that Xavier is back, and I'm pretty sure I caught his scent as we arrived."
Pain rose up in her at the mention of Xavier's name. How could Brant have been so wrong about his own brother? She shook her head. "He may be at Pullamore for a reason, but it has nothing to do with me."
York's frown deepened. "I just thought since he was here, that he was the one that you—"
"Look." Esril had tried seduction and had failed dismally. It was time to suck it up and to be straight down the line. Something she was good at. "I'm not interested in Xavier. There is no future for the two of us." It still stung, but he had dismissed her so easily. It seemed that she had been wrong. Even an irritating younger sister was too good of a description for how he saw her. Now that she was no longer a duty, she was nothing to him. She would never forget how his eyes had hardened as they had landed on her. "I need a mate. The sooner the better." She took a step towards him and swallowed hard. "I've decided that I like you, York." She took a deep breath, unable to finish the sentence. She could see that she had made her point and waited for his response. York's eyes widened and his face drained of blood.
"Are you sure you're feeling well, Princess? You're not making sense."
"Of course I am. I need a mate. You are a good male. Would you be interested in fulfilling the role?" she said in a gush, happy that the words were finally out. Her face burned, and she struggled to maintain eye contact with the male. York's lips twitched as he held back a laugh. Was the thought of mating with a female like her so ridiculous that he felt the need to express amusement? "Look, forget about it. I can clearly see that." She began to step away, but he grabbed her hand.
"I'm very sorry, Princess. I did not mean to make you think that I took what you have just said lightly."
His eyes still held a good dose of amusement, so she had to look away. "I can tell that it is not something that you would be interested in. Like I said, forget it. I am defective, and I understand." His grip on her hand tightened to the point of pain.
"Don't say that."
His voice came out in a gruff bark. Her eyes flew to his. York clenched his jaw for a few beats.
"You are not defective. I can see that deep down you don't believe it to be true either. It's all a bunch of bullshit, Princess."
"If you don't think I'm defective, then why won't you take me? I was told that I am fair, that males would want me, but so far I have not seen that to be true." She bit down on her lip. She was so not going to cry about this. York's lips twitched again, but this time he allowed himself to smile. "Stop that." She shook her head. "Why do you insist on laughing at me?" He let go of her and held up his hands.
"I didn't make a sound."
"You didn't have to. I can see that you are laughing inside. Forget I said anything." She huffed, taking a step away from him. York grabbed her hand back, taking a step towards her so that she couldn't escape.
"You are the opposite of defective, Princess. Trust me on this one."
She shook her head. Yeah, right. He was going to tell her what she wanted to hear. Appease the princess. Keep her happy. Please don't do me any favors.
York's eyes slid down her length. I shouldn't be saying this, but I think that you need me to. A female such as you is highly prized among the vampires. Hell. He let out a low whistle. Highly prized amongst any species, I'd wager. Your hips are flared to perfection. They would be perfect to hold during...
He let the sentence die, as his eyes lifted to her breasts, and they heated.
Your mammary glands are full and lush.
His voice deepened.
What I wouldn't give to...
He licked his lips, letting that sentence die also. At long last, his gaze lifted to hers.
I assure you that I would like nothing better than to...
He cleared his throat.
Like I said before, any male would be lucky to have you. You are not defective. I wish I could prove it to you, but...
But what?
I can't touch you or rut you,
he growled. Then his eyes narrowed.
Besides, you are making this whole thing sound like a business arrangement. We have not even tested compatibility. A vampire would not mate a female without testing compatibility first.
York took a deep breath.
It does not matter anyways, princess, because I do not believe that you wish to mate me. Not really.
I really want to mate you, York. I assure you of that. She looked him deep in the eyes, trying to convey her sincerity. She may have feelings for another male, the wrong male, but she needed this union to salvage her reputation, to give her father his much-needed peace. You are a good male. We get along well. I believe that we would make a good partnership. I will bear you young. His eyes flared with interest, which quickly died.
I would greatly like to see my seed take hold. Although I know I would enjoy rutting you, I do not believe that you truly want me in that way. You say that I am a good male, yet you hardly even know me, princess.
I like you, York. I could possibly grow to love you. I think that is a sufficient foundation for a relationship. You say that you are attracted to me and that you would enjoy rutting me. Know that I would make my body available to you to take whenever you needed me. I will bear you young, which is something that you most likely would not have with a vampire female. I will always strive to be the best mate possible.
Again, I need to say that you make this sound like a business transaction rather than a relationship. I always envisioned having a mate that fired my blood and made me just a little bit crazy. Don't you want that for yourself as well, princess?
York's brows were raised. A light breeze caused the bridge to sway and creak. For a second there, she almost agreed. But then she thought of Xavier's hard stare, and something in her hardened as well. She shook her head. Allowing someone to have that kind of a hold on you could be detrimental. You and I get along well and could come to care for each other. She shrugged. I need a mate. I would prefer you to be that male. Think on it, please. York seemed to be in deep contemplation.
What if I turn you down?
How many vampire males accompanied you to Pullamore?
3 others. I don't like where this is going.
York shook his head.
Is finding a mate right now that important?
She nodded. Yes. If you are not interested, please could you make a recommendation out of the 3? I am afraid that my father will die thinking that I am defective. Her voice shook. That I will cause him shame. She had to sniff, feeling her throat close as she struggled to keep from crying. She only hoped that she could have her blossoming ceremony before word of her broken thorn spread to her father. He would be devastated. It might just kill him. Make no mistake, if Cherie had told Keto, there was no doubt in her mind that she would be spreading untruths around the rest of the castle as well. York ground his teeth and shook his head.
Stop putting yourself down like that. I told you...
It doesn't matter that it isn't true. Please try and understand. It is what my people believe that counts.
Fucking barbaric.
Esril didn't flinch at his use of such bad words. For once, they actually summed up what she thought herself. If I move quickly, I can still try and salvage this.
What about your feelings, princess? Doesn't what you want count for anything?
She shook her head. No. I would have been given to someone I didn't love anyway. A male I don't even like. Done this way, it will at least be better than how things could have turned out if I had never gone to live with the vampires. She thought she heard him mumble something about Xavier being stubborn, but she was surely mistaken.
I wish we could test compatibility,
he growled. My thorn is for my mate alone to break, and if you are that male, then so be it. But there is no going back once it is done.
Let me think about it. I would enjoy rutting you. I am a skilled male and would make you enjoy it even if you do not have that type of feelings for me. In fact, I would probably work harder to ensure your pleasure.
His eyes flared brighter for a second. I know you would. I have not chosen wrong. The words tasted bitter on her tongue. She swallowed her fears and indecision and smiled at him. If York agreed to this, she would work hard at being the best mate for him, even if she didn't love the male.
You make a good argument. The thought of having children of my own makes me feel great joy.
York looked up as the bridge swayed and footfalls could be heard.
Gideon is here to relieve me.
She squeezed her eyes shut in disappointment. What bad timing. She had been sure that he was about to concede.
I'll think on it.
His eyes were still on the approaching male. Don't take too long.
I just wish we could. You know, he raised his eyebrows, just once.
Well, we can't, so think on it and let me know. York introduced her to Gideon.
You are to call her Princess Esrel. Do you remember the other rules we spoke of?
York growled at the male in a way that had goosebumps rising on her arms. Gideon nodded.
I know and understand the rules. Do you remember the consequences should you break any?
The new male's eyes lit up with momentary fear.
Yes.
He nodded.
Don't forget them. He turned. Trust me, it's easy to let happen.
York grumbled as he walked away. What rules? Esrel couldn't help but to ask. Gideon kept his face blank.
One of the rules is not to inform you of the rules.
When she frowned, he added,
just know that they were designed to keep you safe from all forms of harm.
He shook his head.
Even if they make no sense to me. It's not like you'd be harmed. Answer me one question, please, Princess.
She nodded.
It was always my belief that elven females were strong. Was I wrong?
She wasn't sure why he felt that he needed to ask this. You are right. Although we are smaller than vampire females, we are also non-humans, and therefore just as strong. Do not underestimate us.
The male nodded. That is what I thought. You would not break easily or be harmed easily, right?
That is correct, she said. We also have the ability to heal quickly.
Gideon shrugged. The rules do not make sense, but you are a princess and I will obey them, even if it is difficult.
His eyes dropped to her breasts for the briefest second before moving back to her face.
Pity, though. I was told to tell you that lunch is being served in the dining chamber.
The last thing she felt like doing was being in a room full of people. She knew that they would stare and talk about her behind her back. The thing was that she couldn't hole herself up in her room because it would look like she had something to hide. Esrel nodded. Lead the way?
No, Princess.
Gideon gestured to the walkway ahead.
After you. There is a female waving at you,
Gideon said from behind her. Please don't look in that direction. Esrel talked between her teeth as she chose another piece of melon. Her plate was already piled higher than she could eat, but it was important that she look busy.
I'm sorry, Princess. The male looked crestfallen. I already made eye contact with her. Besides, she was the one that told me to call you here in the first place.
Esrel let out a deep sigh, looking across the many busy tables to where Cherie stood. Her blood turned to nightshade in her veins as she noticed that Safar was next to the female. Cherie smiled and bounced on her feet while she waved Esrel over. How could looks be so deceiving? Everyone present would think that they were best friends. Esrel plastered a smile onto her face and made her way through the busy hall. Come and sit with us. Cherie motioned to a table. Your helper can go and stand over there. The nasty female pointed to a spot at the wall, not even bothering to address Gideon personally. It infuriated Esrel. You would think that Cherie, who had worked enough years as a server, would feel some sort of empathy for a male like Gideon. She locked eyes with the vampire, trying to convey her apologies without words. Thankfully, he seemed indifferent to Cherie's poor treatment. Gideon moved to the wall on the opposite side to where Cherie had pointed.
Little Esrel.
Zafar's gaze moved down the length of her in much the same way as York's had. Except where York's appraisal had seemed honest and open, Zafar's leery eyes made her feel dirty. She had to work to keep her emotions in check, most of all to keep from blushing. "Hello, Zafar?" Thank the gods her voice came out sounding calm and clear. She sat opposite the pair. Although bile churned in her stomach, she forced herself to pop one of the ripe berries into her mouth. "Wow, that's some plate of food. Be careful, or some might think you are eating for two." Cherie beamed at her like she had just given Esrel the biggest compliment. Zafar smirked. His heated stare instantly dropped to her belly.
"I must say," he growled softly, "I have always enjoyed riding pregnant females, before they get too big, that is." His eyes fogged over in thought. "Pregnant females have voracious sexual appetites. Their mammary glands get really big, and their pussies swell, making them so tight."
Esrel couldn't help the shocked sound that escaped her.
Zafar laughed while shaking his head. "You always were such a prude, Esrel. I'm actually glad we didn't have to mate in the end. It would have been like rutting a block of ice."
He pulled a face, and Cherie laughed. All that she wanted to do was to get up and leave, but that would draw unwanted attention to her. The best thing she could do was finish her food and excuse herself. Just as she had suspected, a hush had fallen in the eating hall when she had entered, followed by whispered chatter, as most everyone talked about her behind her back. Esrel took a bite of the sweet melon, not tasting anything. She just chewed and swallowed. "Keto mentioned that you aren't prepared to tell him who the male is, so that he can be forced to mate you. Don't you want your honor restored?" Cherie was at least talking softly. Esrel swallowed the melon, taking a deep breath. "I told you that my honor is not at risk." Zafar popped a large piece of pear in his mouth before talking.
"You're right, Esrel. You're pretty much defective anyway."
He chewed and spoke at the same time.
"So there isn't much to save. No wonder you threw yourself at a male. Desperate times."
His words stung, because they pretty much summed up what she was doing, what she was being forced to do. "You're wrong," she whispered, forcing herself to take another bite of food. "Why can't you just admit it so that we can help you?" Cherie rolled her eyes, not touching her plate. "You told your father that you met someone, and that there is going to be a blossoming ceremony. Was that just a bunch of bull?" She tapped a finger on the tabletop. "That's not right, you know, lying to a dying male." Anger like nothing she had ever felt before burned through her. "My father is not dying." Cherie glanced left and right, checking to make sure that no one had heard her. "I mean a sick male. Your father is very ill, and it's not very nice to do that to someone you supposedly love." "I wasn't lying," she forced out. "I think you were and still are. Who is the male? Just admit that he has long since left you. You're just trying to buy time." "It's none of your business, Cherie." Much to her horror, her voice shook. "That's what I thought. My door is open if you decide to grow a backbone. I'm trying to help you." She huffed as she stood. "Later," she said in Zafar's direction.
"Look."
Zafar clasped his hands under his chin.
"I'm sorry about the ice block remark. I shouldn't have said that."
He ran his tongue over his teeth, checking if they were clean.
"I was looking forward to our life together, and was greatly disappointed when you were given to the bloodsuckers. Although you are defective, I would be willing to lower myself and still take you."
Esrel was stunned silent for a few long seconds. Then her mouth dropped open and she made an unintelligible noise. Lower himself? Did he really think that she was so desperate that she would take a male like him? Then again, she was pretty desperate, but not that desperate. She would never be that desperate. Never.
"I'm sorry I said those nasty things. I was—" He looked really uncomfortable, upset that you would allow a vampire to break your thorn without claiming you first. You wouldn't even let me kiss you, Esrel."
He reached out and grabbed her hand. She was so stunned that she froze.
"If you are with child, it will need to be removed. I'm not raising a bloodsucker. I know it will be a painful procedure, but it is something that you will have to do for me. For us, or no deal."
Xavier felt his blood hit boiling point. Unable to stay angry with her for long, he had come looking for the princess because he felt bad for ignoring her earlier. The sight before him was the last thing he expected to see. Even though he had no hold over her, rage settled in his gut. In hindsight, he'd realized that nothing had really happened between York and Esrel. The princess had been tense when the male had touched her. Her eyes had been wide and afraid. He wasn't sure why she was blinking in that way, but her beautiful blue orbs had not flared with lust or excitement when York had clasped her chin. It didn't matter. She was still off limits to him and to all the vampire males.
You wouldn't even let me kiss you, Esrel, the dickhead elf whined, drawing back his attention.
Unfortunately, he had no jurisdiction here in Pullamore. As much as he wanted to beat this male for saying these things to the princess, he couldn't. The male spoke utter nonsense, talking as if Esrel had been rutted and impregnated by a vampire. Why hadn't she set the male straight? He was offering to mate her. Xavier could not see Esrel's face, but he could hear that her heart was beating out of her chest. At first she held her breath, though when she finally exhaled, it was in an enormous gush, followed by a deep inhalation.
Will be a painful procedure, but it is something that you will have to do for me. For us, or no deal.
The male's eyes dropped down to Esrel's breasts before coming back up to her mouth. You didn't just say that. Esrel finally found her voice and pulled her hand away. The male growled, looking around the table and speaking so softly that Xavier could hardly hear him.
Fine. But when the child is born, it goes back to the vampires. I am not raising a bloodsucker. It's a deal breaker.
I'm not pregnant, you moron, Esrel whispered back. Xavier felt his lips twitch. Now that was the princess he knew and liked.
Thank the sun, the moon, and the stars.
A look of relief crossed the male's face, and he swept a strand of blonde hair behind his pointed ear.
I will inform Keto this evening. We can go announce it publicly tomorrow.
I'm not mating you, Zafar.
The male's eyes narrowed. You need me. You should go down on your knees and thank me, princess. Better yet, you should get on your knees and lick my root.
He did this bouncy thing with his head as he moved it to the side. Moron had been an apt description. Xavier clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to punch the male until he heard a few bones snap, preferably in his jaw and nose. Maybe loosen a few teeth. A male could dream. Esrel seemed to be handling the situation, though, so he held back, but only just.
You saw how it's done, princess, that day in the forest. Now stop messing around. You need me, end of story. I shouldn't do this, but I'll be the martyr. I don't have to tell you that I come from a really good family oak, the tallest and strongest of the non-royals. I am willing to lower myself. This is the end of this conversation.
His face contorted in anger.
I will go now and inform your brother. You can come to my chambers this evening to suck on my root.
Xavier took a step towards them. His breathing came in ragged pants as his vision turned red. Esrel made an exasperated sound. Root! She laughed, sounding like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. More like tiny earthworm. The male's face turned red and he growled, showing Esrel his sharp teeth. I refuse to mate you, Zafar. I would rather live alone and hungry in the depths of the forest than lower myself and mate a despicable male like you. Esrel spoke ever so softly, yet her words came out like they had been reinforced with silver. Zafar reeled back like he had been struck. His irises turned a freaky red.
You fucking whore, he spat. How dare you?
It was only when the male froze and turned as white as fresh fallen snow that Xavier realized that he had growled aloud, ending on a vicious snarl that he normally reserved for battles. Esrel spun in her chair. Her eyes were wide. Xavier remembered where he was, as well as his business here. As much as he would love to beat this male until his blood ran rivers, he held himself back.
I think I must have misheard what you just said to the princess,
Xavier said between clenched teeth. He had to work to keep from growling again. The male swallowed thickly. His eyes darted to the princess and back to him. Finally, Zafar nodded.
I take it back. All of it.
His eyes narrowed as they landed on Esrel, and Xavier couldn't help the low growl that passed his lips this time, either.
You'll regret it,
the male said as he stalked from the room. Every muscle in Xavier's body felt tensed and ready. He longed to go after the elf fucker for his lack of respect. Esrel's choppy breathing snagged his attention. Her eyes were red-rimmed and brimming with unshed tears. Her little hands shook in her lap. For the first time, he noticed that a hush had fallen over the eating hall, that everyone was staring at them. Gideon moved forward and clasped the princess's arm. He could see that the male was just trying to help, but he moved between the two of them anyway, narrowing his eyes at Gideon.
"I've got this,"
Xavier said.
Gideon stood tall. "It is my duty. As your senior, I relieve you, for the moment, of your duty."
Xavier lifted his chin and took a stand while spreading his feet.
"The princess is—" Gideon stammered. "I will take care of Esrel."
The other male's eyes widened at his use of her first name, and Esrel made a surprised sound.
"I need to talk with the princess. Wait here. We will not be long."
Xavier didn't wait for the male's reply. He took a hold of her elbow and walked towards the exit. Chapter 6. Xavier watched as the princess worked to compose herself. Her heart still beat a mile a minute, but you would never think it by looking at her. She allowed him to take her arm. It killed him to feel the slight vibration, which still belied her inner feelings. It was clear that the male had rattled her, to her very core. Esrel inclined her head at Gideon, thanking the male for his assistance, and allowed herself to be led from the eating hall. The elves didn't try and hide their interest and buzzed like insects in need of extermination. Xavier glared at several of them, but the yellow-belied fuckers quickly turned their heads. Their behavior was disrespectful towards a member of the royal family. It was strange to him, because his own kind would never act in this way. Once they were outside, Esrel turned to him and exhaled a shuddery breath. "Thank you." Her cheeks turned a brighter shade of red, and she refused to look him in the eye.
"Hey."
Xavier wanted so badly to tip her chin so that she would at least look at him. He wanted to wrap his arms around her. The need to protect her almost overwhelmed him. Then he noticed that her bottom lip quivered. Esrel drew the lush flesh between her teeth, indenting her skin as she bit down.
"I heard what that male said."
He couldn't help but to growl. Although he didn't want to upset her any further, he needed to set a few things straight in her mind. She shook her head and briefly closed her eyes like she was willing him to disappear. He could see that she was embarrassed. To hell with it. Using just the tip of one finger, he tipped her chin upwards so that she was forced to look at him.
"You were being too nice when you called that male a moron. I didn't believe a single word of the bullshit he spewed. Anyone that knows you wouldn't believe that kind of—"
He clenched his teeth for a few beats to stop himself from saying exactly what was on his mind, because unfortunately, it would involve some choice words the princess would not approve of.
"Rubbish."
Her eyes softened and her shoulders slumped. Just then, a crowd of elves bustled from the chamber. "Did you see how that vampire grabbed her arm? How he stood up to Zafar like that?" A female shrieked, her head turned in the opposite direction. A big male followed close behind.
"That must be the male that broke her."
Xavier heard Esrel's sharp intake of air. The elves stopped dead in their pointy-shoed tracks. The male walked into the back of the female, snapping his mouth shut as he slammed into her.
"Let's go."
He couldn't help the growl that emerged. If he stayed for even a second longer, someone was going to get hurt, and he'd bet money on that someone being an elf. Brent would have his left testicle if he fucked up the relations between the two species by using the idiot male as a punching bag. Instead, he growled again while narrowing his eyes at the elf fucker, who flinched, while taking a step back like the pussy he was. Esrel pulled on his arm, and he allowed himself to be led. When they were far enough away, he glanced her way.
"I mean it, princess. That male, Zafar, was a dickhead."
He paused for a few beats. "Sorry," he added. When she smiled, he felt a pressure inside himself ease. "It's fine. You were right. Moron was too nice."
"Who is he? I got the impression that there's a history between the two of you."
As hard as he tried, he couldn't keep the tension and anger from his voice at the thought of that scumbag anywhere near the princess. "He was the male that my parents had picked for me. As elven highborn, our matings used to be, arranged." She paused and seemed to be deciding whether or not to divulge something. The princess glanced his way. "I didn't want him or any of the other males. It's why my father decided to give me to the vampires, in the hopes that I would be happier."
"Are you?"
She shrugged. "I've made a bit of a mess of things because I put my own feelings first."
How so?
I should have taken a mate by now, Xavier. My father is worried about me when his only concern should be getting well again. Esrel stopped outside a chamber. This is mine. She stood with her back to the door. Xavier considered what she had just said, and the thought of her with any other male did strange things to him. It made him want to punch something.
You shouldn't have to just settle on anyone. It's not right.
There was sadness etched in the depths of her eyes. She held her breath, taking a tiny step towards him. Longing filled her beautiful blue orbs for a split second before she schooled her emotions once more. He felt his brow crease. It couldn't have been. Longing for him? No way. Xavier clasped his hands behind his back, wanting so badly to touch her silken skin, to thread his fingers through her golden hair, to find out if what he had seen written briefly in her eyes was true. But it would be a mistake, so he held back. "Why are you here?" she asked.
I brought more of our healers and have a meeting scheduled with your brother.
Xavier looked away to where the sun spilled dapples of light on the wooden walkway ahead. He licked his lips.
I wanted to apologize for ignoring you earlier. It's just that...
What reason should he give for his behavior? I was so jealous when I saw another male's hands on you that I saw red and would have killed him if I had stayed. It wouldn't go down well. Xavier took a deep breath.
You shouldn't have let York touch you. He will be punished for putting his hands on you. I will have a talk with the male.
Her whole posture changed as she stood more upright, her lips pressed so tight that they were a thin white line. Finally, she sucked in a deep breath. You are no longer my guard. I think you can drop the whole Protector Act now.
Protector Act?
He clenched his teeth, looking up at the thick canopy above for a few beats before meeting her storm-filled gaze.
It is my duty as prince to ensure that...
Well, you can stop. She shook her head. I am no longer your responsibility, your burden.
Burden? Seriously, princess? I think you have it all wrong.
She folded her arms across her chest. No, I don't. I'm not your little sister, Xavier. I'm sick of being treated like some annoying little kid. If I want to talk to York, then I will. If I want to...
No, you damn well will not,
he growled, not wanting to hear what else she had to say. Why not? I'm a grown female. I've wasted a lot of time on something that's never going to happen, and I'm done being patient. I will talk to males if I... Xavier closed the distance between them. A mere inch of space separated them.
Not happening, princess. I won't let York or any other male near you, and that's final.
Frustration welled. You are not my father or my brother. You... The words died on her tongue as he pushed his hard body against her. She had to crane her neck to maintain eye contact. The cold wood of the door pressed up against her back, and hard, hot mail pressed against her front. Esrel sucked in a ragged breath.
You are right about my not being your family, he growled. I don't see you as a sister or as a burden.
He swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple bobbed.
You are a beautiful female, princess.
Her breath came quicker when his eyes dropped to her lips. Xavier's gaze turned heated with desire. She may be an innocent, but she instinctively recognized a primal need when she saw it. Excitement laced with confusion coursed through her. Then he clenched his jaw and squeezed his eyes shut for a few seconds.
You had better tell me to go. Do it now.
She shook her head. I don't understand. It was a mere whisper. Why are you acting this way all of a sudden? Why now? When he opened his eyes, they were more silver than gray. So beautiful that she forgot how to breathe for a moment or two. Xavier half smiled, looking anything but happy. He took a small step back, and she instantly missed his heat. He ran a hand over his jaw, the light stubble catching.
If you only knew of the thoughts I have had about you.
He pursed his lips for a few seconds.
You would go inside, shut the door, and never speak to me again.
Esrel couldn't help the smile that came with the feelings of pleasure that his words evoked in her. Xavier rubbed the back of his neck.
You shouldn't smile like I just made your day. It would be better for you to leave right now.
Then his face turned serious, and those stunning silver-tinged eyes dropped back to her lips. He groaned, dragging his gaze back to hers.
This would not be a good idea, princess.
It was now or never. She had an opportunity to be with the male that she truly wanted. If If she was honest with herself, she was already in love with him. You're the reason I'm not mated yet. I don't want any of the other males. He cursed under his breath and immediately apologized.
I don't know how I feel, Princess. I want you, but I had other things planned for myself. The problem is, I can't seem to get you out of my head. When I saw York touching you, I lost it.
You did?
Don't sound so shocked, Princess.
He got all tense. 2 familiar vertical creases appeared between his brows. His nostrils flared.
I never felt jealous before a day in my life. At least I never did before meeting you.
Esril melted. She put a hand at the solid wood behind her to find support.
I know it's damn selfish, but I don't want other males near you. The reason I've been acting like a bear with a sore head is because I've been fighting my attraction to you.
He leaned back in. His lips hovered over hers. She could feel the heat from his warm breath as it fanned her lips. "Come inside for a minute," she all but whispered. "I don't want anyone to see us."
Xavier shook his head. I can't be trusted alone with you.
"Nothing will happen."
I don't have much willpower left. The last few months have eroded my self-control.
He growled.
I respect you, Esril.
I have enough willpower for the both of us. I just want to talk. And maybe a kiss would be good, but it wouldn't go any further. The thought of pressing her lips to his, of possibly talking of a future together, hope unfurled. Maybe the situation would work out in the end after all. With a nod of his head, he reached behind her and opened the door, putting a hand on her waist so that she wouldn't fall backwards. Esril checked to make sure that the coast was clear, and they went into her chamber.
I had expected.
Xavier smiled, making the slight dimple in his chin more pronounced.
Something different,
he said as he walked further into her chamber, looking about the space. Different how? He shrugged, his smile widening. Esril looked at her chamber, trying to do so through his eyes. There were modern finishes. Her space was uncluttered, decorated in white with the odd splash of green. It was clean and fresh.
I guess I expected pink or lavender, something more princess-like.
His smile faltered.
I really should go.
Xavier took a step back. The last thing that Esril wanted was for him to leave right now, not when he was finally admitting to having feelings for her. To think that Brant had been right all along. She took Xavier's hand and he, thankfully, followed. Esril gestured to her bed. "Take a seat. We really should talk." His eyes widened, and the big warrior actually looked afraid.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Fine. We'll stand. He nodded. "I don't want other males," she said, watching how his jaw tensed and his hands fisted. It felt good to know that the thought of her with someone else made him react this way. "Although we've spent many months together, I feel I've only seen glimpses of the real you." She laughed under her breath. "You mostly growled at me and acted like I'd done something wrong."
What do you expect when you wore those little shorts that almost showed your spectacular ass? I had to find a way to keep you at arm's length because my dick was so hard that I couldn't think straight.
His eyes darkened to a gunmetal gray.
I'm sorry, Princess. I meant no disrespect.
It's fine. At least I understand why you acted the way you did. I thought you really hated me because you had been assigned to babysitting duties. All this time I thought it was a hardship for you.
It was a hardship, Princess. You have no idea how damned hard, only not in the way that you thought.
His eyes were on her lips again. She so much wanted for him to kiss her, just once. Esril swallowed thickly. You don't have to keep calling me Princess. She took a step towards him.
I really do.
His voice had turned deep. Spend some time with me, Xavier. Let's see where this goes. I must take a mate soon if I am to return honor to our royal oak. I don't wish to rush you or to corner you. I want to be honest with you, and would like the same in return. She licked her lips and forced a shaky smile. I want to find out if there is more to this. Us? She cleared her throat, feeling heat infuse her cheeks.
I should say no, but I can't. If you were to take another male...
His jaw ticked. Her heart leapt with joy. One thing, though. She had to work to keep from folding her arms or fisting her hands. You need to honor me, please, Xavier.
Honor you, Princess?
The creases appeared between his eyes, which were deep and fathomless.
I've done nothing but honor you. It has not been easy on me. Being around you all the time, alone with you, the amount of times I've wanted to."
He grit his teeth. "You've wanted to do to me what you do to those vampire females?" She couldn't help letting the comment slip. His expression softened.
"I've tried hard to distance myself from you. I'm a male."
It was her turn to grit her teeth. How often had she heard that statement used over the years? Too many. "And I am a female. Honor me, please."
He frowned. "I'm not sure what you're asking. I do honor you."
Esrel shook her head. "You have wanted me for months, yet you continued to—" She couldn't say it. "Things work differently for us elves. High-born males are permitted to rut with the low-born females, while we are considered defective if our thorns are broken outside of mating."
"What does this have to do with me? I'm a vampire. We don't run by those crazy lores. Males and females are considered equals. Hell, when it comes to rutting, if anything, females have the upper hand."
"I know. It's one of the things that I greatly admire about the vampires. Although some of our lores are changing, age-old traditions and beliefs are hard to break. Just like a female's thorn." She inwardly laughed at her own joke. When a mating is arranged and officially announced, or a male shows interest in a female? She paused, trying to find the right words. "It is customary for the male to honor the female in question by not rutting with other females."
Xavier smiled. "You're asking for me to be exclusive until—" He shrugged. "We know where we're going with this?"
Why was her heart beating so fast? She nodded. "It would be the honorable thing to do." She had to work to control her breathing. "I wouldn't like it if you were to—" His smile broadened. "What is so funny?" She was putting her feelings out there, and he was making fun of her.
"You misunderstand. I don't find it funny. I'm happy. There's a difference."
He stepped into her space.
"I like that you don't want other females to touch me. Now that this is out in the open, I don't want to touch anyone but you, so I think we're good, except—"
"Except what?" She didn't like the sound of that.
"I can't touch you."
He muttered something about blue balls, which she didn't understand. What did an air-filled children's toy have to do with it?
"I really need to leave now."
His eyes were cemented to her lips. The growl in his voice did strange things to her insides, to her female parts. "You can kiss me, you know." He shook his head.
"I shouldn't."
"I want you to." Why did she sound so out of breath?
"I want to, but—"
His jaw ticked and he looked away. His nostrils flared. Then he growled deeply as he captured her lips with his. Warm, soft, pliant. They spoke of all the things her mother had warned her about, sin being top of the list. She made a little whimpering noise as his hands clasped around her waist, pulling her against him. Esrel clasped his broad shoulders like she'd dreamed of doing so many times. He pushed his tongue into her mouth, and everything in her came alive. She dug her fingers into his skin, fighting for air as their tongues danced together in a primal rhythm that set her aflame. Esrel squeezed her legs together as something clenched deep inside her core. She gasped as her nipples tightened against his chest. A feeling of longing erupted inside her. She may be a virgin, but her body knew what it wanted, what it needed.
"One finger, princess,"
he mumbled against her lips before kissing her in a way that had her clinging to him and panting in sheer desperation.
"Just one,"
he whispered as he brushed a thumb over her nipple. Much to her horror, she moaned loudly as his gentle touch caused a zing of pleasure to pulse through her. Her flower blossomed and filled with nectar. Xavier pulled away. His eyes locked with hers. They glowed silver like moonlight on the water.
"You are irresistible."
His growl sent shivers racing down her spine. More nectar pooled at the heart of her. She thanked all that was green when he kissed her again.
"I need to touch you," he whispered. "Just a little."
Xavier trailed kisses down her neck, and goosebumps rose on her arms. His fangs scraped against her neck, reminding her of what he was. One of his hands palmed her ass, sending a shockwave of need right up her stem, and her womb clenched. Esrel sucked in air between her teeth, wanting something, needing something.
"Tell me to stop,"
he growled. "I can't," she whispered. "Please." She begged, not sure what she was asking for. Xavier kissed her softly, his hand still wrapped around her ass.
I want to ease your need.
Yes, she moaned as he squeezed her flesh again.
I'll be careful, Princess. He touched his lips to hers. Just one finger.
He whispered, holding up his hand. She was mesmerized and watched in fascination as he sucked on one of his fingers.
Hold on to me, he urged.
Esril threaded her hands around his neck. Xavier looked fierce, even though he threw her a tense half-smile.
Not too loud.
She wasn't sure what he... She gasped loudly as he put his hand between her robe, sliding his finger. "My rosebud," she squeaked.
Rosebud, Xavier groaned. It's the perfect description.
She couldn't respond because he kissed her again, and his finger started its slow, even strokes over her flesh. Her skin instantly tightened. A loud moan was torn from her. Much to her horror, she opened her legs to allow him better access. It was like her body had a mind of its own. Her brain was too fogged over to really care. She rocked her hips in time with his strokes. There was a coiling, a building. The feelings were so intense that she wanted to pull away, but her need for something unintelligible deepened. She instinctively knew that his touch would soothe it. Her hands clasped him so tight that she was sure she would leave bruises, but she couldn't make herself let go. She was moaning and panting in earnest now. Her hips rocked faster. It felt good, oh so good. No wonder the high-born males snuck off to be with the servers and the low-born females let them. No wonder the vampires rutted at will. No wonder Tanya made those noises when her vampire males rutted her. It was all starting to make sense. Xavier pulled away.
I want to watch you, Princess.
She opened her eyes. His jaw was clenched. His eyes burned with need and desire. He'd never looked more handsome. His finger continued to work her rosebud.
Let go, he whispered. Come for me, he growled softly.
It felt like her limbs filled with warm, sticky toffee, like her insides turned to mush. Then everything tightened.
That's it.
He breathed the words. It felt like she shattered, her body splintering from the sheer rapture. She couldn't take her eyes off of him as she plummeted over the edge into a freefall that took her deeper and deeper into untold pleasure. She never imagined it could feel this way. The sounds she was making were inhuman, little grunts and moans. Her flower clenched and nectar flowed. Xavier slowed his movements until he finally stopped. Although a warm, fuzzy feeling settled over her, she was far from eased. If anything, her hunger grew stronger. Her need deepened. His nostrils flared, and he pulled his hand away. Esril moaned at the loss, but only because her body was demanding more. Much more. Crease marks appeared between his eyes, which still glowed softly.
I must go.
No. She hated how desperate and needy she sounded.
Right now,
he growled as he pulled away from her. Xavier looked angry. More angry than she'd ever seen him, and that was saying something. He turned and walked out of her chamber, practically slamming the door behind him. Her chest heaved. The scent of her arousal filled the room. It taunted her. An agonized sob escaped. He was angry with her, and rightfully so. Esril had been ready to give him her thorn. After all of her protests and insistence of him honoring her, she had acted exactly like Cherie and Zafar had described her. Was there no end to her ability to embarrass her family? Xavier had to think less of her. Another terrible thought crossed her mind. What if he believed she had meant to trap him? Part 2. Flower. Chapter 1. Xavier shut the chamber door behind him. He took a deep breath before making his way across the bridge that led in the direction of the eating hall. His hands shook, so he clasped them into fists at his sides. He had never wanted a female more in his life. Her scent was intoxicating. It drove him to distraction. She smelled of light, of laughter, like he was standing in the middle of a field of wildflowers on a perfect summer's day. Xavier found himself wanting more, wanting everything. Touching her had almost driven him to the point of insanity. Seeing how receptive she was fueled the fires inside him to the point where he couldn't think clearly anymore. He had watched as her eyes widened and her mouth went slack, delighted as her breath turned into fast little pants. Then the beautiful blues of her eyes had grown darker as they'd widened even further. He would never forget her shocked expression just before her eyes rolled back in her skull. She had made the most amazing little noises that told him she had greatly enjoyed her first taste of rapture. Xavier became lost in the moment, wanting to give her so much more. Thankfully, he caught himself in time. His hand had been on the clasp of his leathers, ready to rip them open and to spread her soft, creamy thighs. The only thought at that point had been to plunge into her warm, welcoming heat, to give her what he knew they both wanted. The problem was that he would never forgive himself if he did such a thing. At this point, he knew without a doubt that he had feelings for the princess. What he felt for her ran way deeper than just lust. He had been kidding himself before when he told himself it was only his desire to rut her. The thought of her with another male enraged him, yet something still held him back. He suspected it was fear. How could he claim his female without testing compatibility first? Logically, he knew that the chances were good that they would make a good couple, but how could he be sure? Then there was that ever-nagging reality that she may never drink from him. Could he resign himself to being with a female where the sharing of blood was not a possibility? Vampires needed this close bond to be truly mated. He had seen firsthand the distance the same problem had caused between his parents, even though they loved each other deeply. His father suffered greatly having to take blood from others. It was not the vampire way. Yet, deep down inside, he knew that Esril was the female for him. She had to be. He had never felt this type of connection with anyone before. Never been so consumed by another. It scared him, but it also excited him at the same time. Xavier needed to clear his head, spend some time away from the princess. Once he managed to gain some control and some much-needed willpower, he would seek her out, and they would have a long discussion. Gideon was still in the eating hall where he had left him. The male frowned when he saw him.
"Where is Princess Esril?" "She is in her chambers. Go to her now and don't leave her side."
Xavier didn't feel the need to remind the male about the rules. Esril was his by her own admission. Now that he had seen the need and the longing glowing in her eyes, he knew that she would not accept the advances of another. Both pride and happiness swelled within him. Although Gideon still had a confused look, he nodded. "Right away," he growled as he strode from the hall. After returning to his chamber for a quick shower and a change of clothes, he headed for the elven prince's chamber. It was the last thing he felt like doing right now, but a meeting with a male was long overdue. Prince Keto growled as he opened his door. Without bothering to greet Xavier, the male turned and strode back inside, going through a door to the left. Xavier was forced to follow. The other male was in the process of rolling up what looked like a large map. This closed-off part of his chamber was designed as an office with book-lined shelves.
"Shouldn't you be guarding my sister or something?" "I'm not one of the males assigned to guard duty."
He was starting to feel irritated. The elven prince had yet to look his way.
"Well," he sighed, "why are you here then?"
Keto finally lifted his eyes. Hard, icy. He'd even go so far as to say that the male hated him. Zane had not been over-exaggerating in his assessment of the elven prince.
"I needed to deliver some of our healers, though my main purpose for being here is to try and see if I can find some common ground with you, Keto."
The male gave a humorless chuckle which ended on a snort.
"We are both princes. There is no reason why vampires and elves can't live in peace."
It irked him to have to bow down to the other male like this. The vampires greatly outnumbered the elves, and were therefore the superior species. It wouldn't take much to wipe out the pointy-eared motherfuckers. But that wasn't something that the kings wanted, and it certainly wasn't something that Xavier wanted. A picture of Esril rose up in his mind.
"You have slighted the elven people, my own royal tree."
The elf beat his chest with a tight fist, then his lips pulled into a feral grin.
"As far as I'm concerned, it's a personal slight."
His eyes narrowed. His whole body radiated tension.
"My father gave the vampire royal house a great gift. Why did you take her if you never planned on mating her?"
He began pacing the chamber while using animated gestures. His head jerked from side to side, blonde hair flying.
"Esril comes from good stock, from royal blood. Unlike many of your vampire females, she would be capable of bearing young."
He stopped moving for a second, his face looking puzzled.
"I don't understand why none of your males seem to want her. Is she not considered fair to your species? Is it because she has acted without honor?"
Xavier felt his blood heat just listening to the other male. He spoke of his own flesh and blood like she was livestock, a beast that had not fetched a high enough price at the market.
"It is clear that she is definitely defective. I have it on good authority that Esrel has allowed at least one, and possibly even many of your males to dishonor her, to dishonor our royal oak."
He spat, his face contorted in rage.
"My father should never have sent her to the vampires. You are all a bunch of sex-crazed bloodsuckers who will rot anything with a flower regardless of consequence. She should have known better. This is going to fucking kill my father if he hears of it. He already blames himself for the mere disgrace of her still being unmated."
Xavier ground his teeth until he tasted blood. The muscles in his neck corded and his arms bunched. His hands were clenched so tight that they physically hurt. He was using resolve he never even thought he had to prevent himself from flying at the male. The only thing that really held him back was the concern he saw in the male's eyes at the mention of his father, King Qatar. Keto continued to pace.
"I have already told her that I will find the male responsible for breaking her thorn. Go back to your kings. Inform them that I will make this male mate my sister. I will insist on a blossoming ceremony in front of the entire elven community, or the male will die." He growled, "I will deliver the death blow myself. I don't particularly care if this causes a war. As far as I'm concerned, you and those bastard kings are responsible. You should have protected my sister better."
Keto was pacing once again. His face was red, his hair clung to his sweaty brow. As he said his last, he swung back to face Xavier. The other male's icy glare was firmly on him. Muscles bunched tight, Xavier's arms shook from the exertion. Sweat dripped off of his own brow in an effort to remain calm. He had seen firsthand what the elven folk thought of the princess, how they mocked and ridiculed her. The things that male Zafar had said to Esrel were a reflection of what everyone in Pulamore thought about her. Yet Xavier had not expected this from Keto. The male was a colossal dick, but he was also Esrel's brother. Surely he should see things differently and stand up for his sister, his own flesh and blood. He should want to stand by her and to protect her from the terrible rumors that were making their rounds. In a sick, twisted way, it did seem that the male was trying to make this right. It was a great pity that he was going about it all wrong, though.
"I'm not sure where you got your information from, but I assure you that your sister was well taken care of."
Keto choked out a laugh that made Xavier want to pummel him.
"There's no doubt in my mind that she was taken care of." He smirked. "But a vampire's idea of taking care of a female and mine are very different. No one laid a hand on her. I can personally attest to that. You—"
The arrogant motherfucker dared look him up and down.
"Why would I take your word? Who the fuck are you to her anyway? If you are the male that spent so much time with her, then it was probably you that broke her thorn."
Xavier stepped forward.
"Why would you take my word?" He couldn't help but to growl, "Because if your father dies, and let's face it, at this point it's a definite reality, I am possibly the only male that stands between you and an army of vampires. I can clearly see that you are not the type to think things through, though, are you? You are irrational and make dumb decisions. Who the fuck do you think you are? When you end up making one dumb fucking decision too many and a shitstorm rains down on you and your people, I am the male that will flatten you. I will make it my personal aim to bring you down myself. Unless we somehow find common ground while I am here. It would also be in your best interest to remember your place, elf."
Xavier paused, never taking his eyes off of the male. Zane and Brandt had given this male far too much slack. First because they felt guilty about Esrel, and then later because of Qatar's failing health. They didn't want a war, but this level of insolence was fucking unacceptable. It was the male's treatment of his own sister that angered him the most. "I'm telling you that Princess Esrel was well guarded and well protected, and that none of which you are talking about is true. I highly respect Esrel. She is stuck true to your elven ways, and has not put a foot wrong." The male was taken aback. He visibly paled. It took several long minutes before he finally spoke.
I apologize for any disrespect shown.
His neck was corded and his eyes narrowed. It was funny because, although the male had shown fear, he didn't look like he felt one bit of remorse.
With my father ill and Ezreal...
He let the sentence die.
I do not wish to argue with you. The last thing I want for my people is a war. It is not one we could win.
Why did it feel like he was leaving the words "right now" out in that sentence?
I have it on good authority that my sister was rutted without being claimed. Regardless of whether that is true or not, she is seen as defective. None of the elven males will have her now. The vampires will keep her,
Xavier growled. He wanted to claim her right now, but knew that it would be for the wrong reasons. If Ezreal ever suspected that he had claimed her for any reason other than love, it might always hang over them.
It's not enough. I'm worried about my father, and what word of my sister's ill reputation would do to him if he were to find out. He will blame himself.
He shook his head. His shoulders slumped, and for a second, fear flashed in his eyes. Then he set his jaw.
Please try and understand the reasons for my acting the way I have. I want this rectified as a matter of extreme urgency. I don't want a war between our species.
Only because he knew that he would lose.
The time for patience has come and gone. One of you
Keto seemed to think better of the word that he was about to use.
One of you vampires must mate her. And soon.
In the interest of doing his duty, namely to strengthen the relationship between vampires and elves, Xavier nodded. It had nothing to do with the realization that he would never allow another male to take the princess.
As much as I care about my people and don't want a war, Ezreal is my sister, and if no one claims her soon, then I will pick a male. She will mate him whether she wants to or not. I hope that we understand each other.
Keto seemed to have already forgotten their earlier conversation. The male looked at him with contempt. Xavier wanted to tell him where he could shove it, that he had zero jurisdiction over the vampires or even over Ezreal for that matter. She had been given to the vampires fair and square.
I'm not sure what the hell us vampires ever did to make you hate us, but I would suggest that you find a way to get over it. One of these days, probably sooner rather than later, you are going to take the leadership role. You act too much based on emotion, on what is important to you. The time has come for you to put aside your own desires. You need to keep the interest of your elven species in the forefront of your mind at all times. Get over the beef you have with us.
The male's gaze narrowed. His eyes even flashed red, clearly a sign of anger. Although rage was probably more an apt description. Finally, he nodded once, his teeth clenched so tight that Xavier was sure that he had heard something crack. Chapter 2. Ezreal showered and changed, and on any other day she would have made her way out into the forest, spent time running and dancing among the trees. Only once her legs ached from exhaustion would she have gone for a swim in the Great Lake, basked in the sun. Unfortunately, at the moment, doing any of that would mean having to run into others, having to face their snide comments while watching how they talked about her amongst themselves. She felt such enormous sorrow, overcome with fear for her father, scared for what the future held. She still had no idea what had happened earlier with Xavier. She didn't know if she had done something wrong. He ran out of her chamber like his back end was on fire. It had hurt so bad inside to watch him leave in such a way. He had given her a gift, shown her what being together with him could be like, the reality of which was so much better than any of her fantasies. She felt closer to him in that instant than she had ever felt to anyone before. Xavier had admitted that he had feelings for her, but maybe she had misread the whole thing, only heard what she wanted to hear. Maybe it was just lust, though if that was true, then surely he would have taken it further. It appalled her to know that if he had not stopped them, then she would have given him everything. Her thorn, her future, her very honor. There were 2 taps on the door, and Ezreal heard it open and then close with a soft click. She could hear footfalls behind her, but didn't bother turning around. From the strong scent of daffodils, she knew it was Cherie who had entered and now stood just behind her. The last thing she felt like doing right now was dealing with this female. "What are you doing holed up in here?" If she didn't know Cherie better, then she might have actually thought that she could hear true concern in the female's voice. You really need to be out in the sunshine, in the fresh air. Staying closed up in your chamber is not good for the baby."
There it was. The female's voice held a sharp edge. Her words cut. Esrel squeezed her eyes shut. If it weren't for the fact that her father was so ill, she so wouldn't put herself through all of this. "Please, Esrel." 4 seasons in one day. It amazed her how soothing and sweet Sherry sounded. "Let me help you. Who is the father of your baby?" Esrel pursed her lips, feeling her blood reach boiling point. It was becoming more and more difficult to find control. With reluctance, she turned to face the female. "Let's cut right to the chase. What do you want? We both know that my thorn is very much intact, and that I'm not pregnant." She took a deep breath. "Why is it that you seem to be making it your mission in life to destroy my reputation, to bring shame to the royal tree?" Cherie actually smiled, and Esrel's blood turned cold. "All I want is for your brother to be happy. That is my life mission as his future mate. The last thing I want is to bring shame to our royal house." She had to fight not to roll her eyes at Cherie's inclusion of herself as a member of the royal family. "I don't know how many times I need to say this to you, Esrel, but all I want is to resolve this. I greatly look forward to taking up my rightful place at your brother's side, and I don't want anything to get in the way of that." Her eyes narrowed, irises flashing red. Then she smiled, quickly schooling her emotions. "You need to mate, Esrel. The quicker the better. Take one of those bloodsuckers and head back to the vampire castle. Don't get in my way, and we will be just fine." "I will stay at my father's side until he is well. As for taking a vampire mate, I told you that there is someone. The announcement will be made soon." Her gut churned with worry after Xavier's abrupt departure. She only prayed that the feelings she had seen reflected in his eyes were true, that the male she had grown to love would be the one at her side at the blossoming ceremony. She couldn't picture herself spending forever with anyone else. "My brother can mate with whomever he wishes. We may not always see eye to eye, Cherie, but I could never stand in the way of his happiness." Cherie smiled, looking more evil than the devil himself. "Well, I'm really glad to hear that." She paused. It looked as if she was contemplating whether or not to tell Esrel something. Then she took a deep breath. "I met the vampire prince today. I certainly hope that he is not the male of which you speak. It makes sense that he would be, since he is vampire royalty, on paper at least, the best choice for you." Panic gripped her as she fought to keep her breathing even. This was another one of Cherie's ploys. It had to be. Cherie's smile broadened. "Still tight-lipped, I see. Well, I suggest you find yourself another mate, if he is the one you've set your sights on. That male tried to touch me earlier." She smoothed her robe, her lips pursed. "Even though I wasn't wearing yellow, he must have thought I was one of the servers, because he offered to rut me." She shivered in obvious revulsion. Despicable creature even took my hand and put it between his legs, as if I would ever lower myself to that level. She shook her head. Her beautiful locks flew about her face. Then she giggled, locking eyes with Esrel. "One thing I can say, though, if the vampire prince was anything to go by, they are certainly well endowed. His root was. Thank you. I think I get the picture." She was surprised to hear how calm and clear her voice sounded, even though chaos spun around inside of her head. "I'm not going to tell your brother. He hates those vampires enough as it is. Something like this could start an all-out war. I won't do that to my people." Esrel tasted bile. She swallowed down the bitter tang, praying that the small amount of lunch she had consumed would not come back out. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot the reason for my coming to see you." There was more. May the gods of all that was green keep her sane, because she didn't think she could handle much more. "Your father is asked to see the family. He has something he would like to announce. Do you think maybe that you should change your robe?" She wrinkled her nose while looking down at the perfectly fresh, bright garment that Esrel was wearing. The robe she had only just put on. "I'm good, thanks." "Suit yourself. Let's go." "Right now?" Although she tried to speak in a normal tone and to remain calm, there was a slight quiver to her voice, and Cherie definitely noticed it. The female both smiled and narrowed her eyes at the same time. "Yes, princess, he is waiting. You don't want to keep your father waiting, do you?" She made the title sound like a swear word. Esrel shook her head. What could she say? They left her chamber.
She was momentarily taken aback when she saw that York had replaced Gideon. He threw her a smile and gave a nod in greeting. Esrel nodded back, noticing how he fell in behind them. The royal chambers were built into a cluster of great white oaks, so they didn't have too far to travel. Her mind was reeling with what she had just been told. Her hands were shaking. She knew surely that Cherie had to be lying about Xavier, yet Esrel still couldn't help but to feel a knot of worry in her gut. Xavier had been with many females over the last few months. He had said himself that he was a male that had needs. Had he sought the female out before or after she had asked him to honor her? Would the answer to that question make any difference as to how she would feel about it? She hoped and prayed that Cherie was once again being her conniving, lying self. Esrel would seek him out as soon as the family meeting was over and gain her answers. There had to be a reasonable explanation, and in order to make it through the next few minutes, she would hold on to that thought. This helped to calm her somewhat. This meeting could not have come at a worse time. Her mind was a jumbled mess. Esrel knocked on her father's door while forcing a smile. Her greeting died on her lips when she saw Xavier standing next to Keto. What was going on? Her heart was ripped from her chest when she saw recognition flare in Xavier's eyes as Cherie walked in behind her. So Cherie had not lied after all. What a big surprise that the first time the female actually spoke anything of the truth was now. As if in confirmation, Cherie narrowed her eyes at Xavier and pulled her robe closer around herself. The female pursed her lips in disgust. She lifted her chin, turning her eyes from Xavier. Esrel took a shuddering breath, pulling her shoulders upright while working hard to keep her lip from quivering and her eyes from welling with tears. There was no way she could feign a smile, but the best she could do was try to look indifferent. Xavier's forehead creased with concern. His eyes narrowed in question, and he gave a small shake of his head. She must look a mess, because even her dear father's expression turned to one of concern as she approached him. "Are you feeling all right? We can postpone this meeting if you are unwell." Keto immediately stepped forward with a jerk of his head.
"No," he growled. "This is not something that can wait. 5 minutes is all that I ask. If you are capable of attending this meeting, Father, then I'm sure that Esrel is too."
He looked pointedly at her. She nodded, moving to her father's side. The only way she would survive this, regardless of what this gathering was about, was if she kept her focus on him rather than on the other three present in the room. If she so much as looked at Xavier or Cherie again, she would lose it.
"Since both you and Father are unwell, I'm not going to waste anyone's time, and I'm going to get straight to the point."
He clenched his jaw for a few beats.
"Tell us the name of the male that you plan to take as your mate. I'm not sure why you insist on keeping this a secret."
She heard Xavier shuffle his weight from one boot to the other and back again.
"I'm beginning to think, sister, that you are withholding this information on purpose."
"It's not true," Esrel whispered, wishing she was anywhere but here. She couldn't deal with this right now.
"Well, then why not just say who he is?"
Her brother didn't wait for her response.
"Our dear father has heard some upsetting information."
Esrel couldn't help the gasp that escaped her lips. She looked down at her father. His gaze was firmly on his lap. His lips were set, his eyes more watery than normal. Esrel noticed that his hands were shaking, even though he had them clasped tightly together. "It's not true," she said, standing taller. Her father took a deep breath. His eyes lifted to hers.
"Please, Esrel, tell us who this male is so that we can plan the blossoming ceremony."
He swallowed hard.
"I do believe you, but we need to fix this."
His lips quivered, and he seemed to try to conceal it by taking his hand and covering his mouth with it. Her father sat like this for a long while, and it broke her heart to see him so upset.
"I'm sorry," he finally said. "This is all my fault."
"Oh, Father." A single tear fell, and her voice shook badly. Xavier cleared his throat.
"The rumors are completely untrue and unfounded."
She could hear how angry he sounded.
"It's not right to rush the princess like this. There is a male, but I assure you that their interactions are honorable. It is only a matter of time before an announcement will be made. Please, as the vampire prince and appointed guardian of Princess Esrel, I request that she be given more time." "Look at where time has gotten the princess," Keto growled.
She had to bite down on her lip when she saw Keto pointedly glaring at her midsection. It seemed that her moron of a brother now actually believed that not only had her thorn been taken, but that she was pregnant as well. What next? The problem was that she didn't know what to say. There might not be a male anymore. She desperately needed to speak with Xavier. If what Cherie had said was true, then Xavier may as well be dead to her. His trying to rut with Cherie was not something she could ever forget or move on from. Cherie, for one, would never allow it. The look the two shared as they entered the room was not the look of two strangers. Fear and confusion had her feeling lightheaded.
"Tell me who he is,"
Keto growled, and Esril couldn't help but to whimper. She was at a complete loss of what to do. She wished that the wind would pick her up and carry her away. Just then the door opened and York entered.
"Forgive me for the intrusion." He bowed his head. "I have something that I would like to say." "Get out. This is a closed family meeting. I invited the vampire prince to represent your species. You are a lowly guard, and your place is outside that door. Come in, York," Xavier growled, his eyes firmly on Keto. Her brother's face reddened and he clenched his jaw. At first, she was sure that he would attack either Xavier or York, but then he stepped back in submission. "Speak,"
Xavier added, finally looking at York.
"It's me. I am the male of which the princess speaks. I would like to hereby publicly claim Princess Esril."
Esril felt her blood drain, and for a second she thought that she might faint. When she regained her composure, she realized that her hands were twisted into the front of her robe. Her breathing was erratic, like she couldn't get enough of it into her lungs. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she didn't know what to say.
"Fucking finally," Keto snarled. "It's about time."
Xavier snarled, and she unwillingly looked at him. He was pissed, looking between York and Keto like he wanted to take both males down. Cherie giggled and danced. "Oh, yay, we're going to have a blossoming ceremony. I will stand at your side. I can't wait." She clapped her hands. Her father fell back onto his pillows, heaving a contented sigh.
"I will attend as well. I don't care how, but I will be there. I am happy for you, daughter."
She didn't know how she managed it, but somehow she found herself smiling at him. Her life might be in complete shambles at the moment, but at least her father seemed happy.
"Let it be recorded that it will take place 3 days from today. You females," Keto gestured to her and to Cherie, "have much to plan."
Her father smiled.
"You have given me something to work towards. Go now, so that I may rest."
Esril kissed her father's brow and stood to leave. She noticed that Xavier was nowhere in sight. Her heart clenched painfully. It seemed that he had given up on them already. It seemed that Cherie had not been lying after all. Either way, it was too late now. Her father was happy. There was no going back. Chapter 3. Xavier was in a state of shock. He actually felt numb for a while after leaving King Qatar's chambers. It didn't take long for him to start feeling confusion and anger as well, though. What the fuck was York thinking? Why had the male claimed her? Xavier planned on doing his damnedest to get that motherfucking elf prince to agree to a little more time, and failing that, he planned on claiming the princess himself. She belonged at his side, not at York's. This was a right royal fuck-up. How the hell was he going to fix this mess? The thing that tore at him the most was that Esril had just accepted the whole thing. She hadn't even tried to rectify the situation. Why hadn't she turned York down? It didn't make any sense. Pale and shivering, Esril hadn't looked herself. Maybe she was ill and wasn't thinking straight. She had refused to look him in the eye. That fact alone ate at him like nothing ever had. The princess was not in her chamber, and since York was with her, there was no one to explain to him what the fuck was going on. Out of sheer desperation, Xavier sought out Gideon. After knocking on the male's door several times, he put his forehead to the wood, feeling helpless for the first time in his whole life. Xavier could hear that the male was rutting, and could either stand out in the hallway and wait for him to finish, or he could go in anyway. His patience had dried up some time ago, along with his sanity.
"Gideon," he growled, "stop for 1 second. I need to ask."
To fucking hell with it. Xavier opened the door so hard that he nearly pulled it from its hinges. The big male had an elven female caged under his body. and was thrusting into her like his life depended on it. The female's eyes widened, and she gasped mid-shriek as she caught sight of him. Xavier kept his eyes on Gideon, but out of the corner of his eye, he could see her scrambling to cover herself with a sheet. Gideon slowed his thrusting, but kept rocking into the female, even though he clearly knew that Xavier was there. The male's hands closed on her hips so that she couldn't escape. At least Gideon had the good grace to nod his head. The male's lips were a thin white line as he pushed back into the whimpering elf. A yellow robe lay strewn on the floor at Xavier's feet. He stepped over it as he walked further into the room.
"Hungry, my lord?" the male grunted. "I would recommend the local offerings."
He smiled, looking down at the female who had dropped the sheet and was pushing back against Gideon, matching him thrust for thrust now.
"No thanks," Xavier growled.
He had shared a female with Gideon on occasion, so it was only natural that the male would assume it was why Xavier was here. Gideon shrugged, finally stopping moving, but he kept his dick buried deep inside the elven female.
"Is there something else I can help you with?" The male's chest heaved. "I can be ready in 5 minutes."
A light sheen of sweat covered his body. "Hey," the female moaned.
"Relax, honey bun. I will make you come first. I promise."
Gideon shook his head and grinned at Xavier. He then leaned forward and cupped his hand between the female's legs. She squirmed and panted, clearly enjoying Gideon's ministrations.
"Where is York?"
Xavier tried to keep the snarled desperation from his voice. Gideon looked confused.
"He's with the princess. Why? What has happened?"
He must have quit playing with the female because she made a frustrated noise. Xavier shook his head, not wanting to relay the events of the last half hour.
"Do you have any idea where he and the princess could be?"
Gideon shook his head.
"The only places that she visits are her chamber, the eating hall, her father's chamber, and the healer's chambers. Oh, and York mentioned that she visited with Keto once. That's it. Do you want me to help you find them?"
Xavier shook his head.
"Enjoy your time off."
Gideon's grin turned into a groan as he withdrew and plunged back into the female.
"I will,"
he said through clenched teeth, as he picked up where he had left off rutting the female in deep, fast strokes, not even waiting for Xavier to leave. Flesh slapped flesh, and the female screamed loudly as the door closed. He knew that Gideon had to be drinking now because the sounds indicated that the female was having the orgasm of her life. It took 2 hours and a fucking public announcement made to all the elven folk for him to finally find the happy couple. Xavier looked to the heavens and asked for strength. The sky was a riot of pinks and yellows. They were standing in a clearing in the forest. In any other situation, it would have felt good to have solid ground underneath his feet and the open sky above his head. Keto had wasted no time in calling the elven folk together. Xavier watched as hundreds of the fuckers gathered around a rocky formation. One wide, flat-looking rock seemed to balance on an outcrop of rocks. The royals and their elven guard stood on top of the rock, which was covered in what looked like rose petals. Xavier chose to stay on the outskirts of the clearing, as far away from the proceedings as possible. He folded his arms across his chest and grit his teeth to prevent himself from roaring as York clasped Esrel's elbow. They smiled at one another. Fucking smiled. Looking every bit the happy couple as Keto announced that they were to be mated in 3 days. The male extended an invitation to all present to attend the blossoming ceremony. The elves erupted. They clapped and danced. Some of them even pulled flute-like instruments from hidden pockets and began to play. Xavier tasted bile. He spat on the grass next to him, unable to take his eyes off of Esrel, who looked wide-eyed at the sea of silken robes surrounding her. When York and Esrel, together with the rest of their entourage, descended from the rock on a steep staircase, Xavier followed slowly behind them as they made their way back to Pulamore. Keto and that female who had tried to seduce him were walking together a little behind the rest. The two were in deep conversation, and by the way the elven female touched Keto's arm every now and then, Xavier was sure that they were intimate. Thank fuck he hadn't taken the female up on her offer. Rutting the elven prince's female would not be a good move when trying to improve vampire/elf relations. The sad thing was that he didn't think at this point that he would be able to rut another female again without thinking of Esrel anyways. He didn't want anyone else. He really needed to gain some understanding of this whole fucked-up situation before it ate him alive. A great number of elves surrounded the couple. Xavier didn't want to make a scene, so he followed in silence. The main party disappeared into Keto's chamber. Xavier overheard the male mention a celebratory meal. The elven fucking prince even put his arm around York's shoulders as they entered. Xavier could hear Cherie's high-pitched laughter. It made him want to hit something, repeatedly. Xavier pulled his phone from his pocket and speed-dialed Brandt.
"It's done,"
he said after his brother answered.
"What, Katara's well again and you've mated the princess?"
Brandt sounded like he was smiling, which infuriated Xavier.
"Katara's no better, but the healers are convinced that a cure lies just around the corner, and Esrel and York are to be mated in 3 days.
He choked out the word mated. His throat seemed to have closed.
"What?"
Brandt growled.
"You heard me. After I congratulate them, I will be coming back to our own territory. There is nothing to be concerned about regarding the vampire/elf relationship."
Xavier replayed the vision in his head of how Keto had put his arm around York.
"Bull fucking shit,"
Brandt spat.
"York may be an elite, but he does not represent the vampire royals. I can't believe you would roll over so easily and watch your female be taken by a male that you command. I thought you had fucking balls. Esrel is not my female. She has made that infinitely clear."
It hurt him to say the words out loud. If she were truly his, then she wouldn't be agreeing to this whole farce. Brandt had the audacity to laugh.
"If you say so. I've seen the way you watch her. If I thought it was only lust, I would say the way you look at her, but it's not. You keep an eye on her. Would protect her with your life if need be. It was my duty to watch her, to protect her," Xavier interjected. "You beat males looking at her, let alone approaching her. That wasn't for her protection, so don't try and feed me that bullshit. I know how males think. Anyway, none of them are good enough for her,"
Xavier said, trying not to growl.
"None of them are good enough except for you. Even me, damn it."
This time he couldn't help but to growl.
"What, so you're going to let a lesser male take her?"
There was a long pause.
"This isn't how this was supposed to go down." "What are you talking about?"
Apprehension rose up in him and he found himself clutching the phone tighter.
"You were supposed to realize that she was the female for you and claim her. This was all a game to you?" His anger carried through each word. "I can't help it, you're so fucking stubborn. You don't see what's right in front of you. Bullshit, Brandt. Esrel has agreed to mate with York. I think that speaks volumes. The princess is head over fucking heels in love with you, you idiot. She pretty much admitted as much to me. I gave her advice to make you jealous. Seems like she might be taking it a bit far."
Xavier ground his teeth together.
"Why can't you just stay out of things that have fuck all to do with you? The future relations between elves and vampires has everything to do with me. I'm not a fucking pawn. Don't try and use me as one."
His voice had dropped.
"If you had just claimed the princess instead of fucking around, none of this would have happened," Brandt growled back. "That's just it."
Xavier sighed.
"I told the princess."
He paused, deciding not to confide in Brandt.
"What?" "Nothing,"
Xavier said.
"Just tell me. Maybe I can help you. I think you've done enough."
Xavier ground out between clenched teeth.
"I'm sorry. I really thought it would all work out. Aside from wanting this union for political reasons, I really wanted to see you happy."
His brother could be a dick, but they had always gotten along well, and Xavier found himself believing the male.
"She admitted to having feelings for me. I don't understand the sudden change of heart. Something isn't right. It doesn't add up. I'm telling you, Xavier, she is nuts about you. Don't give up on your female so easily. The elven ways are different from ours. Maybe you did something to piss her off or offend her and you don't even know it. She has probably been forced into this."
Maybe the princess was angry at him for touching her earlier. He was sure that he could have had her fully if he had wanted to. Maybe she hated him for the loss of control, or for making her feel things that she shouldn't.
"I will talk with her before I leave."
Brandt made heavy sniffing noises.
"I sent pussy. Since when did you grow one? I hope you plan on making that male, York, bleed for disobeying you. I thought you were going to put strict rules in place where her guards were concerned. Why the fuck did he claim her in the first place? He must be punished. I will get to the bottom of it. I think he may have been trying to protect her, though. Elves have some barbaric customs where their females are concerned. I can't punish him if his intentions were good.
Brent growled.
I don't give a fuck. It was not York's place. I'm going to assume that you were ready to claim her and he beat you to it.
Xavier sighed, feeling defeated.
Yes, of course. I was trying to buy some time. I didn't want to claim her under duress. Females don't tend to like that in the long run. I can hear that this has affected you badly. Go after your female. Don't let anything stand in your way. York is your fucking subordinate. Every fucking elf in that place is your subordinate, for that matter. Take what is yours.
Brent snarled the last. The only problem was Esrel herself. What if the princess had decided she didn't want him after all? As much as he wanted to, he couldn't throw her over his shoulder and force her to accept him. Chapter 4. The male stiffened. Xavier watched as his eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared. York's hand went to the hilt of the sword at his back, and his feet widened. Every muscle in his body was bunched and ready. Xavier walked down the narrow bridge, hearing the creak of the boards, feeling the sway with each footfall. A cool night breeze ruffled his hair. York visibly relaxed as he caught sight of Xavier. He released a long breath. The male removed his hand from behind his back and closed his eyes. On cue, Gideon arrived, making quick work of the bridge on the opposite side of the tree. The three of them met in the middle, outside the princess's chamber. York bowed his head. His eyes flashed with momentary fear as Xavier stepped towards him. The male must have seen anger written on his face. He certainly felt the emotions coursing through his veins.
You guard the princess with your life, Xavier growled at Gideon. You follow me.
He glanced York's way and then turned and started walking, not waiting for the male's reply. The footfalls behind him told him that York followed as commanded. Xavier could hear that the male's heartbeat was accelerated. By now, he had a good idea how to make his way around Pullamore. Within a few minutes, they descended down a stairway that wrapped itself around one of the giant oaks. Taking 2 stairs at a time, it wasn't long before he felt soil underneath his feet. This was a discussion he didn't want to have anywhere near prying elven ears and eyes. Besides, if York didn't give him the answers he desired, then the male was going to bleed. Thank the gods for superhuman vision. It was pitch black under the thick canopy of trees. Not even the winking of a single star could be seen above them. Once they were far enough away, Xavier turned to face York.
I thought my rules were very clear. So basic and simple that even a child could follow them. No touching the princess, no talking to the princess, no looking at the princess. His voice deepened as he spoke. Obeying of those few simple rules ultimately means no fucking mating with the princess. What possessed you to claim her?
Xavier took a step towards York and was impressed when the big male stood his ground. He did, however, lower his eyes.
What were you fucking thinking?
Xavier was breathing hard by the time he finished. Although his hands were clenched at his sides, he somehow found it within himself to not hit the male. He had decided that he would first hear him out. York was good, one of the best. Xavier was sure that he had acted with the best of intentions and couldn't penalize the male for that, as much as he may want to.
The princess asked me to, York said.
Xavier took a step backwards. It was the last thing he had expected to hear, and his heart stopped beating for a second. His palms turned sweaty. His blood ran cold.
What do you mean she asked you to? Asked you to what? Mate her?
Xavier could feel how his brow was creased. The sound of his own heartbeat rang in his ears. York nodded.
Please try and understand, Xavier. With all the terrible things that everyone was saying about her, she's been so worried that her father would hear crazy rumors, that he would think less of her and ultimately blame himself. She's worried about his health more than her reputation. I don't think she would give 2 shits otherwise.
The male swallowed hard.
You were there. Her worst fears were realized. She asked me to...
Xavier growled, unable to help himself.
Esrel approached you and asked you to consider mating her?
It seemed surreal.
York nodded. Yes, yesterday, before you arrived. She did it out of desperation. I know that the princess doesn't have feelings for me. but she told me that our union would work based on friendship, that she would give me young. I've always wanted to be a father. She put up a good argument."
Xavier had to grit his teeth to stop himself from roaring. The thought of Esrel carrying another man's seed was almost more than he could take. Is that what yesterday had been all about? Why she had invited him into her bedroom? Had allowed him to... Had the whole thing happened because she was trying to find a mate? It didn't matter whether it was York, himself, or possibly another male?
I wasn't sure whether I could be with a female without testing compatibility. Also, I kind of hoped that my mate would love me, but I couldn't stand to hear how she was being bullied yesterday. It wasn't for the first time either, Xavier. Princess Esrel is a good female. I can see myself being happy with her and raising a family with her. I promise to do my best to keep her happy in all ways."
York's eyes heated. The male was thinking about touching Esrel. A terrible thought crossed Xavier's mind. He couldn't help but to grip York by the collar, shoving him up against a nearby tree. His hands were pressed tightly against the male's throat. York made a strained noise.
"Did you touch the princess?"
Xavier growled, low and deep. York's eyes flashed with panic. Xavier had to force himself to release the grip he had on the male's throat, just enough so that he could speak.
"No," York croaked. "I promise,"
he added when Xavier failed to release his grip fully. On a low growl, Xavier let go of York before moving away from the male while he could still think clearly. He paced in the opposite direction while running a hand through his hair.
"This is so fucked up. I can see how angry you are. You need to know that the princess specifically mentioned that she didn't want you before I would even listen to what she had to say. You have feelings for her, don't you?"
Xavier kept his back to the male, too angry to answer.
"I don't know why you didn't just claim her yourself," York said. "You should have pursued her, tried to change her mind."
He made a frustrated noise.
"Did she ask you to mate her too?"
York paused for a long time before finally carrying on when Xavier didn't answer.
"She told me that she would ask one of the others if I turned her down. So it wouldn't surprise me."
Xavier choked down the low growl that clawed at his throat.
"I waited outside that door for you to step forward and claim her. You never did. She was under the gun. Her barbaric fucker of a brother had her backed into a corner. I was trying to buy fucking time,"
Xavier growled, taking another step away.
"You should have kept your fucking mouth shut. It was not your place. It was my place because the princess came to me for help."
Xavier could hear a thud as the male beat his chest.
"I felt obliged. I had already decided to take her up on her offer anyway. It's done now. The princess is mine, or she will be in 3 days' time, with all due respect."
York was breathing hard.
"You had your shot and you blew it. Don't say another fucking word."
Xavier spun around, pointing a finger at York. His fangs felt long and sharp. His nails had erupted into deadly claws. If he started beating on the male now, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop. The princess had asked York to mate her, and the male had ultimately accepted. As much as he wanted to kill York for this, he couldn't.
"Let me make one thing crystal fucking clear. If, and it is a big fucking if, I decide that I want the princess, I will have her, and there is fuck all you or any of these elf pussies can do about it."
When York sucked in a breath, Xavier held up his hand.
"Fucking save it."
He turned and walked away, while he was still able to. At least he knew where the princess was this time. They were about to have a long, in-depth conversation. It seemed that Esrel had some explaining to do. There was a knock on the door. Esrel felt like barricading herself in. If only she could take one of her father's Ferraris and head into Sweetwater. She would purchase a basket full of locks and deadbolts for her door to keep them all out. Was a moment of privacy too much to ask? As true as all that was green, her door opened. She cringed, expecting the scent of daffodils, and was surprised when she scented water lilies instead. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, Princess," a familiar voice said. There was a light thud as the person put something down on the table next to her bed. "I brought you something to eat." She knew she was being rude, so she lifted her head. A familiar face stared back at her. Large, doe-like eyes, curly chestnut hair, and a bright, warm smile. Glendril had been serving the Royal Oaks for many years. A few years older than Ezreal, she remembered how they would often talk together. She had once considered the female a friend. "It is good to see you," Ezreal said, making to sit. "Forgive me. It has been a very long day." The female squinted her eyes. "That's not why you're so upset. You have never been able to hide your true feelings from me, Princess. I can see that you are upset about something in particular. Surely this must be one of the happiest days of your life." Ezreal forced a smile. "Like I said, it has been a very long day, and I feel drained. May I?" The female didn't wait for a response, and her bed dipped as Glendril sat down. "We have known each other for many years, and at least I consider you to be a friend. Please do not misunderstand." The female touched her yellow robe. "I understand my place. It's just it looks like you need somebody to talk to right now." It irritated Ezreal when her bottom lip quivered. She had been doing so well to keep the tears in, though it all suddenly overwhelmed her. The worst of all of it was Xavier. She felt so betrayed. How could he? And with Cherie, no less. She knew she was being unreasonable. Ezreal did not have a hold on him. The whole wanting to rut Cherie incident could have happened before she was with him. It didn't matter. York had stepped forward when she needed him, and she had resigned herself to mating with him. Not just that, to being the best possible mate that she could be, making sure that she was grateful every day for what he was doing for her. It was clear that Xavier never planned on stepping forward himself. Why then did it feel like her heart was being ripped from her chest? There was only pain left in its wake. She sobbed, feeling her face crumple. Ezreal put her hand over her mouth. There, Princess," Glendril cooed as if she were a small child. The female tapped Ezreal on the knee. "Tell me all about it, and you will feel so much better." Ezreal shook her head and only cried harder. "I can't," she sobbed. It had already been announced that her and York were to be mated. She had decided and resigned herself to the fact. It would be wrong on so many levels if she told another living soul about her feelings for Xavier. She could never slight her future husband in that way. Is it another male? As much as she hated it, another even louder sob was torn from her as Glendril's words made her think of Xavier. He had the most beautiful smile. She loved how it brought out the little groove in his chin, loved how his eyes had shone in those rare moments. Ezreal clasped her hand tighter around her mouth, whimpering as she tried to control the sobs. Her father was so happy. He had looked younger and more healthy in that moment. It actually gave her hope that he would make it through after all. It was on that thought that she sniffed, removed her hand from her mouth, and finally managed to find some sort of control. She was a princess from the Royal Oak. She could do this, would do it, even if it killed her. She realized that she would probably never be able to love York, but she definitely liked the male. Very much, as a matter of fact. And that would have to be enough. At least he would never be able to hurt her, would never be able to make her feel this out of control. That was a definite consolation. She tried to smile through her tears and sniffed again while using the back of her hand to wipe away the moisture. "Here." Glendril handed her a tissue. She nodded in thanks. "There is just so much to do, so much planning. It's all a little overwhelming. I'm still very worried about my father." She ended with the truth. "You must forgive me, Glendril." "I'm sure it's a lot more than that. Let me pour you some juice, and you can tell me all about it." "I assure you that I'm perfectly well. There's nothing to speak of. I'm just a little nervous about the up-and-coming ceremony." The server nodded her head. "As you wish, Princess. Please know that if you ever need me, I'm here for you." "Thank you. I will remember." The female stood and bowed deeply, her beautiful curly hair falling about her face. She gave Ezreal a big, warm smile before saying her goodbyes. Xavier made it back to her chamber within minutes of leaving York. He took 4 stairs at a time and flew so quickly across the walkways that they barely even creaked under his heavy weight. In the far distance, he could see that Gideon was pacing. As he got closer, it became clear why. The princess was crying. The soft sniffs and whimpers made his heart clench and the air seize in his lungs. He was extremely angry with her, but a bigger part of him wanted to rush inside and pull her into his arms. It was the sound of an unknown female's voice that stopped him. "Just tell me, Princess. I've always been your friend. I'm here for you now." There was more sniffing, followed by a shuddery breath. Gideon stepped forward.
"Go. You shouldn't be listening to this. Give the princess some privacy."
His face was a mask of concern. "I promise not to tell another soul," the same female said. "It kills me to see you like this." A barely audible sob punctured through the wall. He felt himself grimace in response. Xavier nodded. He couldn't stand to hear Esrel this upset.
"I'm coming back,"
he said, looking Gideon in the eye and trying hard to keep his voice down.
"I need to speak with the princess."
Gideon shook his head.
"No one goes in or out by order of the Elven Prince." "Since when do you take orders from the fucking Elven Prince?"
Gideon's eyes flashed with momentary panic.
"He is her brother. I'm your prince. I'll be back."
Xavier didn't wait for a reply. He turned and strode away. The sound of Esrel's crying still in his ears. His heart felt raw. Chapter 5. Through a slightly thinner patch in the canopy above, Xavier could just make out some light from the moon. He knew that if he was able to see into the night sky, it would be a crescent moon above him. He took a deep breath as he walked across the final planks of the walkway. Hoping that he had allowed the princess enough time, he had been unable to stay away any longer. Gideon's eyes narrowed on him.
"The princess is asleep and should not be disturbed, my lord," he said, keeping his voice down.
Xavier punched the male while trying not to make too much noise. Gideon grunted, taking a step backwards.
"I'm afraid I have to insist,"
Xavier ground out through clenched teeth. Using the sleeve on his right arm, Gideon wiped away the blood that was leaking from his nose. He shook his head.
"Esrel cried again after that female left and only just fell asleep. Esrel is to mate with York in a few days. With all due respect, my lord, I could send her on you."
Xavier didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. He punched the male again.
"That's Princess Esrel to you. I'm not asking you, I'm—"
He took a deep breath, trying to remind himself that the male was just standing up for Esrel, that he actually thought he was doing the right thing by her.
"There is something that the two of us need to discuss. It's very important."
Gideon's face was contorted in rage. He was panting heavily and again used his shirt to wipe the blood off of his face.
"I don't like it," he growled as he stepped to the side. "It's just not right. She has been claimed by another male. If she so much as sniffs, let alone sheds a single tear, what will you do?"
Xavier narrowed his eyes at the male, clenching his fists at his sides. Gideon clenched his jaw but lowered his eyes.
"I am not here to hurt the princess,"
Xavier finally growled. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he carefully opened Esrel's door, closing it softly behind him. She made a restless noise in her sleep, and the covers rustled as she stirred. Xavier just stood there at the foot of her bed and watched her sleep for half a minute, pretending for just a short while that the events of this afternoon had never taken place. Then he grew a set of balls and called her name. The princess sat straight up, her eyes wide, her hair a thick mass about her shoulders. Xavier swallowed thickly as the sheets pooled around her hips. She wore a barely there silken gown held on by thin straps. When his eyes snapped back up, hers were filled with anger. "How dare you come unannounced into my chamber?"
"How dare I? Easily, princess. Earlier today you practically begged me to give us a chance, and now I find out that you asked York to take you as his mate just yesterday. According to him, you went about it like a business proposal, listing all of the benefits should he decide to go ahead."
Her eyes widened and she sucked in a shuddery breath. It hurt to see that he had hit the mark. He knew York hadn't been lying, even though there was a secret part of him, deep down inside, that had hoped he had been.
"You told him that if he wasn't interested, that you were going to proposition one of the other males. Was that what today was all about? Was it all one big come-on because you needed a mate so desperately? I just happened to be in the right place at the right time? Did you let any of the others touch you?"
He growled the last through clenched teeth, feeling his hands knot at his sides. "Did one of the others touch me?" She made an incredulous noise while yanking the sheet off of her. "You didn't just ask me that, Xavier."
"I sure as hell did. I cannot believe that you played me for a fool. What was your plan?" Ask everyone, and maybe that way you would get a taker? I have genuine feelings for you.
She leapt up off the bed in a graceful move that had his jaw dropping. Using the tip of her finger, she prodded him in the chest repeatedly. "How dare you! How dare you!" she repeated again, this time more forcefully. Her whole body vibrated in anger. "Yes, you son of a bitch!" Her eyes were wide and her breath came in pants. It irritated him that the only thing he could think of in this minute was how damned beautiful she was. Her hair was wild, her cheeks flushed. He had to work hard to stop his gaze from dipping to her cleavage. Lord help him, out of the corner of his eye, he could see how her lush breasts swayed and bounced with each elaborate move she made. "I did ask York if he would mate with me. Yes, I was desperate and would have propositioned one of the others if I had to. So there, you heard what you wanted to hear and you can get out." The finger that had been aimed at his chest swept to the door.
Xavier shook his head. "Not so fast, Princess. I think you owe me an explanation. We agreed to see one another. We agreed we would give our relationship a chance. When you looked at me earlier..."
His voice softened. He took a small step towards her.
"The way you looked at me earlier was with genuine feelings. I don't buy that it was all an act. Then again, I have to ask myself why you are going along with this whole charade. I need you to explain."
Her eyes narrowed and her nostrils flared. "I owe you nothing. I didn't see you speak up for me in that meeting earlier. It was York that stepped forward."
"I was trying to buy us time. You didn't want to mate me out of necessity all those months ago, and nothing has changed. We would always have it hanging over our heads, and I didn't want that. If you hadn't propositioned half the vampire guard, then maybe my plan would have worked."
Esrel stepped back as if he had struck her, and his first instinct was to try and soothe her, but he held back. She sucked in a deep breath before making a sound of frustration through clenched teeth. "If you hadn't tried to rut with half the elven females, then maybe I would have been thinking a little more clearly."
Xavier felt his brow crease. "Come again, Princess?"
"You heard me. Cherie mentioned how big your root is, and warned me to stay away from you. She told me how you tried to get her to rut you. I never thought I would say it, but I plan on taking her advice." Her eyes welled with tears, and her bottom lip quivered until she sucked it between her teeth and bit down.
"You're still losing me here. Cherie? Oh, Cherie."
He realized who it was Esrel was talking about.
"Wait a minute.
So there have been a few, then. Tough for you to remember them all?" Although tears spilled, she narrowed her eyes at him. His gunmetal gray eyes lined up with hers.
"There aren't any other females. Cherie..."
She didn't want to hear it. "So it was only Cherie, then? Look, you don't have to explain anything to me. I propositioned half your guard and am to be mated to York in 3 days. I have no hold over you. I never did. So just go."
"Look, I don't know what the Cherie female told you, but I never put a finger on her. She was the one who came on to me. She touched me. I declined her offer. I could only think of you, damn it."
He stepped forward, putting his hand out to touch her, and then thought better of it. He took a deep breath. His brow was creased. His eyes were dark. Xavier shook his head and clasped a hand to the back of his neck.
"Why did you approach York if you wanted me? I need some sort of closure on this, Esrel."
His use of her name shook her into answering him. "I told you, I was desperate. You were in that room today. My father—"
"I know all of that. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you let me?"
He spoke so softly, his eyes lightened up a tad. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed thickly. "I didn't think you wanted me." She shrugged. "Then I found out that I was wrong. You have no idea how happy I was until—" She felt her cheeks heat as she remembered how he couldn't wait to leave her after he had given her the most amazing orgasm.
"Tell me what you were going to say."
Xavier clutched her arm lightly.
"Just tell me. I need to know what the hell is going on inside that head of yours."
She pulled away from him. "You ran out earlier like your backside was on fire. I wasn't trying to trap you, I swear. You—"
"Do you have any idea how close I came to rutting you?"
He stood just a few inches away from her. She breathed in his heat, his manly scent.
"I could scent that you were still in need."
He took a small step back, running a hand through his hair, and threw out a strangled chuckle.
In hindsight, I should have just parted your thighs and taken what you offered. We could have avoided this whole mess.
She gasped, but only because his words caused nectar to pool at her core. It irritated her because it was just so inappropriate. She tried to ignore his comment and focused instead on answering his original question. I planned on speaking with York, telling him that I retracted my offer to mate with him, but Cherie blindsided me. She told me you had tried, she swallowed hard, to rut her. His eyes darkened. The meeting was straight after. I was still in shock. When we walked into my father's chamber, I saw that you recognized Cherie and thought she had been telling the truth. I wasn't thinking straight. I had planned on asking you about it, but everything happened so fast. Esrel took in a deep breath, feeling anger swirl inside her. She is such a conniving, scheming...
You thought I tried to rut her and you were angry with me?
Esrel nodded. And hurt.
That's why you let York claim you?
She nodded, feeling despair and hopelessness set in. Yes, I had no other choice. Please don't hurt York. He is only trying to help me.
More like help himself, Xavier mumbled. I won't hurt him unless he forces my hand.
What does that mean?
Nothing you need to concern yourself with. I'm glad we sorted this out.
He smiled, and she thought her heart would break just seeing his masculine beauty. He cupped her cheek, forcing her to look at him.
Thank the gods. You need to know that you are the only one for me. You, Esrel. Do you hear me?
She nodded, knowing that she should put an end to this, but how could she? She was destined to mate York in 3 days, but Xavier was the male she had wanted for the longest time. She should never have believed a single word that came out of Cherie's mouth. Esrel had made a colossal mess of everything and was going to lose everything she held dear, and there was nothing she could do about it.
I don't want Cherie.
His eyes darkened as he said her name on a growl before capturing Esrel's lips for a second.
Or anyone else.
Another low growl that did weird things to her insides. He kissed her again. It shocked her to hear a desperate whimper escape her. Xavier's nostrils flared. She knew that he could scent her nectar. Just being in the same room as him drove her wild. The knowledge that all she was wearing was a silken nightgown had her clenching her teeth.
I need to touch you. Please, princess.
It was Xavier's turn to sound desperate. She shook her head. Yes, she said on a breathy sigh. Squeezing her eyes shut for a second before she realized what she had just said. Esrel had meant to turn him down. Xavier kissed her again, causing her toes to curl into the thick woolen rug on the floor. She clung to him for support, feeling his muscles shift beneath his thin leather vest. When he pulled away, he was smiling.
It can't be yes and no. Has to be one or the other.
His eyes dropped to her lips, and he licked his own. Her heart clenched. Pain coursed through her. We shouldn't. She tried to look away, but his eyes held her captive.
I won't penetrate you. I just want to ease you, please. Then we need to talk. It's just you're driving me crazy.
His eyes drifted down the length of her.
Seeing you with York?
His breaths came more quickly, and his lips pursed for a few seconds. His hands moved to her waist.
Please, princess.
He caressed her over her hips. She nodded, not trusting her voice. This would be the last time. It was wrong, but there was no way she could refuse the male that she loved. It would be a memory that she would cherish for always. Not my thorn, she whispered, almost against his lips.
Xavier nodded. Lie on the bed. I'm going to talk with Gideon to make sure we are not disturbed. It's late, but you never know.
He smiled, making her knees turn to soft, bendy willow. She wanted him more than she had ever wanted anything before. Esrel heard him growl at the door as she lay down on her bed. Gideon growled something back. The male did not sound happy. She pulled herself up onto her elbows, contemplating whether to remove her nightgown. No, it would be better if she left it on. This was risky. If they went too far, it would spell disaster.
Just fucking do it,
Xavier said as he took a step back. He closed the door, turning to face her. The hard edges to his face relaxed as he locked eyes with her. The air in the room thinned as he removed his vest. She made a part squeaky, part whimpery noise as she tried to catch her breath.
I'll leave my pants on,
he growled as he advanced. His body was carved from perfection, from the hard ridges of his flat stomach to his wide shoulders and tattooed arms. This was it, their last time together. "No, please," she swallowed hard. "Take them off." Xavier half stumbled, quickly righting himself.
"I told you the things I want to do to you, and I don't have much willpower."
"I trust you to do right by me, and no, I don't believe you ever have told me of the things you want to do." May as well go all out since she was being so honest. Esrel felt her cheeks heat. A look of momentary shock crossed his face and his lips twitched.
"You might just kill me, Princess,"
he said as he unclasped his leathers.
"Are you sure?"
She nodded, sitting up higher. Her eyes were glued to his midsection.
"Don't be afraid,"
he growled as he kicked his boots off. Then he shoved his pants down, stepping out of the legs before standing upright. Her chest heaved with every breath. "By all that is green, you are beautiful." Xavier chuckled.
"I don't think a female has ever called me that before."
Esra let her eyes travel the length of his thick root as it jutted from his body. His legs were muscled and long. "Well, they should have, because you are."
"Should I put them back on now?"
He gestured to his pants. She shook her head, feeling the heaviness of her hair about her back and shoulders. "No, I want to touch you as well." Xavier groaned and took a hold of his root, squeezing it a little in his hand. It was the sexiest thing she had ever or would ever see again. Of this she was sure.
"As much as I would love your hands on me, I don't think it would be a good idea."
"Just one small touch," she whispered. Xavier shook his head. The bed dipped as he moved in next to her, not quite touching her.
"This is all about you. Spread your thighs for me, Princess."
Heart racing in response to his words, she complied.
"Wider."
His eyes were silver.
"I need to fit between them."
She sucked in a ragged breath. "I don't know if that would be—" He smiled at her, and the earth felt like it stopped mid-rotation.
"I want to taste you, Princess. I am sure that I could not break your thorn with my tongue."
She giggled. It was a silly notion. The laugh turned to a sigh as he brushed his hands up the sides of her silk-covered thighs.
"Pull your nightie up. I want to see you."
He swallowed hard.
"Please, Princess."
His nostrils flared. Heat fused her cheeks, and she struggled to breathe normally. It was hard to unclasp her hands so that she could wrap them around the smooth silk. She hadn't realized that she was so nervous. A minute ago she had been ready to remove her nightgown entirely, yet right now, under his intense scrutiny, she bit down on her bottom lip. Xavier must have sensed her anxiousness because he lowered his mouth to hers, careful not to touch her with his body. Then he dropped his sinful lips to her neck. She felt the scratch and nip of his fangs on her skin. Esrel moaned.
"Your blood would be heavenly."
He inhaled along the skin at her neck. The thought of him drinking from her both terrified and excited her. She gasped when one of his hands closed on her breast. Xavier squeezed her flesh before raking a thumb over her nipple. She threw out a shocked gasp at how wonderful it felt. When he used 2 fingers to gently pinch her already hard nub, she gave a little excited shriek as her womb clenched and her rosebud throbbed.
"I am going to suck on your clit," Xavier whispered. "I can't wait to lick you, taste you, fucking savor you."
His crude words made her even wetter, needier. The big vampire moved down and closed his mouth over her nipple, sucking right through the thin silk. She cried out, threading her fingers through his hair so that she could pull him closer. "So good," she sighed, arching into him. Xavier lifted himself up and stared into her eyes.
"You need to be quiet, Princess. The elves don't hear nearly as well as we do, but still."
She nodded. Her rosebud felt swollen, her skin so tight with desire. Her flower was aching for his touch. Xavier glanced down between them.
"Lift up your nightie."
His low growl felt like a caress. Feeling more needy than embarrassed, after his touches, she pulled the garment up, leaving her flower covered, but not by much. His lip twitched, and laughter lines appeared around his eyes.
"Bunch it around your waist. I want to see your sweet pussy."
She gasped. "My flower?" He smiled.
"Yeah, Princess. Your perfect, pink, glistening flower. I want you to open wide so that I can see you properly before I taste you. I've dreamed of this for so damned long. I can hardly wait."
She nodded, feeling excitement course through her.
Have I scared you off yet?
His brow was creased. Esrel shook her head. Not by a long shot.
Good.
His eyes turned liquid, like churning mercury, as she pulled her nightie higher, bunching it at her waist as he had asked. Next, she pulled her knees up, opening as wide as she could. Xavier cursed.
I'm sorry, Princess. I think I should put my pants back on now. It seems that you are beautiful. Everywhere.
She shook her head, feeling nectar run down the side of her thigh. Leave them off. Her voice was husky and thick with need.
So fucking wet,
Xavier growled while using a finger to catch the falling drops. I have been told that mature elven females get very wet. This is especially true of us females who still have our thorn. Our stems become narrower as we get older, until passage is no longer possible. His alarmed expression made her laugh. It is only unmated, older females whose stems are impassable. My stem is very narrow, but I am still able to take a male in sight of me. The added lubrication from my nectar would assist entry. He closed his eyes, looking pained for a few moments.
Very wet and very tight. Are you trying to kill me?
He opened his beautiful eyes, staring across at her. She felt her brow crease. I am not sure what you mean.
The tighter the female, the greater the pleasure.
Realization dawned. Are you saying that it would feel really good to be inside me?
Let's stop talking about it, Princess. I want you so badly already. Just the thought of you tight and moaning underneath me makes me want to turn you onto your knees.
He shook his head.
Your first time will need to be special in every way.
He took a deep breath.
I'm going to use my tongue on you. You will enjoy it even more than my hand.
It will be better? She choked.
Oh, yes.
He licked his lips.
I'm going to suck and lick your rosebud. I want to lick your slit, and I would also like to put my tongue inside your pussy. Just my tongue.
My She couldn't help the heat that suffused her cheeks. It made her want to fan herself. Xavier threw her the sexiest half-smile, the cleft in his chin more prominent.
Your pussy, Princess. You can say it, you know.
She took a deep breath. Pussy, she whispered almost under her breath. She swallowed thickly, wanting him to do it. Xavier's eyes flared with heat, and he nodded.
My tongue is thick and long. Is your thorn deep inside, or...
She had to smile at him. Your tongue may be long, but it isn't long enough.
I need to be sure that you are okay with it.
He paused, giving her a chance to object. She nodded, not able to talk just then, as thoughts of what he was about to do ran through her mind. The time for objections was long gone. She wanted this with every part of her body and soul. He grinned, and his eyes darkened.
Remember to keep quiet.
She nodded. He leaned in between her legs, using his wide shoulders to hold them apart. Xavier didn't wait for her to grow accustomed to the feel of his tongue on her. He gripped her hips with his big hands and began laving her rosebud in firm, even strokes that had her breath freezing in her lungs. When he closed his hot mouth over the throbbing flesh, she groaned loudly. He suckled on her like she was his favorite candy. She clawed at her bed covers as the sensations almost overwhelmed her. It felt like nothing she could have imagined. He said it would be better than his hand. Xavier had grossly underestimated just how good it would feel. He sucked her and laved her intermittently until she was panting. Her hips rocked in time with his ministrations. Her hands were buried deep in his hair. She could feel that her eyes were wide in her skull. Too much, and not nearly enough.
I can't wait to make love to you,
he whispered against her flesh, causing goosebumps to rise and her heart to ache with a yearning for something that would never be. Then he licked a pathway to the heart of her flower, spearing her flesh with his tongue like he had promised. Esrel cried out as ecstasy washed over her. She threw her head back, her mouth wide on a silent scream. Xavier groaned, causing vibrations to course through her from his tongue. Her legs shook from the pleasure, and her hands pulled on his hair.
You like that?
He murmured. Yes, she moaned. Yes. She cried a second time as her skin tightened even more. Her rosebud throbbed. Her breath came in ragged pants. It felt wonderful. She couldn't imagine how much better it would feel if his whole root was inside her. With his tongue still buried deep inside her, he used a finger to slip and slide across her ultra-sensitive rosebud, and she flew apart on a hoarse moan. She pulled a pillow over her head and bit down to keep herself from screaming. Her back bowed and her hips undulated wildly. Then he licked up her slit, settling back on her rosebud, where he nipped at her flesh, causing further shockwaves of pleasure to course through her. By the time he finished, she was a writhing, sweating, panting mess. When he pulled away, she collapsed in a heap on her bed. Esril swallowed thickly, still breathing hard. She finally cracked her eyes open and looked down to see Xavier still perched between her legs. He gave her a smile that took her breath away.
I think this could be my new favorite view.
Unbidden, heat crept up from her neck to her cheeks, but she didn't try and move away or to close her legs.
And ripe cherries would be my new favorite flavor.
His voice was deep and sensual. When Xavier licked his lips, her heart skipped a beat. Esril didn't want this to be over. She wanted him to make love to her, to take her thorn. She wanted a life with this male, but it was impossible. Knowing this was the last time they would be together like this, she pulled herself up onto her elbows, while keeping her eyes on his. Xavier's hooded eyes swirled with silver. His brow was creased and his jaw tense, not in anger or confusion. Instead, it was a look she had come to recognize as desire. His eyes dipped to her breasts before lifting back up. "It's my turn to touch you," she whispered, before her resolve left her. Panic flashed across his face, and he shook his head.
Not a good idea, Princess. His nostrils flared. I consent that you still ache.
He looked back down at her flower, his breath warm on her nectar-soaked flesh. "No, I really want to feel you, to ease you too."
"Soon, Princess. Right now."
"No." She shook her head. He didn't understand. There could never be another time for them to be together like this. This was it. She sat up, closing her thighs and pulling them under herself. "Roll over onto your back." His eyes flashed molten mercury, and he clenched his jaw so tight that she was sure he would crack a molar if he wasn't careful. Xavier shook his head. His muscles bunched as he used his arms to pull himself up. "Do it now." Her voice came out sounding firm and sure, even though her heart raced like the wind on a stormy night. The creases deepened on his brow, and he sucked in a ragged breath.
"I don't want to end up rutting you, and if you touch me, I might just lose my mind and do just that. Making love to you?"
His jaw clenched and he shook his head.
"You don't want to know the number of nights I've woken up with a raging heart on. My blood, Princess. You don't want to know the fantasies I have. And in every single one of them, my cock is buried deep inside you."
Esril had to close her eyes in order to restore her turbulent balance. Her first instinct was to rip off her nightgown and to beg him to take her. To become one with this male, joined for always. That was her greatest fantasy. It would never happen, though. She would stay true to York once she was mated, but she would have this moment with Xavier. "I will ease your need with my mouth and my hands." Her voice trembled with both nerves and excitement. Xavier's eyes glowed for a few seconds before darkening up. He swallowed thickly.
"Are you sure? You really don't?"
"Lie down." She gestured to the bed. His lips twitched. For a second it looked like he might actually smile, but the tension that radiated off of him dominated.
"I didn't know you could be so bossy."
"When I want something, I go after it. Right now, I want to ease you. I want—" She took a deep breath. "Your cock in my mouth." Xavier groaned as he did as she asked.
"Bossy, and you talk dirty. I can't wait to make you mine."
Xavier turned serious. He lifted his upper body, cupping her jaw.
"Seeing you with York made me realize that you are the one for me. I don't need to test compatibility. We'll work out the whole blood thing. I need you in my life, Esril. I don't care."
She pushed his chest so that he would lie back down. She couldn't listen to the things he was saying. It hurt too much. To shut him up, she gripped his root in her trembling hand and stroked the sensitive flesh. Xavier immediately fell back. He growled like she had hurt him. "Was I too rough?" There was a panicked edge to her voice. He shook his head.
"It felt really good."
His lids were at half-mast.
"Any type of touch from you would be pure bliss. You don't have to worry about hurting me."
Her eyes were drawn back to his turgid flesh. Tentatively, she wrapped a hand around his wide girth. Xavier hissed between clenched teeth. His root was so soft, like the finest delicate petals, but at the same time it was hard like granite. The head of his root was bulbous and soft. His breathing quickened when she touched him there. "Are you more sensitive here at the top of your cock?" Xavier swallowed hard. She noticed that his hands were fisted at his sides. His liquid mercury eyes were firmly on her hand. He nodded.
"Yeah."
His voice was rough.
"I don't think I've ever needed to come more in my whole life."
"Tell me what you want me to do. How do you like to be touched?"
His eyes filled with tenderness. "No one has ever asked me that before."
"I want to please you, Xavier."
"You already do, Princess. More than you know."
He leaned forward, running the pad of his thumb over her bottom lip.
"Remember the day I found some ripe mangoes for you?"
Yes. Did she ever? You got so angry with me for being unladylike and made me throw away my mango before I had finished. You cut up the other two for me and made me eat them with a knife and fork."
His eyes darkened, and he threw her a half-smile. "The way you were sucking on the fruit did crazy things to me. I almost came in my pants just watching you."
She felt her eyes widen as she gasped. "That's why you were so angry with me. I turned you on?" She added the last as realization dawned.
"Big time." His voice turned husky. "Treat my cock like you did that mango, and I'll be the happiest male in Poolamore. Make that this side of the hemisphere."
Esril smiled in a way he had never seen before. It was a smile of a sensual female, one that had come to understand the power that she wielded. It heated his blood. Her lips were just like picked berries. They glistened as her tongue moved across them. She turned her gaze to his rock-fucking-hard cock. One suck between those magnificent lips, and he was going to explode.
"Princess."
His voice held a warning note. She looked back at him under long, delicate lashes, suddenly looking every bit the innocent she was.
"I will tell you when I'm about to come. Push my cock down like this."
He demonstrated, aiming his shaft at his stomach.
"That way, I will come on myself. I don't want to mess up your sheets."
She nodded, looking back down at his dick. Her eyes flared with desire, and the little pink tip of her tongue flicked across her lips. "I will need to be careful." She flashed her teeth, which all had sharp little points. It was such a contrast to her delicate features and long, silky, soft hair. Her feral grin only turned him on even more. It gave him hope that she would one day put those sharp points to good use.
"I think I might like it a little rough, Princess. Don't hold back on my account."
Esril took her sweet time leaning down to him. He felt her breath on his oversensitive head way before her lush lips closed over him. Her long golden hair fell in a curtain about her face. Thank fuck he could make out how her lips thinned as they stretched around his girth. He cursed as she took him to the back of her throat. Her mouth made little suction, slurpy noises as she withdrew before taking him back. She looked exactly as she had that day in the dining hall as she attacked the mango, only better because his dick was in her mouth. He threw his head back so that she could gain some much-needed composure. If he kept watching her, he would explode in no time. Xavier wanted to savor the moment. Her teeth scraped against him when she deep-throated him. The sharp pinch had his balls pulling up, and he growled loudly. There was a popping noise as she released him. "Did I hurt you?" Her lips were puffy, and her cheeks were flushed. He couldn't help but to wonder how she would look in the throes of lovemaking. The word spectacular came to mind.
He shook his head. "It feels amazing. I'm trying hard to keep still. I might growl or curse, but it's only because of how turned on I am."
"You'll tell me if I hurt you? I think I tasted blood when my teeth nicked you."
"You can bite into any part of me any time you like, Princess."
"I think that you can call me Esril. I have your cock in my mouth." She looked even more gorgeous when she was laying down the law. Xavier couldn't help but to smile. He nodded once while groaning as she took back his dick. This time, her little hand moved up and down his shaft as she sucked on him. Her sharp teeth scraped against him every so often, but thank fuck she didn't stop to apologize again. Her nightie gaped, giving him a fantastic view of her deep cleavage. It amazed him how such a petite female had such lush mammary glands. They only just fit his hands, and he was a big male. They were so soft, so succulent. He couldn't wait to see her naked, to feel her tense just before she came apart. He couldn't wait to fix this whole mess and make her his. It was on that thought, and a particularly hard suck, that he felt his balls pull into his throat.
"Stop, Esrel,"
he choked out. Xavier threaded his fingers through her hair, intent on moving her away.
"I'm coming,"
he grunted, barely holding on. When her hand closed tighter around his shaft and her lips suctioned a little harder as she sucked him deeper into her mouth, he felt his resolve weaken. When her teeth caught the sensitive rim of his dick, cum erupted on a hoarse growl.
"Esrel."
He groaned her name. His hips jerked, but she handled the movements, catching his skin with her teeth only once more. It shocked him how good it felt. He made a noise that was somewhere between a grunt and a moan. He realized that he was gripping her hair and forced himself to let go. Most vampire males did not allow their females to go down on them for fear of fangs catching on their sensitive flesh. Xavier was just so desperate to be close to Esrel that he couldn't say no to her. He had expected to enjoy the encounter because, hell, any contact with Esrel was a bonus. What amazed him the most, though, was just how much he had enjoyed her giving him head. Her sharp teeth turned him on big time. He groaned as she finally released his still, hard flesh. Already he wanted her again. The need only increased when she smiled at him, and he caught the sight of a red drop on her top lip. Fuck, she had his blood on her mouth and didn't seem averse to it. The princess actually licked her lips, sweeping away the drop on a contented sigh. Xavier longed to kiss her so that he could savor his taste on her lips. He longed even more to thrust into her welcoming flesh. He could scent her need. He longed to drink from her and to feel her little teeth bite into him. Soon. Right now, he needed to hold her in his arms. Maybe she would let him stay until she fell asleep. The bed creaked as he changed positions, pulling her into his embrace.
"I told you to stop. You didn't have to swallow."
"I couldn't stop. You tasted too good. I enjoyed swallowing." He could hear that she was smiling. It warmed his heart. He couldn't help but to chuckle.
"You are full of surprises. I have to say that you feel perfect in my arms."
He felt her tense.
"What is it? You do know that I plan to fix this, don't you? I've already set the record straight with York. You are mine. We belong together, Esrel."
The tension through her body only increased. "Please, I don't want to talk about it right now. Just hold me." There was a desperate edge to her voice that chilled him to the core.
"Wait a minute, princess."
He pulled away so that he could look into her wide, fearful eyes. Fearful? What the fuck?
"I will fix this in the morning. I am claiming you, not because I have to, or because it would be the right thing to do, but because I want to spend the rest of my life with you."
He clasped her jaw and felt her shiver beneath his touch.
"You need to know that I—"
She shook her head, and her eyes filled with tears. "Please don't say any more. I couldn't take it. It is already done. You cannot claim me." Her lip trembled. "I'm promised to York. The ceremony has been announced."
"Bullshit."
He sat upright, feeling every muscle inside him tense.
"Why did you let me touch you? What was this all about?"
Esrel sniffed softly, and he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. She put a soft, tentative hand on his chest, touching him with the barest tips of her fingers. Her lip trembled as she shrugged her shoulders. "You have my heart, but any chance we had of being together is gone. I needed this. I'm sorry." Her voice shook so badly that she paused, biting down on her lower lip for a few beats. "I know it was selfish of me, wrong on so many levels, but I had to be with you one last time. It was my way of saying goodbye." Blood rushed through his veins. He could hear the beat of his heart in his ears. Xavier had to work to keep himself from pulling her to him. He shook his head.
"No, Esrel, I will speak with Keto. They cannot hold you to this farce of a mating. It was all a mistake, a terrible misunderstanding. I will fix it."
A tear fell as she shook her head. "It is done."
"Stop saying that."
This time he couldn't help but to clasp her slender wrist. Her tears only fell harder. "I'm sorry."
"Tell me one thing, Esrel."
He growled her name. Although she hiccuped and sniffed, the tears stopped falling. "Okay?" Her voice was still shaky.
"Do you want me?"
"More than anything." The sincerity that shone from her blue orbs almost killed him right there on the spot.
Then you are mine. I won't let York or anyone else have you.
She gasped as he pushed her down on the bed.
I will make you mine. Forget the bullshit rules. Your brother, my kings.
He settled in between her thighs, feeling her wet heat against him.
Every fucking one of them can go to hell. We are meant to be together. You are mine, princess.
He lined up his dick with her opening. Her wet heat called him. Everything about her called to him on so many levels that it scared him, but the thought of losing her scared him the most.
Mine, just as I am yours,
he growled, preparing to thrust deep inside her and ending this madness once and for all. It was then that he realized how she pushed against his chest. Utter panic marred her features. "No, please," she begged. "Stop, Xavier, stop. You have to stop." On a snarl, he tore himself away from her.
You said you wanted me more than anything. Why can't we just be together? Your brother holds no jurisdiction over me. You are considered to be a vampire. We choose to be together. What the fuck?
He let a loud groan escape him.
You know I would never hurt you, never force you. Fuck!
He snarled again, thinking how close he had come to doing just that. "I know," Esrel righted her robe. "I know this is hard for you to understand. According to my people, I have been courting with York for some time. Some even believe that I am pregnant with his child."
Fucking idiots.
He couldn't hold back. "It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. York claiming me in the up-and-coming mating ceremony has brought honor back to the royal tree." She sighed. "Although many will still look down on me as being defective, none will be able to say it publicly. How do you think it will look if you claim me now?"
"I don't give two fucks,"
he blurted, instantly regretting it as he watched hurt flare in her eyes. "I care," she whispered. "It would devastate my father." She shook her head. "It would look as if I was courting more than one male. I may have asked York if he would consider mating me, but we both know how this will look. Like I rutted my way through the vampire troops. It would shame my family. I can't do it." A tear rolled down her cheek. "It would kill my father."
"Your father wants to see you happy."
Xavier reached forward and wiped away the tear. She swallowed hard, nodding. "You are right. My father would agree for my sake. I know, though, that in the long run, the ridicule, the rumors—" She gave a humorless chuckle. "Hearing my people put me down on a daily basis would kill him. He can't take an upset like that."
"So that's it, then?"
Xavier moved from the bed and paced the room. He had to try and expel some of the turbulent energy coursing through him.
"I have to watch you take another male? You will never be truly happy?"
The thought of her living like that made him want to smash things. "My heart will always be with you. You need to know that." She reached a hand to him, sucking in a sob. Xavier cursed, a hard word, but Esrel didn't so much as flinch. He moved to her, eating up the distance in 2 big strides. Grabbing her waist, he pulled her into his arms.
"I'll find a way. We have 3 days.
Her beautiful scent filled his nose as he crushed her to him. Her tears were wet on his skin. Each one pierced his heart. Her small sniffs made him harden in his resolve.
Just promise me that you will keep believing in us."
He put his nose into her soft hair and breathed her in. "I'm too afraid to hold hope. There is no way." He pulled away from her, locking eyes with her.
"There must be, and I will find it."
She tried to smile through her tears and nodded bravely. Xavier kissed her trembling lips. She whimpered as he softly caressed her tongue with his before placing soft kisses on her jawline.
"We have to fight," he whispered into her ear. "I'm not giving you up."
She nodded. "We have 3 days. But if there is no way—"
"Don't say that."
He tried to keep the growl from his voice and failed. She placed a finger against his lips. "If we do not find a way, you have to promise to let me go." His throat felt like it was closing, and his eyes burned. She clasped his jaw, and his stubble caught on her hand. "Please, Xavier, you have to know that it's not what I want, but you have to promise me." Xavier squeezed his eyes shut for what felt like the longest time. He took in a deep breath, holding it in his lungs until they felt like they would burst before finally breathing out. Xavier took a hold of her much smaller hand in his, placing a kiss on the inside of her palm.
I promise.
The two most difficult words he had ever uttered. Her shoulders slumped, and fresh tears caressed her cheeks. Xavier pulled her back into his arms. Chapter 6. Keto's eyes dipped to her breasts.
Are you coming to bed?
Cherie put her hairbrush down on the table. Where is that blasted female? I'm on my way. She looked down at him through her lashes in the most seductive manner she could muster. Keto's robe tented as he watched her make her way to him. Thank all that was green that he was a handsome male. Tall, well-muscled, his hair halfway down his back. He had heavily pointed ears that drew a female's eye. His most endearing quality, though, was his title. Prince, soon to be king. It made her wetter than moss covered in dew on a cold, early morning. His eyelids hooded as she pulled her robe from her shoulders. He had often said that he liked her breasts because they were full, but not overly so. He liked to rut her from behind and hold on to them. He was very good with his root, knew exactly how to make her come, hard, every time. Another bonus. She knew that he planned on announcing their union soon. They spoke of it often, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He never fully gave of himself. There seemed to be something missing from his smile, from the way he touched her. Sometimes it felt like he was thinking of someone else. Sure, he had rutted with some of the servers over the years, but it had only been her for the longest time. There was no one else. She would know it if there was. Desire flared in his blue orbs, and he pulled his own robe from his magnificent body. Her flower filled with nectar as she caught sight of the length of him. "Stay where you are," she whispered. Keto was on his back in the middle of their large, round bed. His hands were clasped behind his head. Her prince shook his head, making to rise. "Let me ride you." She tried to keep her voice in a low, seductive purr. He smiled as he shook his head again.
"I like to take you from behind."
"Just this once?" She heard the whine in her voice. It irritated her. There was a timid knock at the door.
"Leave it,"
Keto growled. He had moved to his knees. His root jutted from between his narrow hips. Cherie fixed her robe. "I'll make it quick. I had one of the servers check on Esrel. She looked a little shell-shocked earlier." He sighed heavily, but nodded. Cherie made for the door. Glendril stood on the other side as expected. "I hope I wasn't disturbing." She clasped her hands in front of her and dipped her eyes to her feet. Cherie closed the door behind her. She didn't want Keto privy to this conversation. "What did she say?" The female relayed her conversation with the princess. "Interesting. So you think she's hiding something? Someone, maybe?" Glendril shrugged. "I can't say for sure, but it seems that way." The female looked down at her boots and chewed on her lip. "Out with it." Cherie tried to keep the irritation from her voice. She definitely wasn't happy. Cherie had to work hard to suppress a smile. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, the princess had no idea what it was like to want for something. She'd always been a spoiled little brat. Cherie had always wished that she could be the princess, to live in the royal oak, admired and respected by all. It was a wish she had thought was out of reach. Not anymore. It was so close now that she could taste it. With Esrel out of the picture, her life would be all the more sweeter. "Why do you hate her so much?" Glendril asked. "I don't hate her," Cherie lied. "She will be my sister one day very soon. I want her to be happy." This seemed to appease the female, who nodded. "I will inform you of any information I may discover." She paused. "As long as I know it is to help Esrel." "Of course, Glendril. I assure you that I have the best of intentions." Glendril smiled. Cherie couldn't wait for that sniveling brat to be mated and gone. It was a big fat bonus that the spoiled princess would be miserable. After seeing how the vampire prince had looked at the princess earlier today, she would bet cold, hard cash that there was something between the two of them. She'd only been having a bit of fun earlier when she mentioned that Xavier had tried to rut her. On this thought, she couldn't help but to smile broadly. "You need to know that I admire you greatly, Cherie." The server smiled at her. Her large brown eyes were filled with awe. Who would have ever thought that a lowly server could one day become queen? It gives the rest of us hope. Pride surged inside Cherie. "You speak like you have no hope of ever achieving anything." "It's not that." The female chewed on her lip for a few beats. "It's just that I'm not nearly as strong as you are. Please remember us when you take up your place on the throne. It is not easy wearing yellow, being a female."
"I know," Cherie remarked. She knew all too well what the role entailed.
"There are a number of vampire elites staying at Poulamore, and even the vampire prince himself. You should try your hand at seducing one of them. That way you could live in your own castle and leave all this behind you."
Cherie glanced at the bright yellow silk the other female was wearing. Cherie couldn't stand the color. She would never wear it again. Glendryl's eyes lit up.
"A prince?" She let out a pent-up sigh. "Daisy rutted one of the vampire guards. She said it was the best sex she has ever had. Maybe."
"You should do it," Cherie almost whispered. If Keto overheard her trying to convince a server to rut with a vampire, he would be pissed. "Don't forget to keep an eye on Esril for me, though."
Glendryl smiled. "I won't. I'll come to you with anything I find."
The female looked excited. It was past midnight when Xavier finally managed to pull himself away from the princess. She had fallen into a restless sleep. Watching her lie there, her hair spread out on her pillow, her soft breathing, made his heart ache. He needed to spend every night with her, holding her close to him. Gideon swallowed thickly as Xavier moved away from her closed chamber door.
"Keep this quiet," Xavier spoke under his breath. "You have my word,"
he replied, his voice barely audible. Xavier nodded and turned to leave.
"My lord."
It was strange to hear Gideon address him so formally. Xavier paused and turned his head so that he could just make out Gideon's dark eyes.
"If you need anything, know that I am here."
Xavier pursed his lips for a few seconds before nodding.
"Thank you. That means a lot to me."
"Anything, anytime," he growled softly.
"It is good to know,"
Xavier added before moving away. He made for the forest. Right now, he needed soil beneath his feet. He needed to get away from Poulamore, even if it was just for an hour or two. He would not find rest tonight. Anger coursed through his veins. There was another emotion that welled within him as well. It was hard at first to put a finger on exactly what the emotion was, especially considering he had never felt it before. With a sharp intake of breath, realization hit him hard in the gut. It was fear. Heart-stopping, mind-numbing fear of losing his princess. Part 3. Thorn. Chapter 1. Birds fluttered from branch to branch, and crickets chirped. A light breeze played with the shorter hair on her temple, causing it to blow lightly about her face. It was cool and pleasant beneath the shade of the trees. Ezra loved the outdoors. At least, she normally did. York threaded his fingers through hers. Ezra had to fight the urge to pull her hand away. In 2 days' time, they would be mated. It was perfectly reasonable to allow him something so small as to hold her hand, yet the need to pull away only increased as they continued to walk through the forest. It irritated her because York was a sweetheart. He could have had his pick of females here as well as back at the castle, but here he was with her. She took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of crushed grass and the rich soil. Ezra had needed to get away from the hustle of Poulamore. She needed the type of calmness that only the outdoors could bring. York had insisted on accompanying her, even though Gideon was on shift as her guard. The big, brooding male trailed about 20 feet behind them. Right now, she wished she'd just stayed in her room, but she couldn't hide from the world or from her future. It was best that she make peace with it. As much as she wanted to allow hope into her heart, she knew that finding a way out of this was impossible. She needed to try and close herself off to Xavier and accept her fate. The pain and heartache would be so much worse otherwise. She put a hand to her chest. She couldn't take much more.
"Why are you so quiet?"
York gently squeezed her hand, reminding her of how sweet and kind he was. Esril shrugged. She glanced up at York, noting the concerned expression on his face. He sighed heavily while halting. His hand was still firmly locked with hers, forcing her to stop as well. He turned. She could feel his eyes on her.
"I've seen the way you look at Xavier. I know that you would have preferred him as your mate."
He kept his tone low. Esril took a deep breath and looked up. She worked hard to keep her expression neutral. York frowned.
"I'm sorry that things have not worked out the way you would have hoped. You came to me and implored me to agree to become your mate."
He took a deep breath.
"After much thought, Esril,"
he squeezed her hand and even smiled down at her,
"I decided that we would make a good team. You need to know that I waited. His eyes became serious as they narrowed on her. I gave Xavier a chance to claim you, and he never did.
Pain squeezed her chest, causing her to hold her breath for a second. She nodded, urging him on, not ready to respond yet. Her throat was too constricted with the emotion she felt.
Although this was not your desired outcome, please know that I will do my best to be a good mate. I am sure that in time we will grow to love each other.
Esrel forced herself to smile. Her eyes burned, and although her throat was less constricted, a lump formed. She nodded, squeezing his hand back. I know you will do your best. You are a good male, York. Know that I am grateful for all you have done, and I will do my best to honor you once we are mated. Guilt churned inside her belly. York gave her a half-smile. He was a very handsome male. She only wished that she felt even a smidgen of attraction for him.
You speak as if I have made a huge sacrifice to be with you. That is not true, Princess. The truth is,
his eyes flared with interest and they dipped to her lips,
I am very attracted to you.
Oh, nuts. Oh, good, sweet petunias. York looked like he wanted to kiss her. Ezra lowered her gaze. Thank you, she managed to mutter. The big vamp took another small step towards her, putting him almost chest to chest with her. He slid a calloused hand under her chin, tilting her head up.
I would like to kiss you now, Princess. Are we permitted to kiss?
By all that was green, no. Esrel had to fight to keep from running away, as fast as her nimble elf feet would take her. She shook her head. Yes, but I would rather wait until we are mated. I can't right now. I just can't. Her thoughts were of Xavier. His silvery eyes, his endearing frown, the rare moments he smiled, especially when he smiled for her. Her heart ached for something that could never be. Confusion caused the creases on his brow to deepen and his eyes to darken.
I don't wish to scare you, but you do know that I will rut you in 2 days, right? As soon as we finish the ceremony, I will take...
She put a hand to his chest and gave him a small push. The big male took a step back of his own accord. There was no way she could have actually pushed a big male like him. I know how it works. I will be ready, but would prefer to wait until then.
York's expression softened. I will not force myself on you, Princess. Not now and not then.
You won't have to force yourself. I will willingly give you my thorn. It is customary to rut right after the ceremony. We will go into the forest. Both of us will wear white. The dirtier our clothing when we attend the celebration afterwards, the better. It is considered good luck.
York looked confused. Forgive me, but you elves have some very weird customs. I still think it would be better if we kissed and maybe touched a little before then.
Her heart rate picked up, but not from excitement. York used his free hand to lightly touch her arm.
I wouldn't harm you in any way or push you for more than you were willing to give.
He shuffled his weight from one foot to the other.
I am worried about how you will react on the day, though. It might be somewhat overwhelming for someone with such little experience. I don't think it is wise to go from never even having kissed me to full-blown sex.
I have attended sex education classes, and I've seen many pictures. I understand the mechanics. I will not be shocked or afraid.
York laughed. Pictures, classes. Princess, I am going to enjoy teaching you for real because the reality is very different from what you would find in any book.
She almost blurted that she agreed with him, feeling her cheeks heat just thinking of how Xavier had made her flower drip with nectar when he had used his mouth on her. York's nostrils flared, and he stepped back into her space, his eyes on her breasts and mouth.
I'm going to kiss you now, Princess. Do not be afraid.
She shook her head. You will have to wait, York. I am not ready. I don't know you well enough.
York took a deep breath. It is going to be difficult to be around you, to sense your need and not be able to ease you, but I will do as you request. I only hope you are not afraid when I take your thorn.
He smiled at her.
We will take it slow. I will make sure that it is very enjoyable for you. Do not fear.
He gently caressed her jaw before dropping his hand back to his side. She had to smile. Are you not in the least bit afraid? York threw his head back and laughed. When he finally regained his composure, he locked eyes with her and shook his head.
I am a vampire elite. I fear nothing. Certainly not rutting you.
I'm glad to hear that. Please, can we walk some more? There is an open meadow to the east of here. I would really like to lie in the sun for a time.
York groaned. Sun, that would be wonderful. Lead the way, Princess.
She took the opportunity to slip her hand from his and skipped ahead. Her feet might be light and nimble, but her heart weighed heavily in her chest. Her thoughts on one male.
You should quit torturing yourself,
Gideon whispered under his breath. Xavier clenched his teeth, his eyes firmly on Esrel. She was sprawled out in the open field, surrounded by long grass and wildflowers. The picture she made was of perfection, or it would be if it wasn't for York lying beside her.
I will find a way, Xavier whispered. You should have taken her last night. You are a better male than I am, because I would have done it. Compatible mates do not come by very often.
Xavier shoved his hands into his pockets.
How do you know that we are compatible? I have never rutted the princess.
Gideon chuckled softly.
I have ears. You both greatly enjoyed the simple act of touching one another. I am also of the opinion that feelings lead to greater sexual enjoyment.
Xavier nodded his head.
You are probably right. I know I am right. Two people who love each other will try harder to please one another. You sound like you have known love.
Xavier glanced Gideon's way, noticing how his face clouded for a second or two in definite pain.
Yeah, I loved and I lost. What can I say?
The male took a deep breath.
Let's just say that I understand something of what you are going through.
After a short time of silence, he added,
You need to talk with York. Make sure that the males know you have feelings for the princess. He needs to know that you plan to stop the mating.
Just then, York pulled himself up onto his elbow, his gaze still on the princess as he hovered over her. He snapped off a long piece of grass and began to tickle her arm with it. Esrel stiffened. If they weren't so far away, Xavier was sure he would hear her heart rate increase, and it damn well wouldn't be from excitement. Nervous tension radiated off of her instead. York said something to the princess that Xavier could not make out. The distance was just too great, even for his superior hearing. She nodded and relaxed somewhat. York continued to tickle her arm, lightly touching the blade of grass to her skin in long, sweeping movements. Xavier had to work hard to suppress a growl. His jaw was locked, his teeth clamped down hard.
Motherfucker. You cannot blame him, Gideon said. He is merely trying to win his female. Esrel is my female. I still have 2 days.
Xavier knew that he was being irrational and petty, but he couldn't help it. Esrel had come to mean so much to him. Gideon nodded.
If he tries to touch her, I will remove his arm.
More pettiness. The thing was, he meant every word.
She won't allow him to touch her, as much as she doesn't want to permit herself to hope that you will find a way to fix this. She is holding on nonetheless.
Xavier felt his shoulders slump. He scrubbed a hand over his face.
I don't know how, though. I can't go and see Keto. I can't find a miracle fucking cure for Qatar. I can't force Esrel to turn her back on her culture, her father, and drop this whole fucking charade. I don't know what to do.
Standing here isn't going to solve anything, Gideon whispered, his dark eyes on him.
Esrel loves you. She's not going to allow York anywhere near her. No fucking way. I know she won't. I just feel a little better when I am near her. God, I sound like such a pussy.
Gideon chuckled.
That is what love does to you, my friend. It can turn the biggest, baddest warrior into a blithering idiot.
Xavier smiled.
You think she loves me?
Gideon shook his head. He made a small, snorting noise.
You have it really bad, my prince. Yes, she has loved you for some time now, just as you have loved her. It's a pity that the two of you were too pig-headed to admit it. Could have saved a ton of heartache.
Xavier nodded.
I could kick myself. I was so sure of everything. Had my life mapped out in great detail. An elven princess did not feature in my plans, and now I feel that my future will never be complete without her in it. It won't. You will be screwed. Trust me. I know.
Xavier could see pain swirling deep inside Gideon's eyes.
To watch your female take another male? To watch her belly swell with his child? It is almost more than one male can take.
His face took on a pinched look. There were things he never knew about Gideon. He took females to his bed like any other red-blooded male. It was always casual. To Xavier's knowledge, There had never been a special female in his life.
"Go now," Gideon growled. "I will watch the princess."
Xavier nodded.
"Remember to speak with York."
His dark eyes landed on him.
"He knows where I stand,"
Xavier said as he moved away.
"I hope you spelled it out, because from where I'm standing, he is making every effort to win the princess."
Gideon gestured to York, who was still using the grass stem on Esrel's arm.
Xavier growled, "I will have another little talk with him. He needs to understand his place in this, my lord."
Gideon lowered his eyes.
Xavier smiled. "Cut the my lord crap. We are friends. Feel free to give me advice. I need all the help I can get."
Gideon nodded. Xavier took one last look at Esrel. She tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her pointed ear and licked her raspberry lips. Her beautiful eyes were closed. She looked stunning with the sun on her face and the wind in her hair. Then he turned and headed back to Pullamore. Chapter 2. "Father," Esrel heard the wonder in her own voice.
"Daughter."
His voice sounded strong and true. His cheeks held color for the first time since she had seen him, and his eyes twinkled brightly. The smile that graced his lips made her heart fill with joy. "You look amazing." She walked over to him and took his hand in hers. She couldn't believe the change in temperature in his hands, from cold and a little clammy to warm and healthy. Even his gray hair didn't look as stringy and lackluster as it had the day before. The transformation was astounding.
"It is the good news, my darling Esrel."
He smiled warmly at her while squeezing her hand.
"I am so happy that you are finally going to have the life I always dreamed of for you. That you will soon be mated and taken care of. You need to know that it does not matter to me that he is not royalty. Only your happiness matters, my dear Esrel."
His smile broadened.
"Now, tell me about this York."
She smiled back, trying hard not to panic. The problem was, she didn't know very much about him. "He is an elite warrior, one of the very best. He is good and kind. York cares greatly for me."
"How long have you known him?"
"Not very long, Father. Although I've seen him around the castle, and he has been my guard on occasion, I only really got to know him recently."
"Love is a strange thing." Her father winked at her. "You normally know very quickly. We may try and fool ourselves and deny it. There are those that can be downright stubborn. But we normally know deep down inside, don't we?"
She nodded, sinking deeper into her chair. It almost felt like he knew about Xavier, but that was impossible.
"I am glad that both of you have acknowledged your feelings for one another, and that you have not wasted time. You have many years ahead of you to get to know York, and for him to get to know you."
He smiled at her.
"It seems as if your tonic is working. I actually feel like I'm on the mend, and look forward to attending the ceremony."
"Oh, Father," she sighed, and even though her heart was gladdened, a heavy sorrow settled deep within. He moved, trying to get comfortable, and the covers rustled.
"I will give your hand to your chosen, even if it kills me, daughter."
She gasped. "Don't say such a thing, Father." He chuckled softly. She had missed his smile, his laugh, his wicked sense of humor. "There will be no dying." She tried to sound stern and even wagged her finger at him.
"I think I'm going to be okay."
He opened his arms to her and she hugged him tightly, feeling like a little girl. Esrel almost wished she could be a child again, carefree and with her whole future ahead of her. She had such plans, hopes, and dreams for herself. Esrel walked from her father's chamber. The shadows grew longer and so much darker as night fell. Gideon trailed behind her. It wouldn't be long before another guard relieved him from his duty. York, as her future mate, was no longer overseeing her safety. Her brother had said that it wouldn't be right for her future mate to act in that capacity. Her heart leapt into her throat. If it weren't for the hand clamped tightly over her mouth, she would have screamed. Whoever it was that had her trapped between hands of steel dragged her in amongst the dark alcove of branches. Her eyes felt wide in her head as she frantically searched for Gideon. The male would have seen that she was taken, and if he hadn't, then he would surely notice her absence quickly. Would surely hear her elevated heartbeat and frantic breaths through her nostrils.
"It's only me,"
a familiar husky voice whispered in her ear, just as his delicious musky scent enveloped her. Xavier slid his hand from her mouth. He pushed his hard, hot body against her back.
"I've missed you."
Turning her head, she could just make out the profile of his face and his intense silvery eyes. "I've missed you too," she whispered. He turned her in his arms and pulled her towards him. Esril could feel how her breasts crushed against his chest. She slid her hands up and around his neck, just as his mouth covered hers in a kiss that had her knees feeling weak and her breath coming in tiny pants. She couldn't help the contented sigh that fell from her lips when he finally released her. By all that was green, she wished that she had more willpower. Her feelings for this vampire superseded all logic. They shouldn't be doing this. He must have seen the pain reflected in her eyes. His eyes filled with concern and turned a darker gray. 2 crease marks appeared on his forehead.
"I'll find a way,"
he whispered. "How?" Last night he looked so self-assured that even though she knew it was impossible, she had been tempted to believe him. Right now, she saw doubt reflected in his eyes. It felt like someone had ripped open her chest, reached in, and pulled out her still beating heart. Though she had tried hard to convince herself that she did not believe they had any hope of succeeding, somehow the emotion had still taken up residence and blossomed within her. Xavier cupped her cheeks, his face only inches from hers.
"I told you that I'll find a way, and I will."
"How? I just can't see a way out of this, Xavier." She chewed on her bottom lip for a beat. "I'm scared of having to live the rest of my life without you in it."
He clenched his jaw. "I'll be there for you, Princess."
He took a deep breath.
"I don't know how yet."
His eyes pulled up to the branches just above his head before looking back at her.
"Are you sure I can't speak with Keto?"
She shook her head so hard that it dislodged his hold. "You can't do that. It won't help anyway. He will insist that I mate with York. Like I told you before, it's already done." Grabbing a hold of her hands, he stepped right up to her, and she had to crane her neck to keep her eyes locked with his.
"If there is a way, I will find it. Of that you can be sure. You are mine, Esril, and I won't give you up without a fight."
"I know. It scares me, but we have to try. I won't give up on us either."
"How is your father doing?"
His voice was a low whisper. She had to smile, which in turn made him smile back at her. "He is doing so much better. I can't believe the change." A heaviness settled in her chest. It caused her to bite down on her lip. "I can't hurt him, Xavier. He's better because he isn't worrying about me. I know it."
"The healers have picked up something in his blood. They are working on assessing exactly what it is. The problem is that they don't want to keep pricking him with silver needles to draw more blood to test. The silver weakens him. It makes him ill."
"Do they have any idea what it could be?"
Xavier shook his head. "I have a feeling it has to do with the silver spikes he keeps getting, but they are being very evasive. I'm sure that they know something but are not saying it. We will have to wait for word. I'm so happy to hear that he is doing better, though."
He must have seen something in her eyes just before she turned her gaze to her feet, because he cupped her chin.
"I'm going to fix this. We belong together."
His voice was husky and full of promise and renewed resolve. His eyes dropped to her lips, and she couldn't help but to lick them. Xavier groaned.
"I want you so badly I ache."
"I want you too." She smiled, loving that she had this effect on him. One of his hands slid into her hair, burying its way deep into the strands, while the other cupped her ass, pulling her against him. He was hard, everywhere. Excitement coursed through her veins, and her breathing turned choppy. When he kissed her, she kissed him back. She even parted her lips to allow his tongue to caress hers. It felt like she couldn't get enough of this male. Clinging on to him for dear life, she dug her fingers into his muscles, even wound her leg around his calf. And now an all-too-familiar need awakened inside her, a hunger that consumed her, one that only Xavier could quell. To her horror, she found herself aching against him. A little whimper escaped. He worked his thigh between her legs, and she rubbed and arched against it. Her rosebud throbbed, begging to be licked or fondled. Her nipples were so tight as they stroked against his chest with each movement. She whimpered again into his mouth. Xavier broke the kiss on a barely audible curse.
"Let me ease you,"
he whispered, his breath hot on her lips. His hand cupped her mound over her silk robe. Even the warmth of his fingers through the silk helped ease her growing need, if only just a little. She sucked in a lungful of air, already nodding in agreement when a low growl sounded from just outside the canopy. "Someone is coming." Xavier put the fingers of his other hand against her lips. His eyes narrowed, and he gently eased them deeper into the leafy cover, somehow managing to keep the leaves from rustling and cracking as they brushed against them. Her heart sped, and she had to consciously work to control her breathing. Their elven senses may not be as developed as the vampires, but that didn't mean they were non-existent. Xavier bracketed his strong arms around her, and despite the circumstances, she felt safe. Light footfalls became louder. It was definitely an elf. Vampire males wore heavy army-type boots, which made way more noise. Gideon greeted whoever the person was. A female greeted back. Although her voice was familiar, she failed to place who it was. Esrel waited for the footfalls to retreat. Instead, a soft giggle sounded. "I'm Glendril, and who might you be?" "Glendril." She held her breath. A shiver crept up her spine. Although the female had been nothing but helpful the night before, she couldn't help but to feel that Glendril had pressed her a little too hard for information. Like she had an ulterior motive or something. Esrel shook her head. Paranoid much? She really needed to get a handle on her wayward emotions.
"I'm Gideon."
The male's deep voice punctured through the canopy of branches. Xavier pressed a soft kiss to her temple and threw her a half-smile. Looking up at him from under her lashes, she couldn't help but to reciprocate. "You are exactly as Daisy described you?" Another soft giggle. "Your most recent conquest told me all about you." "Are you on guard duty at the moment? I don't see the princess anywhere." There was a pause and a shuffling of boots. Esrel assumed that Glendril was looking around for her. Xavier's arms tightened around her as her heart picked up speed at the prospect of Glendril finding them. Gideon didn't respond. "Handsome and mysterious, I see. I would like it very much if you came with me now, Gideon. I have to say that you are looking a little thirsty. My flower is filled with nectar just looking at you." Esrel had to bite her lip to keep from giggling. She had always seen Glendril as quiet and sweet. Boy, was she way off the mark. There was a long silence. Xavier's eyes were silvery in the darkness of the canopy. Even though he held her with infinite care, his big body was poised and ready. Heavy boots shuffled, and Gideon growled softly. If Esrel didn't know any better, she would say that he sounded aroused. "I can see that you like my breasts," Glendril whispered.
"So plump. Are all elven females built this way?"
The male was definitely aroused. Glendril made a husky noise of agreement. "Although I have been even more blessed than the average female."
"I never thought I would say this, but maybe you should put them away before someone comes."
Another low growl.
"I am tempted to take you up against this tree."
"We could slip in there," Glendril gasped just as Xavier tensed against her. Esrel was sure that Glendril was referring to where they were standing. "Oh yeah, big boy, your root sure is hard and so very big." There was a shuffling of fabric. Xavier shook his head and rolled his eyes. Esrel bit down on her lip to keep from laughing. It was so wrong to be listening in on this conversation.
Gideon groaned. "I am not a boy."
"That's for sure. Not with a dick the size of a tall oak. I don't think you are a boy. It is merely a human saying. I like to read books and have picked up a few things along the way. It is a compliment." The male vampire made a pained noise.
"As good as that feels, and as much as I would love to slip behind those branches, I am going to make you scream, so it would be best if you told me where to find your chamber."
Glendril had to still be touching him because he groaned even harder. "I will meet you there when my shift ends in 10 minutes. Stop doing that, or I will come in my pants." Xavier's mouth twitched. At this point, she had to put a hand over her mouth to keep herself from truly giggling. "Come with me now. I don't see the princess. Did you say she was here?" The branches close to where they were standing rustled. Esrel pursed her lip to keep from making a noise. She could hear Glendril's soft leather boots as she moved about. "I do pick up her scent, but—"
"Fine."
Gideon's voice sounded unnaturally thick.
"I'll come with you. It's almost 6 o'clock anyway."
The male knew that Xavier was with her, and that the replacement guard would be at her front door at 6 sharp. He was giving them a way out. Not that it was much of a hardship on him. 2 sets of feet began to move away. "I can't wait to feel you deep inside me," Glendril murmured. Gideon made a sound of approval.
I have a feeling your pussy will be snug. I wonder. He paused, taking a deep breath. Will you taste as sweet as you scent?
I have been told that my nectar is delicious to savor.
Make no mistake, female. I plan to devour your pussy, but I was referring to your blood. You are going to enjoy being taken with cock and fang. It will be the best orgasm you have ever had.
Glendryl's moan was the last thing Esril heard before they moved out of earshot. She couldn't help but to giggle softly into her hand. It was mostly out of sheer nervousness of nearly being caught. Her armpits actually felt damp. Unfortunately, so were her inner thighs. Xavier made her forget all rhyme and reason. He made her forget her future and her past. His nostrils flared, and his eyes dipped to the juncture at her thighs. She squeezed her legs together to try and tamp down on the aching need, but it only made it worse. Chewing on her lip, she actually tasted blood as one of her sharp teeth nicked her flesh. Xavier groaned, sounding so needy.
I want to touch you,
he whispered, pulling her against him. There is no one to stand guard. As she whispered, she moved closer until she straddled his thigh.
We will need to be quick.
His hand slipped between the folds of her robe, closing on her flower. Esril sucked in a deep breath.
And quiet.
His eyes moved to her lips a fraction for a second before he devoured them. No time to waste, his fingers settled on her rosebud in a back-and-forth friction that had her arching her back and moaning. Xavier's hot, demanding mouth swallowed the noise. His finger dipped to her flower, barely breaching the opening. The feeling of him there, in such a forbidden place, had her sucking in a breath. It had her heart stopping for a long moment. Finger covered in nectar, he continued his assault on her clit. Even saying the word in her mind had her orgasm coiling in her belly. Her fingers dug into him, her one leg lifted, hooking higher on his thigh. The blast of pleasure that tore through her had her knees weakening. If it wasn't for his hand at the back of her neck, she would have pulled away on a high-pitched cry. In that moment, she didn't care if all of Pullamore heard her. Xavier kept his mouth closed over hers, muffling any noises she might make. He slowly eased the pressure on her rosebud, drawing out her pleasure. Just as he removed his hand, he broke the kiss, giving her a little peck on the tip of her nose.
Can I let you go now?
She nodded. Xavier put a hand to her hip as he settled her firmly on her feet. Feeling weak, yet thoroughly sated, she couldn't help but to grin at him like a fool. Xavier smiled back.
Feeling a bit better.
Esril nodded. I only wish I could do the same for you.
His eyes darkened. As much as I would love your hands on me, I'm afraid that our time is up.
He winked at her as he moved away.
Besides, I got all that I needed from feeling you come in my arms. Wait here.
Xavier instructed softly as he began to move away. Esril had to suppress a gasp as she saw him stick his fingers in his mouth, his eyes drifting shut for a second as he savored her nectar. Within a few seconds, he was back.
Coast is clear. Let's go. I'll take you back to your chamber and wait for the replacement.
What if someone sees us?
No one knows about us except for Gideon and maybe York.
Xavier stayed a half step behind her. He had shoved his hands into his pockets. She glanced back. His eyes were gunmetal gray, and 2 creases had appeared between his eyes. She loved the way the shadows played on his face, highlighting the slight cleft in his. Wait a minute. Did you just say that York knows about us? Her voice had a panicked edge. Xavier half smiled.
The male is no fool. Besides, I'm sure he could scent me on you this morning.
She stopped walking. Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Male seed is designed to leave a scent marker on a female. Granted, it would have left more of a scent if I had rutted you, but...
Esril could feel the blood drain from her face. I was sure that if I brushed my teeth, gargled with mouthwash, I sprayed my bedding and my clothes with rosewater, which would mask any scent for sure.
You forget that we have a better sense of smell than elves do. Your species would be none the wiser.
Xavier's eyebrows lifted.
I would be very surprised, though, if York didn't know.
Her mouth gaped open, but as hard as she tried, she couldn't make it close.
Don't look so shocked, Princess. Xavier smiled. I told York yesterday that you were mine, and that he had no place claiming you. I'm sorry if this upsets you.
Esrel sucked in a breath as her brain started working again. She swatted Xavier on the arm. He smiled.
Don't do that. I don't want you to get hurt.
I might be small, but I'm strong, she growled at him. I can't believe you let me... She lowered her voice while looking up at him through narrowed eyes. Swallow, knowing York would be able to tell.
I told you not to swallow, and with my cock halfway down your throat and my balls in my own throat, I couldn't force myself to make you release me. I'm sorry.
He paused.
You're not mated to him, and if I have anything to say about it, you won't be mating him.
He claimed me. I shouldn't have. We shouldn't have. It's wrong.
Bullshit, Princess. Listen to me.
His jaw clenched for a few beats, and his eyes darkened so much that they turned a lighter shade of black.
We belong together. You're not mating York, and that's fucking final.
His voice had become a low growl.
I will talk with him again. He needs to know that I am fighting for us. I don't want him to get starry-fucking-eyed over a future with you.
Esrel squeezed her eyes shut. York had been nothing but kind to her. It would only make things so much worse if he knew just how deep her feelings for Xavier ran. Although the male knew there was an attraction between herself and Xavier, she didn't think he realized that they were in love with one another, that her heart would always belong to another male. What if she and York did end up mated? It was a strong possibility at this point. York, knowing, would drive a wedge between them that could never be taken down.
Esrel, sweetheart, Xavier whispered. He knows already. Apparently everyone knew how we felt for one another except for us.
She had to smile, feeling something inside her ease.
I won't hurt him in any way. I just don't want him getting his hopes up about a union with you. It's best that he knows where we stand.
She nodded. You are right. Do you want me to be with you when you discuss it with him?
Xavier shook his head. I will handle it. He'll listen if he knows what's fucking good for him.
Esrel flinched at his foul language. She felt herself frown. Do you have to keep using that word? She whispered.
Which word? Fuck?
His eyes were sparkling with amusement. She nodded. It's unnecessary.
I thought you liked a little bit of dirty talk, Princess, and I plan on using the word fuck very often where you are concerned.
She felt her cheeks heat. Xavier knew exactly how to push all of her hot buttons. She licked her lips. I do like dirty talk. But cursing during general conversation? She shook her head.
I'll make a bet with you. His mouth twitched. You and I get through this and I'll never swear again. I swear.
He touched his heart and looked up to the canopy above like he was not only making a pact with her, but with a higher power. That's so sweet. She stopped walking for a few beats and smiled at him. She imagined that she must have looked all starry-eyed to him. Like if you looked up the words in love in the dictionary, a picture of her in this moment would be there. They started walking again, and it wasn't lost on her how slow they were moving. He glanced her way, and his eyes swirled with silver.
You are so damned beautiful that it hurts me to look at you.
She caught her bottom lip between her teeth, feeling her flesh dent. His gaze zoned in on her mouth.
I really want to kiss you right now.
His nostrils flared,
but we had better keep walking.
He sighed like it was the biggest regret. Esrel sucked on her bottom lip for a few beats more. I want to do more than just kiss, she finally blurted. Xavier stumbled but righted himself immediately.
One of these days, very soon, I'm going to kiss you from your head right down to your toes, and then back again.
More kissing, she sighed. Boring. She pretended to yawn in her hand. Xavier growled and chuckled at the same time. The deep, husky sound did strange things to her insides.
Once I've finished kissing you, and have made you come at least half a dozen times, I will ease myself into your tight flower.
Flower? Her own voice sounded a little thick and a lot breathless. Xavier?
Yeah?
I like it when you say pussy, she said on a whisper. It sounds really naughty and makes me feel hot inside, like I'm burning up. Xavier made a strained noise between clenched teeth.
You're sweet, little pussy. It will be like finally coming home. I will be able to show you how much you mean to me, how much I...
Thankfully, he let the sentence die as his eyes turned stormy with determination. Her own eyes drifted shut for a half a beat, and her breathing turned a little erratic.
As much as it will kill me, Princess, the first time we make love, I will take you slowly and with infinite care until you beg me to let you come."
She had to stop breathing to hear what he was saying. Just before they rounded the last tree that led to her walkway, he stopped walking. Neither of them looked at each other.
"When I take you for the second time, I won't be gentle or soft in any way."
He swallowed thickly. She saw his Adam's apple bob out of the corner of her eye.
"I will plow into your slick heat. It will be quick and hard. It might even hurt just a little, but I will make you come so hard that you may not be able to remember your own name. I will brand you as mine in every way possible. Every part of your body will know me."
Her heart sped out of control. She had to clear her throat before she could speak. "I can't wait." Her knees felt weak, and her inner thighs were dripping wet.
"Good, because it's going to happen."
Xavier put his hand to her back, reminding her to keep on walking. It was her turn to stumble. He grabbed a hold of her, which prevented her from falling onto her face. York's stormy gaze narrowed on both of them as they turned the bend. His hard eyes moved to where Xavier still clutched her elbow. The grip on her arm tightened for several long seconds before Xavier finally released her. A beast of a male stood next to York, who she had always thought of as overly large. Dark, scary eyes moved her way. Other than that, the male looked indifferent.
"Where have you been? Where is Gideon?"
York growled. He pursed his lips for a few beats. Then his nostrils flared and his eyes dipped to her thighs.
"I claimed this female,"
York snarled, his arms bunching at his sides.
"You can't do this, Xavier."
The only indication Xavier gave of his anger was when his eyes darkened. They turned gunmetal gray and cold as steel.
"This is Lazarus."
Xavier chose to ignore York and gestured in the direction of the giant vampire. The big male dipped his head.
"It is a great pleasure to meet you, Princess."
Esrel nodded back, having to use every last bit of her resolve to at least seem calm and unaffected. It wasn't lost on her how York looked at Xavier, how his hands were fisted tightly at his sides.
"Guard her with your life."
Xavier kept his eyes locked with Lazarus's for a few beats before turning to face York.
"We need to talk," he growled. "I know your take on this and you know mine. There is nothing to discuss."
York bit out. A muscle ticked in Xavier's jaw.
"This can go one of two ways."
Esrel swallowed thickly, feeling her heart rate quicken. "Please," she whispered, "don't hurt him." It was only then that she realized that she clasped Xavier's arm. She released him before taking a step back. She managed to somehow drag her eyes from Xavier. They locked with York's. "I'm so sorry." Some passing elves, sensing the tension, had stopped to listen in on the conversation.
"This discussion needs to happen."
Xavier's eyes softened as they landed on her, and he lifted the hand closest to her before realizing what he was doing and shoving it into his pocket. Then he looked back at York.
"Hear me out, please."
Something in her eased when she realized that Xavier was giving York a choice. He wouldn't force the male into listening to him. At first, the big male's eyes seemed to harden, but then he took a deep breath before nodding once.
"Call if you need anything."
Xavier glanced Lazarus's way as he spoke.
"The same goes for you, Princess."
His eyes landed on her, and her heart almost gave up beating. She nodded weakly.
"Don't hesitate,"
York said, drawing her attention. He gave her a half smile. Esrel nodded once. "I'm sure I'll be fine, but thank you for everything." Xavier took a step towards her, his jaw locked.
"I'll come by later to check in on you."
Excitement coursed through her, and she nodded. It did make her feel somewhat better knowing that York knew about her and Xavier. She only hoped he would understand the depths of their feelings for one another. York didn't love her. That much she knew, though it seemed that she had done a very good job of convincing him that they were a good match. Guilt still churned inside her. York growled. How could she blame him? She felt so bad for him. He was such a good male. She so wished that things could be different.
"After you."
Xavier gestured to the walkway ahead. Esrel could see that he was trying to go easy on York, that he too must be feeling guilty about how this was all playing out. She turned back to Lazarus, who had an amused expression on his face. His nostrils flared, but his eyes stayed on hers. The big male shook his head. She felt her eyes narrow, and her hands automatically clasped her hips. He must have caught something in the look she threw him, because he threw up his hands and chuckled softly.
"It's none of my business, Princess."
Esrel nodded. "It's not the way that it looks."
"Actually, I think it's exactly the way it looks. Some unsolicited advice? Take care of how the two of you look at each other."
She felt her brow crease, and even began to shake her head.
"You and Xavier, Princess? It's easy to see from about a mile away that the two of you are mad for one another. It could become a problem considering you have been publicly claimed by another."
He shook his head.
"I really hope you can get it sorted out. I overstepped my mark already. I will just stand here and ensure your safety from here on out."
"Thank you." She knew it sounded lame, but didn't know what else to say. They would need to be more careful. Chapter 3.
"I'm really starting to tire of our long walks in the countryside."
York strode ahead of him. He glanced back over his shoulder as he spoke. The male's muscles were bunched. Xavier could hear his heart rate and ragged breaths, and it sure as hell wasn't from the exertion.
"You must agree that we needed to have this out with one another. It can't carry on like this." "You're right."
York picked up the pace.
"You need to stay away from her. How do you think it makes me feel to know you're fucking around with the female I'm about to mate with? With all due respect, my lord, it needs to fucking stop." "You're right."
By now they were far enough away from Pullamore, but York kept on walking. Hell, if it made the male feel any better, then so be it.
"So why the fuck are you meeting up with her later, then?"
York spun around, putting his hard eyes on Xavier.
"From her scent this morning and just now, it isn't to talk with her. Although I'm sure you'll use your mouths a whole hell of a damn lot. You're right. I shouldn't be spending time with or touching the female you're about to mate. But York, you need to know that I plan on stopping this. If I have anything to do with it, you won't be mating her."
His face contorted with rage, and for a second Xavier was sure that York would fly at him. He even braced himself. Xavier would do his best to hold off the male without actually having to hurt him. Maybe this way York could get rid of a bit of his frustration, and they could actually have a real conversation. Instead, York snarled, sounding every bit the warrior he was, and punched a nearby tree. Its trunk was thick, and yet Xavier still heard a crack. Xavier waited patiently as York pummeled the tree a second and a third time. A crack appeared as bark exploded about him. Finally, chest heaving, York turned to face Xavier. His hands were a bloody mess.
"I claimed her," he growled, the words barely recognizable. "She is soon to be mine. Tell me one thing. Do you love her?"
York's jaw clenched, and he mopped a bloody paw across his face, leaving a streak of red.
"Please, York, do you love Esrel? Answer me honestly. What difference does it make? She is a good female. I'm attracted to her, and I'm sure that we would be compatible. I will do my damnedest to please her."
Xavier had to swallow hard as he shoved his hands into his pockets to prevent himself from hitting York. The thought of him or any other male touching his female enraged him.
"I would treat her right, take very good care of her, and in return she would bear me young. I long to be a father."
It was strange to see the change in such a hardened male. Everything in him softened, and his eyes lit up.
"I hope to have several children. I want a house filled with the sound of laughter." "Your main reason for wanting to mate the princess is so that you can become a father?"
He nodded.
"I told you that she put up a good argument. It's not that I would just take any female, though. I could see myself caring for the princess greatly, and I would hope that she would do the same for me in return. I would do everything for my family." "You have yet to say that you love her, York."
Xavier hated to state the obvious.
"Love is fucking overrated," York growled. "No, it's not."
Xavier took a deep breath, scrubbing a hand through his hair and clasping the back of his neck.
"Even just a few short days ago, I would have agreed with you, but I was wrong, York. I was very fucking wrong. Love is everything, and once you have experienced it, you will never want to let it go."
York shook his head.
"Are you telling me that you love her? I know that you lust after her and that you care for her, maybe even see her as a friend, but love? Xavier, really? You? I don't believe it." Well, you had better fucking believe it. I love her more than anything, more than my next breath. My life would be meaningless without her, and Esrel feels the same about me. Do you really want a female that is in love with another male? Don't you want more than that? Wouldn't you like to experience love for yourself?
Xavier couldn't help but to smile as he thought of Esrel, so soft, sweet, and innocent, yet she had a tougher side as well. He loved the way she always put others before herself, loved that she had no clue as to how beautiful she was. He planned on rectifying that in a big way, by his actions, in his words, and with the way he made deep, passionate love to her. York shrugged.
I have never experienced love. I'm not sure I want to. I've seen grown males turn into pussies, he growled.
Xavier couldn't help but to smile.
I'll gladly call myself a pussy. I love her, York. She is mine and will always be mine. Don't you want a female you can truly call your own?
York's big shoulders lifted for a second before dropping. He sighed deeply.
I want my own female and I want children. But how? Look around you. This place is crawling with eligible females. From what I've heard, the elves do not have the fertility issues that we do.
York chuckled humorlessly.
The elven females may want to rut with us, but they are not interested in anything long-term. What if I told you that we were working on something?
Xavier looked around them, seeing only thick tree trunks for miles around. York looked skeptical.
A program.
Xavier paused, not sure how much to disclose.
What type of program?
By the glint in York's eyes, he could see that he had struck a chord.
What I'm about to tell you is strictly classified. Top fucking secret, so not a word to anyone.
York nodded his eyes.
This goes no further.
He narrowed his eyes at York.
We're starting a breeding program.
Interest definitely flared in the big male's eyes, and he took a step closer while licking his lips.
With humans. I know you have always been interested in having one, since I've heard you mention it on several occasions.
York licked his lips again.
What red-blooded vampire male wouldn't be? They are so sweet, are so lush yet ridiculously tight, or so I've been told. The fact that they are capable of bearing young is a major bonus.
York looked skeptical.
Humans have always been off limits, though. Why the sudden change of heart? It's come to our attention that all human females will become stronger once they are mated to a species male. It's not just royal mates. The wolves have been taking human mates for years with no problem. All of their mates become stronger and have given them young. Wolves are weaklings in comparison to vampires. What about bloodlust and the risks involved? Don't get me wrong. I would love a human mate, but the female could end up getting hurt or even killed. All the angles are being covered. It's still in its early stages, but Brant and Zane are working on rolling out a breeding program where our best males will get to take human mates. We are months away from trials. Right now, it's all being discussed with our lawyers. Contracts are being drawn up, but in the very near future, there will be opportunities. What if I could guarantee you a place in the program?
York shook his head.
As great as it sounds, it's not a sure thing. I've known our kings to change their minds on a whim. Either of them could overrule you.
Xavier shook his head.
The program is a sure thing, and I will make it happen for you. I swear it. I'll discuss it with Brant now, up front. If he gave you his personal word, would you agree to help Esrel and me? To backing the fuck off?
He couldn't help but to growl. When York hesitated, pursing his lips, Xavier felt frustration well. Having York on their side would make things much easier. The longer the male made him wait, the more he wanted to hit him. But he held back. Although York had acted with his own interests in mind, there was no doubt that he had some sort of feelings for Esrel, and that at the end of the day, he had been trying to help her.
Please, York, we love each other. She is everything to me. I would be lost without her. Stop, for fucking sakes.
York made a puking noise.
You're going to make me sick. Set it up with Brant and you have got yourself a deal. Do you want me to go and see Keto? Do I make an announcement or something?
Xavier shook his head.
It's not going to be that easy. The elven folk are expecting a union between the two of you. As far as they're concerned, it's done. No going back.
He went on to explain the effect it would have on King Qatar's health and on Esrel's reputation as well. He reminded York of how close Esrel was with her father and of how she would blame herself for his death if she called off the mating. Even if she was told without a doubt that she wasn't to blame, his princess would still blame herself.
So what?
York's brow was heavily creased.
You ask me to concede and then tell me that there is pretty much no way out? I will find a way. I need you, Lazarus and Gideon, to help me. I'm hoping that they find a cure for King Qatar between now and then. Don't hold your breath. Don't get me wrong, I'm not relying on it. Would be nice to catch a break for a change, though.
Xavier squeezed the back of his neck, looking up at the thick canopy above.
Fuck it. When we get back, I'm going to speak with Keto myself. You're what?
York smiled.
You must have a death wish.
It was as if his blood turned to gasoline and someone had struck a match.
If that fucker so much as lifts his pinky finger, he will.
Xavier meant to say die, but there was no way he could kill Esrel's brother. He shook his head before he continued.
Bleed.
York smiled.
So you're just going to march in there and tell him you plan on mating his sister, and in so doing, smear the royal reputation, which could end up killing his father?
Xavier smiled.
Something like that.
He paused, filling his lungs with air.
It would be nice to see him care for his sister for a change, to actually be on board with doing something that would make her happy. It would be really nice if we could end up seeing eye to eye on this one. Good luck with that. I think there is more of a chance of me sprouting pink wings and flip-flapping from one tree to the next. Now that I would like to see.
Xavier chuckled.
Keep dreaming.
York chuckled as well. It was a scary sight. The male was just too big and mean-looking to be laughing.
How about we get Brant on the line and seal this deal?
Xavier needed things wrapped up. Time was running out fast. Chapter 4. There was a long pause on the other end of the line.
What the fuck, Xavier?
This was followed by a deep sigh.
You are putting me on the spot here. Take your female. You are a vampire fucking prince. It's time to act like one.
Xavier sighed.
Didn't you hear a word I just said? I happen to care greatly about my female's feelings and her reputation. She is convinced that her father will die as a direct result of my overriding York's claim. Bull fucking shit. If the male dies, it will be from his illness, not because you ruined his daughter's reputation. Qatar is so much better now that he thinks his beloved daughter is to be mated. He blamed himself for giving her to us vampires. He will blame himself in the worst way if she is seen as defective and ridiculed. If I claim her and her father ends up dying, even if the cause is strictly his illness, she will never forgive herself. I can't do that to her. Boo fucking who?
Brent growled.
Put yourself in my shoes. What if it was Tanya? I know you would do anything for your female. The last thing you would want would be to see her upset, to blame herself for the death of a loved one. You don't just get over something like that. Tanya's my mate. It's different.
Brant's voice turned icy cold.
Leave her out of it. You would have felt the same way even before you were mated. I know you would have done anything for her even then. Don't try and deny it. I told you to leave her out of it, he growled. Only because I'm right.
Xavier could hear that he was getting to his brother.
Fine.
Brant sighed.
What the fuck do you want? I told you.
Xavier paused, his eyes locked on York, who was standing a few feet in front of him with an almost desperate look on his face.
Guarantee me that York can be in the program. I can't.
Xavier cursed a hard word, and York's face turned a darker shade of red. The male clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth.
Calm the fuck down. The best I can do is to get him into the trials. If he makes it through, he's in the program. We have to set up parameters to minimize our risk. There is no bypassing them. What trials?
Xavier asked. By now, York had quit grinding his teeth and had his full attention on Xavier again. Hope shined in his eyes.
The ones in which we plan on testing the males to ensure that they don't have bloodlust.
Xavier nodded.
Fine. Hold a sec.
He raised his eyebrows in York's direction.
What the fuck? York growled. I want in on the program. You heard, Brant. No one bypasses the trials. All you have to do is prove that you don't have bloodlust and you're in. Done fucking deal. That is as much as I can do. The rest of the warriors will have to fight their way in. Brant explained that there are limited spots.
Xavier narrowed his eyes on York.
You can count yourself lucky.
York gestured to the phone in Xavier's hand. Xavier put the device to his ear.
York has something to say.
Brent growled, but didn't refuse. York took the phone.
Good day, my lord.
There was a growl on the other end again.
Thank you for the opportunity, my lord. What type of trial will I need to pass? You can thank my brother. If it were up to me, you would fight for the opportunity just like everybody else.
Xavier heard Brent say through the device.
In that case, I'll be sure to thank Xavier.
York gave a quick shake of the head, and he even rolled his eyes as he looked Xavier's way.
Now about that trial, my lord. Simple, Brent growled. Drink from a human female without going into bloodlust mode and you are in. That's it?
York sounded skeptical.
Yeah, that's it. Then you will get to play happy family with your human. Will I get to choose a female? We're still ironing out the details, but yes, ideally couples should be compatible.
By now, Brent was sounding bored. York grinned, looking more like he was about to tear something open with his teeth rather than smiling.
Thank you, my lord. I told you to thank my brother.
Still smiling from ear to ear, York nodded.
Yes, my lord.
He handed the phone back to Xavier.
I don't think I've ever seen York this happy.
Xavier found himself smiling as well.
He looks terrible. It's frightening. Go and get your female. I'm sure you'll find a way to sort this shit out. I plan to, on both counts.
Xavier clutched the phone so tightly that he heard the metal creak and forced himself to release his hold.
You'll owe me for this. Like fuck.
Xavier chuckled.
You'll be getting exactly what you wanted in the first place. Don't try and turn the shit around. Yeah.
Xavier could hear that Brent was smiling. They said their goodbyes, and he ended the call, shoving the phone into his pocket.
A human female, York growled. I never thought I'd see the day. I'm glad we managed to work this out.
The thought of York as collateral damage had not enthused him. He and the male had always gotten along.
Me too, the big male said, his voice deep. I do not think that the princess would ever have let me touch her, not even once we were mated. I think she was fooling herself into thinking that we could ever be together. So was I, for that matter. I am relieved that this has been resolved. I don't think I would ever have let you touch her. Even if you had gone through with the ceremony, I don't think I could have allowed it. Ever. We're in shit if we don't find a way out of this, then. We'd better go back to Pullamore. Go and speak with Keto. I will dig around to see what I can find. I'm in with the Highborns. I'll do some careful snooping to try and see if there's a loophole in the system. I'm sure if we all work together, it will work out.
Xavier felt his brow crease.
You mating Esrel is not an option. Where is Gideon? 2 sets of eyes are better than 1.
Xavier smiled. He shook his head.
Gideon will be of no use for the next few hours. Where the hell is...
York grinned.
Sampling more of the local offerings?
Xavier nodded.
You can leave a message for him. Tell him to meet up with you once he is done, so that you can bring him up to speed.
York agreed with a quick jerk of the head. Xavier stared at the closed door for a full minute before knocking on it. He really hoped that things would go according to plan. Not that he had much of a plan. Keto was a colossal dick, but surely the male was not so uncaring that Xavier wouldn't be able to get through to him. He knocked. 2 hard raps. The door opened, and he was greeted by a cool stare. It astounded him that he had ever found this female remotely attractive. Calculating eyes, a pouting, sulky mouth, and a lilt to her chin that spoke of arrogance in the first degree. "What do you want?" she asked coldly. "My offer is so off the table." Xavier couldn't help but to roll his eyes.
I wouldn't touch you if you were the last female on this planet, and I was about to fucking die from blue ball syndrome.
He kept his voice low, not wanting to start this meeting off on the wrong foot. He didn't think it was possible, but her pout grew. "You are a male. You would beg." He choked out a laugh.
You're funny. Never.
He growled the last a bit too harshly, it seemed, because her eyes widened, and she took a step back. Good. Unfortunately, she wouldn't get the true picture, as in he was being deadly serious. Females like this one could not comprehend that a male wasn't interested. They just didn't buy it, no matter how many times you told them.
As riveting as this conversation is, he faked a yawn, I need to speak with Keto.
With a quick glance behind her, she shook her head. He's busy. She put her hands on her hips as if to signal that she had some type of authority.
Bullshit. Call him. Do it now.
He was done being polite, tap dancing around this female that seemed to enjoy taunting Esrel. She was some piece of work. Cherie cocked her head to the side. No. Her eyes were wide. They sparkled with enjoyment. This was one big fucking joke to her. The problem was, he wasn't laughing. Xavier grabbed her by the hips, trying to touch her as little as possible. He actually felt himself grimace with the contact. With a quick turn, he deposited her outside before striding into the chamber and through the side door straight to Keto's office. The elf rose quickly from behind his desk.
What the fuck?
He mumbled as Xavier entered. He forced his way in, Cherie shrieked from behind him. Touched me with his filthy bloodsucker hands. Not even bothering to turn, he kept his eyes focused on Keto.
I told your female that I'm not interested in her, not in the least. She seems to have a hearing problem.
Cherie gasped. That's rubbish, Keto. He tried to seduce me a few days ago. Keto's expression changed to one of confusion.
Can somebody please tell me what the fuck is going on? Why are you here?
He looked Xavier head on.
And what the fuck are you talking about?
Then he looked past Xavier to where Cherie was standing. Nothing, she said. Never mind. Cherie didn't sound happy. It was a misunderstanding.
I thought so.
Keto folded his arms across his chest.
Can I help you with something?
Eyes made from polar ice shifted their attention to him.
I need to discuss something with you.
Xavier tried to keep his voice down, in private. He spoke over his shoulder towards where Cherie would be standing. Cherie gave an irritated snort and even moved into the room to stand next to Keto, a self-satisfied smirk on her face.
Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of my future mate.
It was as if Keto was trying to piss him off on purpose. The male put his arm around the female, pulling her against his side. The smug look on her face only intensified. This female was trouble with a capital fucking T.
I would rather not.
Xavier tried to take the more polite route, even though it pissed him off having to do it.
Just say what you have to say. I am acting in my father's place, and have more things to take care of than there are hours in the fucking day.
He gestured to the slimline laptop on his desk, which was surrounded by stacks of papers. Xavier folded his arms.
It's something that concerns Esrel, your sister. A private matter that she would not wish to have broadcasted.
He pointedly looked at Cherie, who actually smiled, looking every bit the sly bitch she was.
Esrel will soon be Cherie's sister.
Keto removed some non-existent lint from his robe, looking distinctly bored.
My female only wants to help Esrel.
How fucking stupid was this male?
Listen up.
Xavier felt his chest rumble with the start of a low growl.
Esrel is your fucking little sister, yours to protect and defend. This needs to be between you and me and these four walls. Am I making myself clear?
His hands had curled into fists at his sides, and so help him, he was going to hit this male if he didn't cooperate. Thank fuck, Keto gave a quick nod of the head. He looked pissed about it, though. Releasing Cherie, he gave her a tap on the butt.
Don't you have a lot to prepare for the ceremony?
She shook her head, looking like she'd just been slapped. You are not going to let him push you around in your own home, in your own territory, for bloomin' sakes, are you?
Keto sighed. Please, Cherie, just do as I say.
Fine, she huffed. Xavier was sure he heard her mutter, "Pussy fucking prince," under her breath as she closed the door. It was too soft for Keto to have heard. The funny thing was, he wasn't sure whether she was talking about him or Keto, although he suspected the latter. The female was a piece of work.
I really don't have time for this. Please, can we make it quick?
His brows were raised. Xavier had to suppress a growl.
Do you care anything for your sister?
The male narrowed his eyes.
Of course I do. I don't see what that has to do with anything. She loves me.
Xavier blurted. There was no other way to put it. Keto's eyes narrowed right after his jaw dropped.
I love her too. Very much.
His voice was thick with emotion, which, even in this situation, still coursed through him as he thought about her soft blue eyes and her incredible smile.
Keto shook his head. Next, you are going to tell me that the blossoming ceremony is not going to happen, and that York was a big mistake.
What? Keto ducked his head under his desk for a second.
Is he hiding out under here ready to jump out screaming surprise, followed by gotcha good?
Xavier felt his jaw tick.
This is not a fucking joke. No.
Keto growled through clenched teeth.
This is deadly fucking serious. I feel for you both if this is true, but Esrel will mate with York in 2 days, and that's final. I understand your feelings in this, but think about your sister. Think about Esrel. I know it must be difficult for you, but try hard.
The male choked out a laugh.
This goes way beyond Esrel. What of our royal oak? Her reputation? That's a bunch of bullshit and you know it. So your royal oak would be covered in egg for a few months, a year. You were going to make your sister mate with a male she doesn't love to save face? How fucked up is that?
Keto was so red it looked like he might actually explode.
It would fucking kill my father. And it is the last I am hearing of it. You can leave. I don't want to hear of it again. Too fucking bad, Keto.
Xavier found himself leaning over the large desk.
I'd hoped that you would be on our side, that you would at least be willing to talk about it, even if we could delay the ceremony until your father was well. Not happening, so forget it. Why?
Xavier snarled, using every ounce of willpower he had not to tackle the male.
My father is better today than I've seen him in a long while, all because my sister is to be mated. You don't know that for sure. I can't believe you are willing to sacrifice Esrel so easily. She made her fucking bed and she can lay down in it.
His jaw was clenched tight, and tension radiated off the male in menacing waves.
She did this to herself. What the fuck does that mean?
Every muscle inside his body was pulled tight, ready.
I have told you that the rumors are untrue, yet you continue to believe the worst of your sister. It's fucking unacceptable. Her fucking around with every vampire male is what I would deem
Keto didn't get to finish the sentence because Xavier punched him so hard that his head snapped back and his jaw cracked. Keto hit the wall behind him with a loud reverberating crash and crumpled onto the ground.
Pussy fucking elf.
Xavier moved around the desk and went on his haunches next to a half-unconscious Keto.
I never want to hear you say another bad word about your sister. Not ever again.
He grabbed a handful of blonde hair, pulling back so that he could look into the male's half-focused eyes.
Are we fucking clear?
Keto mumbled something that sounded like an acknowledgement.
Good, Xavier growled. I can see we are not going to see eye to fucking eye on this, so I'm leaving. If you decide to stop being such a dickhead, then you know where to find me.
He started to rise but moved back in beside Keto.
Esrel is the sweetest, kindest, most honest female I know. She is the fucking best. You would be better off if you looked for similar qualities in a mate of your own.
Without waiting for a response, Xavier rose to his full height and left the room. He was beginning to think that the male was a lost cause. Chapter 5. Esrel tried to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. She'd been making polite small talk for the last half hour and was beginning to tire from the whole charade. His familiar scent enveloped her just as York clutched her elbow. Esrel still had to suppress a gasp. He glanced down at her.
Sorry I'm late. I only just got word about this dinner.
She smiled. No problem. The guests are still arriving, as you can see. Esrel looked about the quaint dining hall. The chamber was beautifully decorated with large bouquets of flowers and little twinkling fairy lights. Her brother, with Sherry on his arm, was making his way around the room, greeting all the various guests. It seemed as if all the most important highborn elves were in attendance, wearing expensive, colorful robes. Esrel had chosen a plain white robe with gold trimming. The garment hung to the tops of her feet.
You look beautiful.
York's eyes dipped briefly to the hint of cleavage at the V of her robe. Esrel couldn't help but to blush. She thought that Xavier was going to have a word with him. Maybe they were disturbed earlier.
You're looking a little flushed, Princess.
His eyes twinkled mischievously.
Maybe we should get some fresh air.
She nodded, allowing herself to be led from the room. Thankfully, no one tried to stop them with small talk. The air was cool, but not unpleasant. The giant vampire, Lazarus, stood just outside the front entrance. He inclined his head as they made eye contact. He moved a little further away to allow them some privacy.
I must say.
York put both hands on the railing in front of him, looking out through the trees. It was dark and quiet, except for the laughter and noises coming from inside.
I was looking forward to us mating. In hindsight, it was a bad idea, though. I knew all along that you had feelings for Xavier, and he for you. I just didn't realize how deeply the two of you felt for one another. I had hoped.
He shook his head.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. I want you to know that I understand, and I'm here to help the two of you. Lazarus feels the same.
A grunt of agreement could be heard from deep in the shadows. Esril could just make out his hulking form.
When Gideon finally stops running long enough to show his face, I'll have a word with him, but I know that he will be on board as well. Together we'll find a solution.
Esril let out a pent-up breath. Thank you for understanding. She put a hand on his arm for a beat or two. There is a female out there for you, York. Of that I am certain. His eyes lit up like he had already found the one for him. He nodded.
I'm sure you are right, Princess. I can only hope that she looks at me in the same way as you look at Xavier. When that day comes, I will grab a hold with both hands and I won't ever let go. That much I am certain.
She smiled at him. I can't tell you how thankful I am that you understand. The guilt was eating away at me.
You need to follow your heart. Don't ever apologize for that.
York's eyes softened as he spoke. Sound grew louder as the door opened and Keto moved towards them, a smile on his face.
The happy couple. I hope I'm not interrupting. I'm sure the two of you are discussing the future. Have you decided how many babies you plan on having? One step at a time, York said, turning to face her brother. Nonsense. I can't wait to become an uncle and look forward to many nieces and nephews to dote on.
He smiled broadly before clapping York on the back. Was he trying to get them to admit that she was pregnant already? Was this his way of condoning her phantom pregnancy? She wasn't sure which it was. She only knew that she had just about enough of all of them and their false claims.
I'm still young. There won't be any babies for at least a couple of years. If it's babies you want, you should hurry up and have some of your own.
Something flashed across his face. It was hard to read. Could it be? It seemed that maybe Keto wasn't as set on mating Cherie as they had both let on. He smiled warmly, his face an unreadable mask once again.
Let's first get through your blossoming ceremony, shall we?
Her brother touched her arm lightly.
Xavier came to see me today.
He looked at each of them pointedly. Esril had to work to keep from reacting.
He had a couple of interesting things to tell me. I want you to know.
He turned all of his attention on Esril.
Although I sympathize with your predicament.
He briefly glanced at York before his cold eyes settled back on hers.
This doesn't change anything. Not a damn thing. His voice dropped low. Father could not take an upset like this. Do not be selfish, Esril. The princess may be a lot of things, but selfish is not one of them. And as her brother, you should know this.
York sounded like he was ready to beat Keto. With his eyes hardened and narrowed, he looked every bit the warrior he was as he continued.
What happened to your jaw?
It was only then that she noticed that one side of his jawbone was blue-tinged and ever so slightly swollen.
I had a little bit of an accident. A fall.
His face was an unreadable mask.
That's terrible. We wouldn't want it to happen again, would we?
York sounded like he knew what had happened to Keto, and it wasn't just a simple fall that had caused the mark.
It doesn't change a damn thing.
Her brother's eyes flashed red for a split second, just before he glanced at York.
As far as I'm concerned, it's settled. I don't want to hear another word about it. Let's go back inside.
He smiled at York. My guests are dying to meet with the vampire that stole my sister's heart. York muttered something about not being that vampire, but he filed in behind Keto, taking a hold of her elbow as he did. Esril had to work hard not to roll her eyes. It was a terrible habit that she learned from her friend Tanya. She missed the vampire castle and her friends greatly. Life had been so simple and carefree there. Right now, she felt like she was trapped in a nightmare with no hope of escape. There you are, Cherie gushed, narrowing her eyes on Esril. You two. She motioned to her and York. Get inside here this instant. Appetizers are about to be served. She waved her fingers, motioning for the servers. Large silver platters and big jugs of wine were brought into the room by a whole team of servers. I want you to stay until after the party, she whispered in Esril's ear. We still have a lot to discuss with the blossoming ceremony just around the corner. Esril shook her head. I'm really tired. Please, can it wait till tomorrow? Cherie looked at her like she was a small child who was acting out. There is not much time. She made a clicking noise with her mouth. I've heard stories about these vampires, she whispered, their prowess in bed. Is York tiring you out? She had to work hard not to respond to Cherie's words. When Cherie didn't get the reaction she was after, she continued, Oh, I get it. You can't wait to get back to your chamber to be with him. Cherie had the audacity to wink at her. Esrel frowned at Cherie. It's not like that and you know it. I would really appreciate it if you could drop the act. Cherie raised her eyebrows. Whatever do you mean? She smiled warmly at Esrel. Cherie then winked at her again. I'll meet you in your chambers at sunup. Make sure you are well rested. Esrel nodded once, glad the female had decided to drop it. She was not about to put up with her crap for a moment longer. It seemed that Cherie had picked up on that. York put his hand to her lower back and ushered her to one of the tables. They were seated next to Keto and Cherie. This was going to be the longest evening of her life.
I am here for you as a friend, York whispered into her ear. Don't let her get to you.
Thank you, and I won't. Her eyes threatened to fill with tears. For everything out there.
Don't think of it. Your brother can't help that he is a grade A prick.
He smiled, looking every bit the scary vampire as one of his fangs flashed for a second. Females on the other side of the large table sighed and gushed. Then the chatter around the table died down, and she noticed a few of the guests were staring at her brother. More and more turned their attention to the elven prince by the second. She glanced his way and saw that one of the servers was whispering into Keto's ear. Her brother's complexion changed before her eyes. His healthy, glowing tan turned a pasty white. She could see how his chest heaved and how his hands clenched. The very air seemed to fill with tension. His wide, fearful eyes darted to her. He whispered something back to the server, who scurried off, leaving through the main entrance. The helpers normally used the side or even preferably back entrances. Keto didn't even blink. He had obviously given the server permission. Esrel could hear her heart beating in her chest, could hear the blood rushing in her ears. Even York picked up on the tension because he turned to her. His eyes filled with concern. Oh, hell, he whispered as if he knew what was going on. Lifting a hand, she shook her head, her eyes firmly on Keto. Then she realized that she had most likely heard the whole conversation. What is it? Tell me. Even as she begged to know, she dreaded what the answer would be. Her brother rose to shaky legs. Using a fork, he tapped one of the many crystal glasses on the table in front of him.
There has unfortunately been a turn of events.
His voice was high-pitched. With a start, she realized that he sounded afraid.
Myself and Esrel need to excuse ourselves. Please.
He forced a smile.
Enjoy yourselves. You are in great hands.
He squeezed Cherie's shoulder. Although Esrel could not see the female's face, she knew Cherie would be looking at him questioningly. Keto whispered something into Cherie's ear, but the female didn't react. It took several long moments before Cherie nodded before turning to face the room, a fake smile across her pretty face. Please, help yourselves to the entrees. I am sure that Prince Keto and the princess will join us as soon as they are able. Esrel was already on her feet by the time Keto arrived at her chair. As was York.
You can stay,
her brother growled, while only briefly glancing in York's direction. Whatever's going on, I want York at my side, she said. It was clearly bad. Her mind instantly went to her father, but it couldn't be that. He was healing. She'd seen him only hours earlier. It had to be something else. A wave of nausea caused her stomach to clench.
I'm not arguing with you right now. Follow me.
Keto turned and strode from the room. She tripped several times, just trying to keep up with him. Lazarus fell in behind them. Was it just her imagination, or had the temperature dropped several degrees? She hugged her arms around herself, feeling goosebumps rise on her arms. Please tell me what's going on, she pleaded to Keto's retreating back.
Father has taken a turn for the worse.
When he glanced back, she saw the fear redoubled in his eyes. What do you mean? In what way? She clutched her throat with her hand. Her body turned numb, and she ground to a halt, unable to put another foot in front of the other. He was so much better earlier when I went to see him. This can't be. Keto must have realized that she'd stopped because he sighed deeply and turned to face her.
We need to go and see Father, as well as the healers. We must do so right now. I'm just as shocked as you are. It seemed like he was getting better, damn it.
Keto swallowed thickly. His nostrils flared for a few moments, and his eyes turned to the canopy above. For a second, it looked as if tears glinted in his eyes. Then he closed off his emotions once more.
We need to stay strong, for his sake. Can I count on you to do that, Esrel?
She nodded. Of course, anything for father. Keto nodded once.
Let's go, then. He's asking to see us. I only hope.
Her brother scrubbed a hand over his face, looking more upset than she'd ever seen him before. He took a deep breath.
I'm not sure what I'll do if this is the end, Esrel. I'm not ready to be king. I don't want him to die.
There was no doubt this time that it was tears that shone in his eyes. Her whole body shook, so she clasped her hands in a tight knot in front of herself. If she fell apart now, she would not be able to pull herself back together. Like you said, Keto, we need to stay strong. This is not necessarily the end. She felt her lip wobble, but ignored it. There was no way she was crying. Let's go and see him, she sniffed. We can talk and make the necessary decisions after. We have to stay positive. His teeth were clenched when he looked back at her. Keto nodded once. She longed to go over and give him a hug, but knew that it was something he probably wouldn't want. The anguish on his face made her heart bleed. To hell with it. She crossed the small distance between them and threw her arms around him, hugging him tight. Her head reached about chest level, and she buried her face into his robe, fighting to keep control of her emotions. As expected, he didn't hug her back, but neither did he push her away. She looked up as she released him, noticing that he did look somewhat better. Keto nodded once. She was sure it was in thanks, as his eyes had softened. She clasped his hand for just a second, squeezing it, and nodded back. They broke away from one another as they continued on the walkway. Within another minute, they'd reached their father's chamber. As they arrived, the door opened and Lord Minogue exited. His face looked gaunt, and his eyes weary. He looked first at Esrel, and then her brother in the eyes before closing the door behind him.
I need to prepare you, he whispered. That's really bad. I can only let you stay for a few minutes. Please know that I'm doing everything in my power to save him. We all are.
A small whimpering noise escaped her, and she clutched her hand to her throat. Taking a deep breath, she nodded, blinking hard to try and stop the tears that welled.
Why is this happening?
She could hear the roar of emotion in Keto's voice.
I thought he was getting better. I wish I knew. Unfortunately, he is far too ill to even consider taking blood right now. As you know, we would need to use a silver needle, which could be detrimental. I will stay with him and do my best to keep him comfortable and stable. If he makes it through the night...
She gasped, biting down so hard on her bottom lip that she tasted blood. Keto made a choked noise. If that is the case, then you need to let us stay? Esrel's voice quivered as she spoke, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. Please, we need to be with him. Lord Minogue shook his head.
No, he will not want you to see him like this. It is important that he stay as relaxed as possible, and that hopefully he can get some rest. I promise the both of you.
He gripped each of their wrists.
I will call you the moment anything changes. You have my word.
There's really not anything any of us can do, is there? Esrel asked, feeling more helpless than she ever had in her whole life.
No. Like I was saying, hopefully I manage to stabilize him, and once he is strong enough, I will extract blood, so that we can gain some more insight. The problem is that every time we take blood, his silver levels spike dangerously high. It may very well be a result of his illness. Silver seems to affect him more so than normal. Even with minimal contact with the metal, it's a balancing act right now between gaining information and stabilizing him.
She licked her lips and nodded. Keto was breathing heavily. She could see that he was working hard to retain control. This was affecting him much worse than what she ever thought it would. Part of her, she realized, had been angry with him this whole time because he seemed to be enjoying his role as leader too much. Could it be that she had been wrong? Lord Minogue gestured to the door.
Let's go inside. This is a private matter. I will be out here if you need me.
York lightly touched her arm and motioned to where Lazarus was standing. She nodded once before following the healer and her brother into her father's chamber. Instantly, a terrible scent hit her, foul yet sweet, the scent of death. She could also scent excrement and cleaning detergents. Vomit and urine also featured high on the list. Taking a deep breath through her mouth, she squeezed her eyes shut for a second while praying for calm. Her father needed her right now. She would be here for him regardless of how difficult this was. When she caught sight of the frail body in the overly large bed, she swallowed hard. Her brother made a sound of anguish and increased his stride until he was at his father's side. Qatar's skin had turned ash-gray. His eyes were wide and roomy, staring at nothing. His jaw was slack, his mouth hung open. He dry-heaved, his body bowing from the bed. The spell seemed to last for a very long half a minute, in which her father's muscles spasmed. His throat sounded raw, and he made the most awful sounds as his body attempted to expel his stomach contents, which, by the scent in the room, were long gone. Eventually he fell back, still heaving. Lord Minogue used a cloth to mop her father's mouth and brow. The tension from his shoulders eased somewhat, and she noticed that he blinked, and even pulled his mouth closed for a few beats at a time. Using every ounce of power she possessed, she forced her legs to move, and took up the space on the other side of the bed. Keto held one of her father's hands, and she the other.
"I'm here for you, Father."
Keto may have been overly emotional moments before, but right now he sounded steady and calm. The confident male she'd always known.
"You are going to pull through this. Fight, Father, fight. Please."
His voice hitched slightly on the last word, belying his emotion after all. "We love you, Father," she said, hoping that he could hear her.
"Very much,"
Keto added, locking eyes with her for a second before looking back down at their father. Her father didn't seem to recognize them, or even to know that they were there. Mercifully, he began to drift off to sleep. His chest rose higher. His breathing became deeper and more rhythmic. Then his eyes opened, and he moaned. Lord Minogue returned to her father's bedside, a vial of green liquid in his hand.
"I promise I'll let you know if anything changes. I'm going to give him the sleeping tonic. Rest is what he needs right now."
She nodded, seeing that Keto did the same. They said their goodbyes, knowing that this could be the last time they saw their dear father alive. Esrel kissed him on the brow and then put her head lightly to his chest, remembering how he used to lift her when she was just a little girl. Much to her mother's dismay, he would fling her high into the air. He was so strong and so handsome. In those moments, it felt like she was flying. They would both laugh and laugh. Even her mother would join in eventually, while giving Qatar bad looks and begging him not to drop her. He never did. Her father would make it through this. He had to. Chapter 6. Pulling the blankets more firmly around herself, Esrel still felt cold to her very core. Her whole body felt numb. Her stomach churned with worry. This couldn't be the end. It couldn't be. Both York and Lazarus were stationed outside. York had insisted on staying. There was a light tap on the door, and Xavier entered, closing the door behind him. She made a whimpering noise as she caught sight of him, all of the emotions resurfacing in that instant.
"I came as soon as I heard," he growled low. "I'm so sorry this has happened."
Xavier set something down on the table beside her. Not bothering to remove his clothes or his boots, he slid into the bed and pulled her into his arms. His warm embrace made her feel safe. She buried her head into his wide chest and sobbed. Using one of his big hands, he stroked her hair, threading his fingers through her long strands. After a while, she managed to pull herself together. The odd tear fell sporadically. She still sniffed and hiccuped. Xavier ran a hand up and down her back in firm, soothing strokes. "I don't understand it." Her voice quivered. "He was doing so well."
"I know, sweetheart. I know."
He didn't try and give her any false hope or promises, just held her and was there for her, which meant more than anything. When she finally calmed down, he slid a hand under her chin. "No, don't." She felt her nose run. "I must look awful."
"Never, princess."
His voice was deep and rich. "Impossible," he added, tracing her jawline with his thumb.
"I brought you something to eat."
She started to argue, but he covered her mouth with his index finger.
"I insist. You haven't eaten anything all day."
"How do you know?"
"I make it my business to know everything about you, particularly where your well-being is concerned."
His silvery gray eyes held her captive for a few moments before he broke eye contact, reaching for the object next to the bed. It was a container which he flipped open, using one hand. Normally, she would have found the scents delicious, but right now they made her stomach roll in objection. "Thank you, but I really can't." She swallowed hard.
"I brought your favorites, strawberries, pears, and sliced peaches."
She felt her eyes widen. "That's so sweet. How did you know they were my favorites?"
We spent a lot of time together.
His deep voice washed over her. Yeah, but I never told you. I would have remembered if I had, she replied. He gave her a half smile.
There are a lot of things I know about you, Princess, because I made it my business to know. Yet I haven't learned nearly enough. Not nearly.
His smile widened, and he traced the shell of her ear with his thumb. That's so sweet, she whispered, touching his jaw with her fingertips and feeling the stubble catch. His face turned serious.
I need you to eat at least a few pieces. We'll take it one at a time.
She nodded before opening her mouth and taking a bite of the strawberry in his hand.
That's it,
he said, as she chewed and swallowed. Xavier moved into more of a sitting position, taking her with him. His long legs were on either side of her, her head on his chest. She'd expected to feel nauseous, but the opposite was true. Her stomach growled, wanting more. Xavier smiled, reaching for the container again and feeding her a piece of crunchy pear this time.
We're going to get through this together.
She nodded, feeling her eyes well.
Oh, Princess.
He pulled her closer, brushing his lips across her forehead.
I'm here for you. I'll never leave you.
Chewing on her lip, she nodded into his chest, wishing with all her heart that she could believe him. She knew he would never willingly abandon her, but maybe he wouldn't have any choice in the matter. Esril accepted another bite of fruit and another. And another. Xavier put a piece of peach into his own mouth. He chewed and swallowed, looking like he had just eaten cardboard. After putting a sweet plump strawberry into her mouth, she watched him eat another peach slice, this time actually grimacing as he swallowed. I've never seen you eat food. She racked her brain, trying hard to think of even one occasion. Xavier shrugged.
Some vampires enjoy it. I'm not one of them.
Why are you eating it then? He frowned, lifting one of his shoulders in a casual shrug.
I'm not a big fan of drinking from other males. It's nothing to concern yourself with. The food will help me get to my next real meal. Now forget about me and eat another strawberry.
The only problem with this statement was that it concerned her. Very much so. You're hungry. When did you last take blood? Esril sat more upright, pulling away from Xavier. His steely gray eyes held hers. He smiled.
It doesn't matter, Princess.
Rubbish. You are making me eat even though I don't want to. She shook her head while narrowing her eyes at him. His smile widened.
It's not the same thing. I'm fine. If I get desperate enough, I'll take from...
Esril could hear that he was working to keep his tone even. She could hear the disgust in his voice.
From York.
I'll manage. He quickly added the last. She craned her head to the side, and his eyes dipped to her neck. Take from me, she whispered.
No.
A low growl. When she looked up at him, his eyes had bled silver. Why not? Just take what you need. You're stubborn, you know that? You won't hurt me. He shook his head, eyes still on the pulse at the base of her throat. She noticed that his nostrils were flared, and his jaw was clenched. Why not? How is it any different? You made me eat because you were worried about me, and I can't do the same for you? She shook her head as she spoke, narrowing her eyes at him. Stop smiling. I should also be able to take care of you. This is not a one-way street, you know?
You are so cute when you get angry.
His eyes had heated and were filled with affection. For her. She ignored the warm, fuzzy feelings that had started to brew and sucked in a deep breath, ready to tear him a new one for that particular remark when he cupped her jaw. Although he stopped smiling, there was still a glint in his eyes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you angry.
He turned serious.
I know you want to help me, but allowing me to sink my fangs into your neck is not the way to do it.
You're hungry, so eat. It's as simple as that.
Xavier's jaw twitched. No, it isn't. The taking of blood can be purely calorie-related, but it mostly isn't.
I'm not sure I understand. She felt herself frown and even cocked her head to the side. Xavier made a sound of frustration and ran a hand through his hair.
For someone who spent so much time around vampires, you know very little about the taking of blood.
Well, I know you guys do it, but I've never seen anyone drink blood before. I've never heard anyone discuss it either.
Xavier chuckled. I suppose you wouldn't have. It's an intimate act.
How can eating be intimate? I still don't understand.
I don't think I can drink from you without...
He swallowed hard, letting the sentence die.
You see, sex and drinking very often go hand in hand with vampires.
You would enjoy taking my blood. She shrugged. That's fine. I won't let it go further.
His eyes darkened. I will love taking your blood, more than you know.
He took a deep breath.
It will feel really good. For you? You know that moment just before you are about to come? Your whole body feels coiled. The pleasure is almost too intense to handle.
His voice had become a low rumble. She swallowed hard and nodded.
Imagine that feeling only amplified by 10.
Really? She gushed the word. Will you feel the same way? Xavier shook his head.
You are attracted to me and therefore will be affected when I drink from you. The same would only apply if you drank from me.
Her heart rate quickened, and even though the thought should sicken her, it didn't. Not one little bit. She could still taste the tangy, salty, yet sweet taste of his blood from when she had nicked him with her teeth. Her cheeks felt a little hot, just thinking about how she had sucked on Xavier's root. Best she not go there right now. You would stay in control? She hadn't meant it as a question, but Xavier nodded.
I should. There is no guarantee, though. Vampires sometimes go into bloodlust and are unable to stop drinking. It typically only happens with humans, but we've never been with elves, so I'm not sure what my reaction would be.
You've taken from a human? For whatever reason, Esrel didn't like the idea. He shook his head.
No, we are not permitted to rut or drink from humans. Too risky.
I'm sure it will be okay. I am much stronger than a human. There was a rap on the door, and it slowly opened.
It's only me, York growled. Can I come in?
Yeah, Xavier said. Esrel tried to move away from him, but he tightened his grip on her.
Sorry to interrupt, Princess, my lord.
He inclined his head to each of them in turn.
Lazarus and I are just outside. We will make sure that the princess is safe. With all due respect, you should drink, my lord. Cut the my lord crap. Fine, York growled. Drink from your female already. You need your strength. Gideon is getting what he needs and should be on top form by tomorrow. His blue eyes darkened. Lazarus and I just became best fucking buddies not so long ago ourselves.
Esrel couldn't help but to giggle at the thought of the two big males drinking from one another. York faked smiled at her.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm sorry, she said through a wide grin.
Don't sweat it.
York waved a hand.
I would laugh too if I was you. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Xavier ground his teeth for a beat.
How are you going to know if the princess needs help?
Esrel shrugged, raising her eyebrows. I'll scream? Surely they would be able to hear if she was in trouble. York and Xavier exchanged a look, and both males laughed.
You'll scream. York mumbled. You're funny, Princess, you know that?
I don't get it. She shook her head, feeling like an idiot.
You will scream, Princess,
Xavier whispered into her ear,
but it won't be in pain. That much I can promise you.
Esrel swallowed hard, catching York's knowing smirk.
We need a safe word,
Xavier growled, causing her nipples to pebble. Esrel folded her arms across her chest. How about I just say stop if I've had enough?
Nah.
York shook his head.
You might yell stop, but you won't really mean it. Trust me. I've stopped dozens of times, and every damn time the female got mad at me. You could shout the word fire, Xavier said. If you even whisper the word fire, I'll stop. If I don't... His intense eyes held hers. Say it again, and York and Lazarus will save you. His eyes moved to York. No hesitation. Get your asses in here and knock me the fuck out if you have to. I don't like it, he growled as an afterthought.
It's better that we do this now. She put a hand to his chest. I don't know about you, but I don't want anyone around when we mate. She felt her cheeks heat. I know that it is vampire culture to drink during the mating. If we get through this today, then we'll know that I'll be safe with you when we do finally... She felt her cheeks heat. You know. Xavier's nostrils flared, and his eyes glowed, looking like moonlight on water.
Damn straight. Cock and fang, he growled, causing parts of her to tingle with anticipation. Fine. Got it, York growled.
The door opened and closed as he left. Drink from me. I can take it. York and Lazarus are right outside. Xavier looked unsure. The crease lines between his eyes were back.
I would never forgive myself if I hurt you.
Esril punched him on the arm. I'm way tougher than you think. Just drink already. I don't mind. Xavier nodded, his eyes flashing to her neck for the briefest moment before returning to her gaze.
Put your back here,
he commanded, tapping his chest. Esril did as he said. She could feel the heat radiating off of him, could feel his heart drumming against her back, hard and fast. Esril tipped her head to the side. I will heal quickly, so don't worry about leaving marks. His hot breath was on her neck as he crouched forward. It sounded like he sucked on his finger before putting his hands around her waist where he held her in place.
If it's too much for you.
Yeah, I'll yell fire, she said, feeling her heart pound with anticipation. Xavier chuckled, and she felt the rumble against her back.
I was going to say that you should open your legs, and I'll ease you.
Oh, her voice came out sounding really high-pitched.
Don't be ashamed or embarrassed. Just open up, and I'll take the pain away.
It's going to hurt. She tried not to sound worried, and failed. She could feel him nodding against her.
Yeah, but not in the way you think. Just do as I say, okay, princess?
She swallowed thickly. Okay.
You don't sound so sure about this anymore. I don't have to do this, you know?
I want you to. At least it came out sounding confident, when the truth was she was more than a little afraid.
You'll feel a small pinch, and then it should feel really good.
I thought you said it would hurt.
He chuckled softly. It's hard to explain.
Just do it already, she said, gasping as he bent down. She felt his fangs pierce her skin with a sharp jab that made her gasp even louder this time. His hot breath fanned her for a second before his lips closed over her skin. Xavier made a sound of utter rapture as he sucked. Esril felt her blood course through her veins. It was as if she could suddenly feel each and every cell, each and every nerve ending. When he sucked a second time, the hard pull caused her nipples to pebble to the point of actual pain. Her flower filled with nectar. Her rosebud throbbed. It felt as if he were sucking on her there, only way more intense. The air hissed through her teeth as she tried to suck in a breath. When he took another suck, her back bowed off the bed and a cry was ripped from her. It was desperate, needy, and yet didn't come close to expressing the urgency that filled her. Her womb clenched. Every part of her ached. Xavier was right. She hurt with the all-consuming need to come. She writhed, trying to pull away from him, but he held her in place with arms of steel. When his finger flicked over her clit, she melted against him on a hard sigh. When had he opened her legs? Sure as all hell, they were open. Her inner thighs burned from being so stretched. His fingers splayed her flower as he continued to strum on her rosebud in fast, firm circles. When he sucked on her, she felt her mouth slacken as an orgasm plowed through her with an intensity that took her breath away. Just as she was coming down, he sucked again, moaning as he swallowed. Her back bowed so heavily she was sure she was about to break herself in two, but she couldn't help it as another, even stronger wave of rapture seized her. She trembled across her entire body as her muscles spasmed hard. "No more," she cried. "I can't possibly." Her voice was so thick and husky that she didn't recognize it. Another hard pull had her body shuddering violently as yet another orgasm tore through her, hard and fast. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened. There was a god-awful noise. It sounded like a wild animal. She realized with utter horror that it was her making those noises. She rocked against his hand for the longest time before slowing as she finally came down. She gave a cry of both pleasure and loss as he retracted his fangs, then moaned as he licked the spot. A zing of pleasure shot through her. Her flower wept. Her head lolled back. It was the most fulfilled she'd felt since meeting Xavier, and yet she instinctively knew that there was so much more. Her stem felt empty, her body achy. "Soon," he whispered, causing her to moan softly, sounding more needy than she ever had before. "I will take you so hard and so deep that you will feel me there for days after." She nodded, fighting hard to catch her breath, wishing he could take her now. It would help her forget everything going on around them. "I'm going to get a washcloth to clean you up, and then you must sleep." She shook her head. "I don't know if—"
I'll stay as long as I can." He gave her the most devastating, heartwarming smile. "That is, if you will let me hold you."
Esrel nodded. "Knowing you are close will help me sleep."
"It would be my pleasure. Lie back and, Esrel." She locked eyes with his. "Thank you. I've never tasted anything so sweet and delicious. For a second there I wasn't sure I would be able to stop. I sure as hell won't ever be able to drink from anyone else ever again."
He clenched his jaw. "You'd better not."
He smiled. "I told you that you were it for me, and I meant it. I'll starve to death if you can't be my mate."
"Don't say such a thing."
He smiled, looking sad. "Don't worry. We'll figure it out."
"I can't mate York while my father is so ill anyway. I refuse." Her lip wobbled, so she bit down on it. "If he doesn't make it?"
"Shh. The healers know what they are doing."
He paused for a few beats.
"I came here after checking in on him, and they said he was resting peacefully. I don't want to give you false hope, but your elven healer said that he was doing much better. Still not out of the woods yet, but much better."
She smiled, feeling a little better herself. Xavier disappeared into her bathroom, returning moments later with a cloth. He carefully wiped her neck, which felt a little tender. The cloth was warm. It felt good against her skin. His eyes heated as they moved down her body to the juncture of her thighs.
"Here you go, princess."
He handed her the cloth. It was becoming a common occurrence, yet it still irritated her as her cheeks heated. Xavier dropped a kiss on her nose before turning. She got the distinct impression that he was trying to give her some privacy. Really sweet considering what had just taken place. He removed his shirt, making a big show of folding the garment and hanging it over the back of the chair. For a second, she felt spellbound as her eyes tracked the ink lines on his lower back. Thankfully, she snapped out of it long enough to wipe between her legs and down her inner thighs. She had to bite back a moan as the rough cloth abraded her sensitive flesh. As soon as she was done, Xavier turned towards her. He held out his hand, his eyes on the cloth. She shook her head. "I'll take care of it." Her cheeks must be glowing. They felt like she had spontaneously combusted.
"You stay right where you are. Give it to me."
She shook her head, feeling mortified. Esrel had the irrational urge to put the hand that clutched the cloth behind her back. He smiled for a half a beat, looking up to the ceiling before locking his eyes with hers.
"I have to insist, princess." He clenched his jaw. "You forget that I've had my tongue inside your pussy. I think I can handle that cloth."
She swallowed hard, feeling parts of her respond to his words.
"Don't do that, princess."
His eyes heated as his lids became hooded. "Do what?" He gave a half-chuckle which spoke more of frustration than humor.
"Just give me the cloth. I'm trying to be a good male here. You need sleep, and I'm seconds away from touching you. Again."
A low growl. Chest heaving, she nodded once and handed him the cloth. Xavier gave her a half-smile. She gasped when he put the cloth to his nose and sniffed, while groaning in what sounded like pleasure.
"Fucking delicious,"
he growled as he strode from the room. He returned and kicked off his boots. Xavier slid under the covers with her, leaving his pants on. He spooned her, his front to her back, the hard ridge of his root dug into her. "Xavier?"
"Yeah, princess."
"Let me ease you." Her voice shook just a little.
"No, go to sleep."
"But—"
"No buts. It's late. You're exhausted. I should never have taken your blood, and I definitely won't let you ease me."
He spoke softly. "You're really hard. It can't be comfortable for you."
"I'm fine."
A soft growl.
"Good night, princess."
He kissed the top of her head. Esrel snuggled more firmly against him, knowing that this was an argument she was never going to win. Chapter 7.
"Forgive me, my lord, but you look like shit,"
York said as Xavier exited Esrel's room. It had been a huge gamble spending the night with the princess, but quite frankly, he didn't give two shits. Chances were good that if they had been disturbed, it would have been to report that her father was dying. In which case, him sleeping with Esrel would be the least of everyone's concerns. Xavier ran a hand through his hair and shrugged.
"Hard to sleep when you're hard," York said. "I can't say I've ever been there, but I can imagine."
Lazarus chuckled. York's smile turned serious in an instant.
"Did the princess get some sleep?"
Xavier shook his head.
"Not much. Little bits here and there.
She's worried. Rightly so, York whispered. His chamber smelled of death. I must be honest. York sighed deeply. I'm surprised he made it through the night. Yeah.
Xavier had scented it too. He clenched his jaw for a few beats. It killed him to see Ezra like this. If only he could find a way to make it all better. He wished even harder that he could be there for her properly. In the cold light of dawn, he was once again the vampire prince, and Ezra was to be mated to another. A ruse he wasn't sure he could hold on to for much longer.
I'm heading back to my room for a quick shower before this place wakes up.
Xavier gestured around them.
Gideon will relieve you at 6.
York turned to Lazarus as he spoke.
The big male nodded once. I hope he got some sleep. 12 hours can really drag after an all-night fuckfest.
Xavier shook his head.
He knows better than to pull that kind of shit. Call me if anything changes.
He addressed York.
I'll be back before 6,
he said as he locked eyes with Lazarus. The male nodded.
You should try and catch some Z's.
Xavier shook his head.
There's too much going on. I need to be present for Esrel, even if I can't do anything for her, publicly, at least.
He clenched his jaw.
If anything changes, I'll call you. Go get cleaned up.
York gave a toothy grin.
You scent of sweet cherry blossoms. Elves might not have our senses, but they definitely would scent one times princess all over you and know exactly what went down.
Xavier growled.
They would assume what went down.
York chuckled.
They would mostly be right. Bull-fucking shit, and you know it.
Xavier had to work to keep his voice down.
Easy.
York held up a hand.
I'm referring to a few orgasms. It's easy to scent that you didn't rut her. Calm down. So you touched her a little. Big fucking deal. It's not like you... Tell Keto that.
Xavier felt his blood run cold as the male in question made his way across the walkway that led to Esrel's treehouse. His first instinct was to hightail it out of there. Instead, he widened his stance. Bring it the fuck on. He was done with hiding, done with pussyfooting around this male.
Oh, fuck, York mumbled. You should go. No, Xavier growled. He knows. Knowing and knowing are two different things.
York sighed heavily.
At least he is alone, so he won't be able to kill you. That's fucking if.
The male could try. Esrel was his future mate, and it was time Keto came to terms with that. One way or another, the elven fucking prince would have to deal. Keto was still a few strides away when he halted mid-step. His face contorted into momentary rage, and a low snarl erupted from somewhere deep in his chest. He looked from Xavier to York and back again, his blonde hair jerking from side to side. Xavier realized that Keto didn't know which male carried his sister's scent. What a fucking idiot. It was as if their earlier conversation had never happened. Keto closed the distance, while noticeably sniffing at each male in turn.
You,
he finally growled, his icy stare colliding with Xavier's.
You dared touch the princess? I thought I made myself clear earlier. Your little declaration. He narrowed his eyes, sweet as it may have been, changes nothing.
The male turned his gaze to York.
You claimed Esrel. You will mate her. Do you vampires have no honor?
Xavier bit back a growl. It took him a few seconds to compose himself enough to talk.
And I thought that I had made myself clear.
Xavier spoke under his breath, not wanting to wake Esrel.
I don't give two fucks about what you or the rest of the elves think or want. I only care about Esrel. The reason I agreed to go along with this whole thing in the first place is because of your father's precarious health and the strain it would put on him.
Keto snorted.
My sister claims to love my father, but if she carries on the way she has, she'll fucking kill him.
Xavier took a deep breath, letting the air out slowly. He tried hard to unclench his fists and failed.
We need to postpone the ceremony. Not fucking happening,
Keto growled. His chest heaved under his silken robe.
I can't believe I am being forced to ask him this again.
Xavier muttered under his breath before looking Keto head on.
Do you care anything for your sister? My feelings don't matter. You said so yourself the other day.
Keto's smart-ass reply irritated the hell out of him. It made Xavier want to punch the male hard in the face. This time, he wanted to feel bone and cartilage crush beneath his fists, maybe loosen a few teeth in the process.
I'm asking you to think about your sister, not your fucking self.
How would you feel if you were made to spend the rest of your life with someone you didn't love?
The elven prince paused. Xavier could see that he was thinking, and a frown appeared on his forehead.
It would be hell, Keto. Do you want that for your little sister?
Xavier could see that his words had had some effect on the male, but before he could assess exactly how, he schooled his expression.
I care.
His voice sounded choked.
More than you think, but my father must come first. He needs to pull through this, and it's not going to happen if he's worried sick about Esrel. If he thinks he ruined her reputation and that of the Royal Oak, I know it doesn't mean much to you, but to us, it is everything.
The urge to punch Keto was back. The male was fucking stubborn.
All I'm asking is for you to help us. If you are on our side, then half the battle will be won. We need to delay the mating until your father is better.
Keto ran a hand through his hair. His whole stance eased just a touch.
I wish I could help you, but my hands are tied.
The look on the male's face made him want to actually believe him.
My father is lucid. He's also very afraid. He's waiting to suffer another attack, and he doesn't think he'll survive it this time.
The elf pursed his lips, turning his hard stare to a point somewhere between he and York. Xavier could see that his thoughts were internal and that the male wasn't actually looking at anything in particular. Keto blinked a few times and ran a hand across his face before finally locking eyes with Xavier.
He has requested that the blossoming ceremony be held today. He wants to be present when his little girl is given to York.
Keto clenched his jaw for a few beats.
According to my father, it is his last fucking dying wish to see his daughter mated and happy.
Keto choked out the word happy while scrubbing a hand over his face. Xavier cursed under his breath, still trying not to wake Esrel, a string of hard words that would freak his princess out if she were to hear them.
Yeah, it's a triple clusterfuck, Keto spat. So you see, even if I wanted to help you, I can't. My hands are tied, unless you want to turn down a dying man.
Xavier shook his head before turning to face York, who had turned pale. There was a knock at her door. Esrel waited for the person to barge in. Instead, there was another knock. "Come in." She drew the covers more firmly around herself, praying that whoever it was wouldn't send Xavier through the spritz of rosewater she had given her chamber after he left. She berated herself for not having showered. Hopefully, the wet cloth would have removed most of her nectar. Esrel had to work hard to keep her heart rate down, but failed as Keto rounded the door. She almost shouted at him to leave. Instead, she drew the covers to her chin and closed her eyes for a second, praying to the gods of all that was green that he didn't catch any telltale scents. Keto's eyes narrowed.
"You can stop that," he growled.
"Stop what?" She tried to sound calm and nonchalant and failed, dismally.
"I had a chat with Xavier outside. Your scent was all over him."
He lifted his chin and sniffed.
"So that's why you've been smelling so much of rosewater lately."
"Please don't be mad. I really don't want to fight with you right now." She couldn't help it when her voice hitched and her lip quivered. "How is father? Please tell me he's—"
"Much better."
To her astonishment, her brother walked over to her bed and sat down.
"He pulled through. The healers are cautiously optimistic. They've taken a small blood sample and have given him another sleeping tonic to counter the effects of the silver needle."
His blue eyes bore into her. "Thank the Lord." She let out a heavy sigh of relief. When her eyes locked with Keto's, she felt her blood drain. It wasn't like that. She forced herself to retain eye contact with Xavier.
What wasn't?
She could see by his expression that he knew exactly what she meant. Xavier drank from me. He was hungry. I wish I could explain. It's complicated. Keto half smiled. He had a faraway look for a few seconds before he made eye contact.
"You don't have to explain. You're right. It's very complicated. I don't particularly wish to discuss such things with you, Esrel. You're my—"
He smiled at her. Actually smiled.
"Little sister."
She had to smile back. How could she not? "You sound like you know what I mean. But a vampire drank from me. You couldn't possibly understand that." Keto chuckled. He shook his head.
"I know exactly what it's like to have a vampire drink from you. Because I've had the experience."
She sucked in a breath, a million questions on the tip of her tongue.
"It was a long time ago. A vampire female. We snuck around for a few weeks. I fell for her, hard, but it wasn't to be." His eyes narrowed in on her. "I know what you are going through, Esrel. Do you have any idea how many times I've wanted to try and find her?"
He paused, raising his eyebrows. Esrel was so shocked that the most she could do was snap her mouth shut.
"No guesses?"
He shook his head, clenching his jaw.
"Countless times. But I'm successor to the throne, and have no business pursuing a vampire female. That's why I ended it with her regardless of what I wanted."
"All along I thought you hated vampires." It just slipped out. Keto's eyes turned stormy.
"I do," he growled. "That fucker Zane had better stay far out of my way."
He clenched his jaw. "Oh." She felt her brow crease. "So it's only Zane you hate then?"
Keto pulled some loose strands of hair behind his ear. "There are others. It's complicated. I don't want to talk about it. Drop it." His eyes narrowed in thought. "Those few weeks with that vampire female were a lifetime ago, and I would sooner forget it ever happened."
"I never knew about the vampire female. I thought you loved Cherie."
"The vampire thing happened way before Cherie." He sighed. "I love Cherie in my own way. She is strong, beautiful, and highly intelligent, an asset to any king."
He sounded like he was naming a list of features straight off the spec of his latest car. "She must be really good at a lot of things to have you so blinded." He frowned, looking confused. Were males really so stupid? "Never mind. You need to find your own way."
"You've never liked her," he growled. "You should give her a chance."
"She lies. Would do anything to become queen. There's not much to like. I don't think she really loves you. She wouldn't have—"
Esrel pursed her lips and sighed.
"Forget I said anything."
"Tell me."
Keto leaned forward. Esrel debated whether to say anything.
"I'm planning on officially announcing our blossoming ceremony as soon as you are mated. If you have anything to say, you'd better say it now."
"I hadn't planned this." She made a sound of frustration. "Do you promise not to get mad?"
Keto shook his head. "No."
Esrel made an even louder, frustrated growl. "Cherie tried to seduce Xavier on the day he arrived at Poulamore." His emotions remained completely intact, so much so that she would almost go so far as to say that this wasn't news to him. "And before you jump to any conclusions, Xavier didn't provoke her in any way."
"Elves are highly accommodating. I'm sure he misinterpreted her friendly—"
She put her hand on his root. Esrel suppressed a sigh. "I've told you about her indiscretions before, but you've never believed me."
Keto growled. "Please don't bring it up again."
"I have to, Keto. I saw her that day with Zafar, on her knees, in the forest with another female. It was her, I promise you."
"Enough," he growled. "Zafar is my best friend, and he would never do such a thing. He swore to me that you were mistaken."
For just a second, she thought they might actually be seeing eye to eye for once. It looked like she had been mistaken. "I know exactly what I saw. I just wish you would believe me for once. Is it too much to ask?" Keto rose to his feet and smoothed his robe.
"Father wants the blossoming ceremony moved to this afternoon in his chamber.
Keto looked at his boots for a few beats before lifting his eyes to her.
"Our father is worried that he is dying."
She made a sobbing noise and covered her mouth with her hand.
"No matter his improvement this morning, if he has another episode, he probably won't make it. Lord Minogue has confirmed that. I'm sorry, Esrel."
He shook his head.
"I know you love the vampire prince, but you need to do this. Please."
His eyes filled with tears. It was a terrible sight to see her brother, who she had also seen as the epitome of strength, reduced to tears.
"Think of our father. I wish it were different. I'm not ready to be king. I don't want to lose father. I wish things could have worked out for you, but it is the way that it is."
Once again, in so many hours, Esrel felt numb. In many ways, it was a blessing. It gave her the strength to nod.
"Thank you."
Keto breathed a sigh of relief. He held her gaze for a few moments longer before turning and leaving. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, just staring at the bunched-up sheet in her hands.
"He shouldn't have asked that of you."
Xavier's deep voice washed over her. He put his hands around her, but she pushed him away. The look of hurt and confusion that took residence on his handsome face was almost her undoing. I can't. She shook her head.
"Nothing has changed. I will find a way. Please, Esrel."
"You heard my brother. I have to do this. Please call York. Has he changed his mind? Will he still have me?" Tears were streaming down her face, so she wiped them away, but they were only replaced by more.
I will do anything you ask of me.
York moved to stand at the foot of the bed.
The fuck you will,
Xavier growled, making to stand. Esril grabbed Xavier's hand. No, York is trying to help me. Even knowing that I will never love him. It's so cruel of me to expect this from you. Her watery eyes locked with York's. The big male smiled down at her.
If you need me, I will be there for you. I'll leave the two of you.
He edged his way out of the room while maintaining eye contact with Xavier, who growled softly while exposing long ivory fangs. I'm sorry, Xavier, she sobbed. I can't go against my father's wishes. I just can't.
Please just speak to him. Get him to postpone the ceremony.
He looked at her with such longing that she was sure her heart would break. Esril shook her head, feeling her hair sway about her shoulders. I can't. He thinks he's dying. She whimpered, trying hard to hold back a sob. Lord up above, he may very well be dying. How do I deny him this? Xavier clenched his teeth. He inhaled and exhaled sharply through his nostrils. His eyes were so dark that they were almost a murky black.
You can't.
He choked, pulling her to him. This time she allowed herself to be dragged into his arms.
You need to know that I love you,
he whispered into her hair. It made Esril sob louder as her heart broke into a million tiny pieces that would never be made whole again, not without this male at her side. I love you too, she whimpered into his chest. Xavier pulled her away from him, still holding her upper arms in a firm grip. His forehead was creased and his eyes glistened. She lowered her gaze. The intensity of his stare was killing her.
Look at me,
he growled. How could she not when his voice was so utterly commanding? Every cell in her body responded to him. She looked up and was captivated.
I love you, princess. I need you to know that always.
He swallowed thickly. His Adam's apple bobbed. I love you too? She tried to smile, but it was impossible. Xavier dropped his gaze to her mouth, and she expected him to kiss her with the intensity that matched the emotion she could see playing in the depths of his eyes. But instead he gently brushed his lips against hers.
So much,
he whispered against them, before putting his forehead to hers. She expelled a shuddery breath.
I'm not giving up just yet,
he said as he finally released her. Esril shook her head. You promised. She swallowed hard, trying not to cry. Tears would do no good.
Yeah, well.
Xavier rose to his feet, standing tall, looking very much like the vampire prince he was.
I won't give up on us that easily, princess. The ceremony hasn't started yet. In my book, that means it's not too late.
He gave her a tight smile, dropped a kiss on the top of her head, and left the room. Chapter 8. Lazarus was still in the same position as when he left. York paced on the deck directly outside Esril's door.
Where the fuck is Gideon?
Xavier growled, glancing at the watch on his wrist.
Late,
York growled as he continued to pace.
I'm sure he'll be here soon.
Lazarus chimed in.
Call him.
Xavier gestured to York.
I already did.
York held up his phone.
Several times, but he's not answering. Gideon always answers.
Xavier couldn't help but to mutter.
Even when he's balls deep, he always fucking answers,
York said as if reading Xavier's mind.
You okay to stick with the princess even though your shift is over?
He addressed Lazarus. The male nodded.
You could put me outside this door for 5 days running and I would still be perfectly fine.
Lazarus gave a feral grin.
Good,
Xavier growled.
You call me if...
Lazarus held up a hand.
I will.
The big male bashed a fist to his chest.
You have my word, my lord. Let me know about Gideon. This isn't like him.
Apprehension seized Xavier.
Yeah.
He glanced back as he spoke, already halfway down the walkway. York followed closely on his heel. It didn't take long to reach Gideon's treehouse. After knocking several times on the door, Xavier pushed his way in. The big male lay slumped on the bed. Alone. He was lying on his stomach, only partially covered with a sheet, and snoring loudly. At first he felt relief like nothing he had ever felt before, but that was followed closely by anger.
What the fuck? He growled. Get your big hairy ass out of bed.
York chuckled, probably because Gideon, like all vampires, had very little body hair.
Rise and shine, Buttercup,
York said as he approached the bed. Gideon didn't so much as stir. His chest continued to rise and fall rhythmically. Xavier muttered a choice curse word. He sucked in a deep breath, somehow managing to maintain control of himself. Only just.
Gideon, I fucking swear.
He grabbed the male by the arm and shook him hard.
Wake the fuck up.
That did rouse the male, but not in the way he expected. Gideon lifted himself onto his forearms, looking bleary-eyed at Xavier for half a second, before emptying the contents of his stomach onto the bed. Congealed blood, partially clotted, and strings of slime-like mucus. It dripped down the front of Gideon's mouth and chest.
Fuck,
he said, before passing out in the puddle. His body made a plopping noise as it hit the drenched sheet. York turned to face Xavier. His eyes were wide, and a deep frown marred his forehead. Xavier scrubbed a hand over his jaw, feeling a day's worth of growth catch on his palm.
Do you think he caught Qatar's illness? York's voice sounded panicked. Maybe elf blood doesn't agree with us. Oh, fuck.
He looked Xavier up and down.
You drank from the princess. I feel fine, Xavier growled. I don't think we are susceptible to elven illnesses. What the fuck is wrong with him, then?
York's voice held an edge of panic.
Help me get him up.
Xavier bent over to grip the male by an arm. York grimaced.
Just help me.
Xavier put his arm around the male.
Let's get him to the shower and clean him up. We need to try and wake him. Find out what the fuck happened to him.
York nodded, moving to Gideon's other side.
On 3,
Xavier said as they locked arms around Gideon. York nodded.
1, 2, 3.
They both lifted. York grit his teeth, and they both made strained noises. Gideon weighed a fucking ton. His feet dragged on the floor as they pulled him to the bathroom. They propped him up against the shower door while Xavier turned the faucets on. Once the water was warm enough, they hauled him into the shower stall.
Get him under the spray,
Xavier instructed. He gripped Gideon by the hair with his free hand and pulled his head back. The spray hit him full on the chest, washing away most of the blood and gore. It worked. Gideon's eyes popped open, and he began to scream and fight.
That fucking hurts.
The male was weak. Xavier and York managed to hold him under the spray. Gideon continued to scream, trying to pull free. Within a minute, he gave in. His head dropped to the point where his chin rested on his chest. For a second, Xavier thought that he was unconscious, but then he mumbled,
"What the fuck is wrong with me?" "You had better not be happy to see me," York growled. "I don't swing both fucking ways."
Xavier followed York's line of vision. Sure enough, Gideon's dick was hard. It was also bright red and didn't look right.
"Let's get him out."
Xavier looked at Gideon.
"Can you walk?"
"Yeah," he growled. Both he and York released Gideon, both grabbing him again as his legs buckled from underneath him.
"Sick."
Gideon gave a choking heave.
"Going to be sick,"
he growled.
"Toilet,"
York yelled, and they pulled Gideon to the porcelain amenity, making it just in time. Gideon clutched onto the bowl like his life depended on it. More of the same bloody mess erupted, followed by dry heaves and choking noises.
"Motherfuck,"
Gideon finally whispered. His whole body shook.
"To the basin,"
Xavier instructed, and they helped him to the vanity where Gideon washed out his mouth and cleaned his face. He moved slowly and deliberately.
"I feel like shit,"
Gideon mumbled.
"You look like fucking shit,"
York growled. Gideon tried to chuckle, but it ended up sounding more like a grunt of pain.
"Maybe I shouldn't have sampled from the local offerings. My dick is on fucking fire." "Can we take you back to the bed, or are you still feeling sick?"
Xavier asked. Gideon sort of smiled. His eyes were glassy and bloodshot.
"Still feeling sick, but take me back anyway. I think I might need to lie down."
Xavier locked eyes with York, who gave a curt nod. All three of them grunted with effort, as Gideon's feet still mostly dragged on the ground, but they managed to get him to the bed. They lay him down on the clean side. His chest heaved from the effort, and a sheen of sweat covered his forehead. Gideon lay with his eyes scrunched shut, clearly in pain.
"Sheesh," York whistled. "What a fucking mess."
Xavier knew exactly what he was referring to. The male's dick was swollen, and an angry red color. One of his balls was in much the same way. There were raised red welts intermittently on his stomach and chest. On closer inspection, there was one on his neck as well. Xavier was sure that if they turned the male over, there would be more on his back. His legs and arms seemed clear. The worst area affected was his dick.
Xavier winced just looking at it. Humans carry and give each other STDs, York stated as he scrutinized Gideon's cock. STD stands for sexually transmitted disease. I think maybe the same is true for elves and vampires. I really hope it doesn't shrivel up and fall off. Do you think so? Gideon growled, looking down at his swollen member. He groaned. Fucking hurts like a bitch, he said as his head flopped back on the mattress. I'm going to puke again. They helped him to lean his large frame over to the already soiled side of the bed. Gideon heaved and choked and heaved some more, but nothing came up. After a few minutes, he fell back looking pale and sweaty. I'm going to find an elven healer who will hopefully be able to get to the bottom of this, Xavier said. Gideon's face was contorted in pain. Please hurry, he choked out. Save my dick. Xavier shook his head, narrowing his eyes on York. Stop feeding him bullshit. He turned to Gideon, who looked at him through thin slits in his lids. I'm sure your cock is going to be just fine. There must be a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. He glanced at York. Stay with him. York nodded. True to her word, Cherie arrived bright and early. Esril had only just finished showering and dressing. Aside from a pale blue robe that brought out Cherie's eyes and highlighted her ruby lips, she wore a dazzling smile, looking like a dew-kissed daisy on a bright summer's morning. For the first time in her life, Esril felt like hitting something or someone. Okay, may as well admit it. Her clenched fist ached to make sweet contact with Cherie's smiling face. You heard that your father is doing so much better, so why the glum face? Esril held back a sigh. I am greatly relieved. He is still in danger, so please forgive me for looking a little concerned. Her smile broadened. I didn't know you could be sarcastic. I'm actually impressed. I'm so excited that he's moved up the ceremony. Although you can't be happy that it's only going to be a small affair. I would be devastated. She held her hand to her chest and gave a fake swoon. Esril had to turn her head so that Cherie wouldn't see how she rolled her eyes. For the first time, Esril noticed that Cherie had a woolen bag in her hand. I brought you something. She handed it to Esril. Cherie laughed. You just took that like I filled the bag with a nest of vipers or something. Go on. She gestured to the bag. You like it? Esril wouldn't put it past her to give her something terrible and pretend like it was amazing. She ignored the comment and opened the bag, hearing a crinkling noise. The robe inside was made of the finest silks and lace. It was the color of ivory darkened by age. Esril felt tears well as she removed the garment. She crushed the robe to her chest, doing her best to keep from crying. I knew you would love it. Cherie clasped her hands to her cheeks and fluttered her eyelashes. I had initially planned on wearing it for my own ceremony, but it's just so outdated and... She made a squeaking noise. Old. I'm having something specially designed for my special occasion. That's perfect for you, though. It certainly wasn't a compliment, but Esril didn't care. She pulled the dress away from her chest and held it up in front of herself. There were delicate lace flowers and ivy carefully sewn into the silk. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Esril couldn't help a small tear that fell as she remembered wearing the dress as a small girl. The material had pooled around her feet, and the delicate ties were too long, but she still felt so pretty in it. Her mother had found her as she stared in a mirror at herself. Although Esme had pretended to be upset, Esril could tell that she really wasn't. One day, Esril, her mother said, smiling down at her, one day you'll find your handsome prince, and you will be able to wear it. Her face took on a faraway look. You will look so beautiful. How do you know, Mother? Esril asked, smoothing the fabric down with her chubby hands. It's a mother's job to know these things. Esme winked at her. Now, take it off, young lady, before you ruin it. Yes, Mother. She did as her mother said, and watched as Esme folded the beautiful robe before placing it back in tissue paper. Her mother had worn the robe for her own blossoming ceremony. Esril's heart felt so heavy. She felt selfish for wanting things to be different. Stop with the tears. Cherie shook her head. This should be a joyous occasion. Esril made a noise of frustration. Stop that this instant. Cherie actually wagged a finger at her. Joyous occasion? Are you nuts? Esril couldn't hold back any longer. This female had pushed her too far. Cherie's eyes widened. My father is dying, in case you hadn't noticed. It's not a joyous occasion. It is not. Calm down, princess. Cherie held her hand up. Did someone not get lucky last night? Or are you feeling a bit nauseous this morning?
The idiot female had the audacity to look at her midsection. "Do me a favor and cut the bullshit. I've had just about enough of you. You can leave now." Esrel gestured to the door and kept her eyes there while she grit her teeth. If she looked into her smug face for even a second longer, she was going to scream. Cherie snorted. She folded her arms. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Before Esrel could answer, Cherie took a step towards her. "I am the future queen, and you will respect me. You, little Esrel, may have been something to the elven people once upon a time, but you chose to sleep your way around the vampire castle, and now you are nothing. Soon to be made into a nothing, and I couldn't be happier seeing you so miserable. Look, Cherie." Esrel clasped her hands at her sides to stop herself from poking the female in the middle of her chest with her finger for emphasis. "I still have my thorn. I am of the royal oak." She took a deep breath. "I have more respect for myself than to open my legs to anything with a root. Can you say the same?" She didn't wait for the female's reply, because she didn't have to. She knew the answer. "I saw you that day on your knees in front of Zafar. I know you tried to seduce Xavier. I'm sure there were plenty more indiscretions. Why, Cherie? My brother may be pig-headed, but he is a good male and deserves more. I don't care that you belittle me and spread untruths, but why do you betray him like that? Zafar is his best friend. Me betray him? The highborn males are permitted to rot at will, yet I must serve only him? How is that fair, Esrel?" Her face was red with rage. "He cares greatly for you. He wants to mate you. Has forsaken all others for you. Why did you try to seduce Xavier?" "Because he was there. Because I figured he was your future mate. Because I felt like it. Who gives a shit why?"
"I do,"
Keto growled at the open door. They had both been so lost in their argument that they hadn't even noticed his arrival.
"You did these things." His blue eyes were locked on Cherie. "You lied to me, not only about your indiscretions, but about Esrel as well?"
"No." Her eyes were wide and pleading. "You came in halfway through the conversation. It isn't what you think." Keto looked pained for a few seconds.
"I can't believe I took your word over Esrel's. I'm an idiot in the first fucking degree."
He shook his head and squeezed his eyes shut. Then he turned to her.
"I'm sorry."
His eyes looked tortured.
"I hope you will forgive me, Esrel."
"Listen to me, Keto." Cherie closed the distance between the two of them, clutching his arms. "I never did those things. I only said it because it was what Esrel wanted to hear."
"No."
Keto shrugged her off.
"I refuse to believe what was right in front of me. I will have someone help pack your belongings."
"You're only saying that because I'm not highborn. You were looking for any excuse to get rid of me all along. Just admit it."
Her eyes filled with tears. Keto gave a humorless chuckle. "That couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, the opposite is true, Cherie. I'm a pig-headed fool."
He purposely looked at Esrel, and her cheeks heated. "About that," she mumbled.
"It's true," he growled, "so don't you apologize."
He kept his eyes locked with Esrel's. "Please, Keto," Cherie begged. She dropped to her knees in front of him, and for a short second, Esrel felt sorry for the female. Keto shook his head.
"Maybe Zafar will have you. You two like each other so much."
A glint appeared in the cold bitch's eyes, and she pulled herself back to her feet. "You'll be sorry," she shouted as she left the chamber. "You'll see. You shouldn't have done this, Esrel," she shrieked. "Should never have done this to me." Esrel shivered. It felt like someone had just walked over her grave. "I'm sorry for you, but I'm not sorry that it happened. I'm glad you know," she whispered. She felt a deep sense of relief that her brother had finally seen the truth. Keto nodded.
"Me too. Very sorry, Esrel."
He swallowed hard, pulling his robe more firmly around him.
"I should have listened to you. There's no excuse. She was really good at talking her way in and out of things. Had a way of distracting me."
Esrel chewed her lower lip. "I'm sure she did." She tried not to sound pompous. A pained look crossed his face.
"I'm really sorry. I hope you'll be able to forgive me."
Esrel smiled at him. "Of course I will, you pig-headed idiot." Keto smiled.
"Your thorn is intact, isn't it?"
He didn't wait for her reply.
"You aren't with child, are you? You've done nothing to deserve any of the ridicule." "I'm such a schmuck. The way I treated you is unacceptable. Please know that I was worried about you." It wasn't all just about father or the reputation of the royal oak.
I know. And yes, my thorn is very much intact. She shook her head, trying hard to bite her tongue, but there was something she needed to say to her brother. So what if I had rutted with half of the vampire males, though? Would it make me any less of a person? His face turned red, and he growled. No, really, hear me out. Would it really be so bad?
Keto nodded. Yes, it would, Esril. Listen to yourself.
She took a step towards him. This whole thing of highborn females remaining untouched while all other elves can cavort to their heart's content. It isn't right, Keto. Elves, regardless of class, should be free to do whomever they choose.
His eyes widened. Really, Esril? Do whomever? Did you just say that?
Yes, I did. She put her hands on her hips. Come on, we don't live in the Dark Ages. Even the humans are more advanced sexually.
What of the blood ritual and the joining of bodies? He raised his brows. What of age-old traditions?
If the female has to wait, then so does the male. Why can't we just break our own thorns and be done with it? I've heard the vampires call our ways barbaric on several occasions, and you know what? They are right. She was breathing hard. We're so stuck up our own asses, it's scary. I want to mate with Xavier. Yet I have to mate with a male that I am expected to hold up pretenses with, so that heaven forbid. She put her hand over her mouth, trying hard to make her point. My reputation isn't ruined.
It's about father, and you know it.
She nodded, feeling her eyes well with tears. Yes, I do. If it weren't for father's illness, I would have left long ago. I would have mated the male that I love, and lived a happy life. I'll gladly do what needs to be done so that father can be well again, and for no other reason.
Keto nodded. I understand.
Do you, Keto? You are the future of our species. She kept her eyes locked with his, trying to drive home the importance of what she was saying. His brow knitted into a deep frown.
I agonize over that very thought each and every day.
Good. He smiled.
Good?
He made a sound of frustration.
How can that be good?
It will make you a great king one day. Esril smiled. I only hope you will go after the female that you actually love as well. Keto's blue eyes turned stormy, and he shook his head.
No, that door closed a long time ago.
You are the prince of the elves. I'm sure you can open it. Keto clenched his jaw, but much to her dismay, he said nothing more on the subject. Chapter 9. The elven healer shook his head.
I've never seen anything like it.
His narrowed eyes scrutinized Gideon's chest and down over his abs, coming to rest on his cock, where he leaned forward for a closer inspection. Selena, the vampire healer, had her eyes scrunched up in thought. She pursed her lips, putting her hands on her hips.
What is it?
Xavier asked. Selena ignored him flat out, turning her intelligent gaze to Gideon. Did this female you were with rub anything onto you? A lotion, perhaps? She asked.
Gideon's eyes widened. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention that. How did you know? It wasn't even necessary since she was so damned wet. We could have...
Spare us. The old healer sounded bored. Take us through the events again. Selena rolled her eyes. Don't leave anything out. When I say anything, I especially mean foreign substances and/or objects that came into contact with your... She blew out a puff of air as she gestured towards his still swollen cock. That. Gideon looked tired. Although he was still a little pale, his color was starting to return. His eyes were still bloodshot, but they had lost the glassy look. His male parts were not nearly as red as what they had been earlier.
We talked. The server offered me her blood and the use of her body, and I agreed.
Selena rolled her eyes. You met on one of the walkways. The healer sounded bored. Gideon nodded. Did you touch her at this point? Did she touch you?
She played with my dick and showed me her mammary glands. Gave me an instant hard-on. Elven females are really well put together.
He looked at the male healer, who nodded his head in agreement.
Did she touch you through your pants, or put her hand into your pants? The elven healer asked.
Gideon grinned.
When I have a hard-on, there is no room for a hand. She felt me over the front of my pants. Damn good with her hands, too.
Then what? Selena asked, clearly trying to move him along.
I walked with her to her chamber. As soon as we were inside, she told me to undress and to lie on the bed. She took her robe off.
He squeezed his eyes shut, looking pained.
I almost came just looking at her. Next, she got the lotion, which she said she had made herself from plants and roots. It smelled funny and was a bit cold, but damn. He rolled his eyes. Once she started touching me, I couldn't speak, let alone think. The female gave me the best hand job I have ever had. Even put my dick between her tits. It felt really good and looked even better. I don't think I lasted 30 seconds between her soft mounds.
Selina made a disgusted noise. Enough with the details.
Yes.
The elven male had turned pink. He even fanned himself.
Please stop. Go on with what you were saying,
he added on the very next breath and even leaned forward. Gideon shrugged.
I was still rock hard after coming. She pretty much climbed on.
Gideon gestured to his lap
and rode me like a show pony. It was so good watching her
Spare us. Selina shook her head. Did she use the lotion again?
No, not that I can recall.
Gideon shook his head. Did you drink from her?
Gideon nodded. After she rode me, I rutted her from behind and took blood.
He lifted his eyes in thought.
I only took that one time. I didn't want to take too much. She said she had an early shift, same as me.
He chuckled.
In the end, though, she begged me to drink from her again, but I refused.
Did she use anything else? Sex toys? A different cream, maybe? Selina asked.
Gideon looked confused. No, nothing. How many times did you rut? The elven healer asked.
Gideon counted on his hands.
She got me off, so that one doesn't count. She rode me. He lifted a finger. I took her from behind. He lifted a second finger. We slept for a while, and I took her from behind. You know, where both of you are on your side.
Another finger went up.
Then she sucked on. Is this really necessary?
Xavier was getting irritated. They were wasting time.
We need to find this female, Glendril. She has some explaining to do.
The elven healer was red like an overripe tomato. He sucked in a breath.
I'll come with you. She will need to be examined.
Selina snorted. You stay here. I'll go. As a female, I am sure that I am the better choice.
You are a vampire, and she is an elf. It should be me.
The male made to stand. You stay. Selina used her no-nonsense voice, which she coupled with her death stare. The one that made the most hardened vampire males cower in fear. The elf sat back down so quickly that the bed rocked, causing Gideon to grimace.
I'll just stay here and make sure that the vampire is okay.
His red complexion had turned distinctly pale. You'd do that, Selina growled, flashing a fang. He will need his wounds dressed. We wouldn't want for that to fall off. She looked pointedly at Gideon's midsection.
Enough with the dick jokes already,
Gideon groaned. York chuckled.
I don't think you'll ever hear the end of it,
Xavier heard him say as he walked out of the chamber. Xavier went straight to the eating hall where he quickly found a few servers to question. It turned out that Glendril hadn't turned up for her shift that morning either. It didn't take long to find out where her chamber was. Xavier knocked on the door. Surprise. Sir-fucking-prize. There was no answer. He knocked again. I think that we should maybe come back later. A female elf called Starlight had offered to show them the way.
No,
Xavier growled.
You two go ahead.
He looked first at Starlight and then at Selina, gesturing for the two females to move. Starlight went in first, followed closely by the healer. They left the door open just a crack. Xavier was tempted to barge in behind them, but he put a firm lid on the desire. Elves were strange in their ways. Like humans, nudity was a thing for them. It made them shy and embarrassed. Although he was pretty sure this female had something to do with Gideon's illness, he couldn't be 100% sure. It took only seconds before the little elven female gasped. By all that is green, she cried. Glendril, what is wrong with you? Selina moved back towards the door opening, poking her head around the jamb. Her face looked grim, the lines around her eyes and mouth more pronounced. It's similar to Gideon. The female is unconscious. You should see this. No, you need to get out, Starlight cried as he walked into the room. Darting left and then right, she managed to pull a piece of the sheet high enough to partially cover the naked female. Xavier stepped towards the bed. As you can see, Selina pointed at the female's face. Her lips and mouth are inflamed. I'm pretty sure. She lifted the sheet. You can't do that. It's not right, Starlight shrieked. Xavier averted his gaze, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was not interested in anything this female had on display, not a single thing. His reason for being there had strictly to do with Gideon. A nasty feeling that had taken a hold of his gut. The elderly vampire ignored the elf. Yeah, she sighed, just as I expected. Her genital area is also slightly swollen, not as bad as Gideon's. She dropped the sheet, sufficiently covering the female's modesty. Take a look at her breasts. You vampires are despicable. The elven female was pale and trembling. She took a step back towards the door, as if she half expected something to happen to her as well. What happened to Glendril? What did you do to her? Stop looking at her like this. Her eyes were wide and full of fear.
We didn't do anything to this female.
Xavier tried to keep from growling and failed. The little elf flinched in response. He sucked in a deep breath. He so didn't have time for this.
If anything, it's what she did to one of our males.
Glendril is a wonderful female. She would never do anything to hurt anyone. Are you sure you have your facts straight? Her hands had moved to her hips, and an edge of defiance had crept into her gaze.
That's why we're here, to try and shed some light on this whole thing.
It came out sounding much calmer this time. Thank fuck some of the tension eased out of Starlight's body.
Let's just stop pointing fingers, both of us. Xavier continued. Glendril needs to be examined. We want to try and find out who is responsible. As you can see, she could do with the medical assistance.
Selena nodded in agreement, pulling some plastic gloves from a black bag at her feet. He pulled the cell phone out of his pocket and speed-dialed York.
The female is in the same way as Gideon. What the fuck is going on? York growled. That's what I'm aiming to find out. Go to Keto and fill him in on the situation. Something is not right with this fucking picture. Will do.
York's deep voice vibrated through the other end. Selena waved a hand to gain his attention. She made a sign to show him that she needed to say something.
Hold just a second, York.
Xavier used his hand to cover the mouthpiece of the phone. Like I was saying, Selena gave the elf a dirty look. Her breasts, particularly the area between her breasts, are badly affected. Take a look at her hands. Sure as hell, her hands, especially inside of her fingers, were angry red and badly swollen. Pretty sure it had something to do with that lotion, the vampire female added. Get York to ask Gideon if he kissed the female. Xavier relayed the question to York, and within a few seconds the male was back on the line.
No kissing,
he growled. I'm willing to bet cold, hard cash that he didn't go down on her either, Selena said. Do something, Starlight wept. Big, hot tears rolled down her cheeks, leaving wet splotches on her silken robe. She's breathing normally, Selena said, as she gently pulled back one of Glendril's eyelids. This female is worse than Gideon. She must have come into contact with more of the lotion than he did. Also, she is so much smaller and would therefore have been more affected by whatever was in the lotion.
We'll talk later,
Xavier said, ending the call before the male could reply.
So you think it's the lotion?
He said, already looking around the room. Selena nodded. Definitely. Gideon said that she used it on him to give him a hand job and to do that thing between her breasts. She later went down on him. Her hands and breasts are the worst afflicted, as is his cock. Her mouth and genital area were affected to a much lesser degree. Xavier scanned the room, deciding to start with the most obvious area, which was the bathroom. He unpacked cabinets, finding nothing. Next, he opened the drawer to her bedside table. No luck. There was nothing on top of her dresser, but he found several unmarked bottles of lotions and ointments in a cupboard below. Don't touch anything. Selena glanced his way, still busy examining the elven female.
I wouldn't dream of it. Any ideas what we are dealing with here?
The only substance I know of that would do damage like this is silver. But surely the effects would have been instant. There was a lag. Also, I've never heard of silver in a lotion form before. Why would this female use it on herself? It makes no sense. Glendril stirred. Her eyes fluttered. She made a groaning noise while clutching at her stomach, and then groaned even more loudly as her swollen fingers made contact with the skin. Her eyes flew open, wide and just as bloodshot as Gideon's had been. Xavier knew what was coming next. She doubled over, heaving, choking, and puking her guts out. The scent of half-fermented fruit hit his nostrils. Xavier had to fight the urge to gag. Just when he thought that she was done spewing, another spray of putrid green liquid erupted from her mouth. She crumpled in a crying heap. "Oh, my God," she moaned over and over. What's wrong with me? She whispered, just before she doubled over, clutching her stomach. It hurts, she cried. A loud choking noise erupted from her throat. Tears streamed down her face, and her eyes bulged from her head. It took several long minutes for the heaving and choking to stop. Starlight reached down and pulled the sheet back up. The little elf looked even paler and even more afraid. Her lip trembled. What can I do? Help me, Glendril croaked. I think I am dying.
You're not dying.
Selina rolled her eyes before looking at Starlight. Go and fetch me some water. I'll also need honey and aloe if you can find me some. She reached in her bag for a few moments before pulling out a glass jar. Good. I have Devil's Claw, so that's not going to be a problem. Starlight swept her eyes from Selina to Glendril, then back to Selina again. Her hands were knotted tightly in front of her. The old healer kept her eyes on the female, and then she finally lifted her eyebrows. Off you go, then. Taking a deep breath, the little elf seemed to snap out of it, and she turned and fled from the room. Right. Selina turned back to Glendril. Her eyes were squeezed tight shut, and her mouth was set in a thin white line. You used the lotion last night. Glendril's eyes shot open, a hint of fear in their depths. Was it one of those bottles over there? Selina gestured to where the cupboard was still open. You've been going through my things? Glendril narrowed her eyes, not looking half as sick as what she had just a few seconds ago. We were trying to find out what was wrong with you, Selina said in a no-nonsense voice. Glendril pursed her lips for a few seconds. I don't really remember, she said, without even looking at the cupboard.
It was just a few hours ago,
Xavier growled. The female didn't flinch. She kept her eyes on the ceiling and her lips sealed tight.
One of my males is going to see Keto. He should be here at any minute. I would advise you to work with us so that we can get to the bottom of this. Right now, it looks as if you have something to hide.
Grimacing, Glendril shook her head. Tell us which lotion you used. Do you have any idea how this happened? Selina put her hands on her hips. Glendril shook her head hard. I don't know. It was the brown bottle. I prepared the powders days ago and added the water when... She licked her lips, moaning when her tongue touched the swollen and inflamed flesh. You know, she mumbled, trying not to move her mouth too much as she spoke. Your vampire male came back to my chamber. A V formed between her eyes, and she didn't speak for about a half a minute. I used the water in the green bottle over there. This one? Selina gestured. This brown one had the powder and now contains the lotion, and the green one over here is the water that you used when preparing it? Glendril nodded. Her face had turned a deathly pale, making her lips look all the more red. Another attack of choking and heaving overtook her. Xavier turned away, his focus on the array of glass containers inside the cupboard. What the hell was going on? One thing was for sure. He was going to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 10. The elven healer shook his head, putting his fingers to his temples.
Both the contents of the green as well as the brown bottles have tested positive for silver.
He picked up the green bottle.
Although this looks like our normal, unassuming water, it contains a suspension of silver particles. We will need to conduct further testing on the lotion to find out exactly what ingredients are in it. It may very well be that one of the ingredients was responsible for preventing the silver from acting immediately. There are a number of herbs that do that. It is the only logical explanation.
He pointed at a third bottle, which was also green but shaped a little differently.
That one contains regular water. It doesn't look like it was used. I will question the female myself, Keto growled. I'm coming with you.
Xavier fell in next to the male. Although Keto glanced his way, he didn't object. The elven prince ate up the walkway with big strides. The wooden bridge shifted from side to side, creaking from the pressure of their combined weight.
I don't like this.
The big male's hands closed into fists at his sides.
I don't like it at all. Then at long last, we both agree on something,
Xavier said. Keto's mouth twitched. And if it weren't for this situation, Xavier was sure that he may have even cracked a bit of a smile.
Indeed,
he said as they arrived at Glendril's door. Without waiting for any sort of permission, Keto marched into the room, and Xavier followed. Selina was still busy working on the female. She was smearing a white gel-like ointment on the female's chest. The medicine already thickly coated her lips and mouth, and thank fuck, a large bandage had been wrapped around her midsection, covering her sufficiently. Glendril winced and moaned. The female didn't seem to notice their presence in the room. Either that or she was just ignoring them. York moved in behind them, staying at the door.
Would you care to explain why you have silver-infused water in your room?
Keto folded his arms across his chest while glaring down at the female. She gasped, squeezing her eyes shut, clearly in pain. After a few moments, she cracked her lids open, her gaze firmly on Keto. I don't know what you are talking about. She shook her head, though carefully enough not to cause her wounds to flare up.
The water that the lotion was made from contains silver particles. There has to be an explanation.
There is none that I can think of. She refused to meet his eyes as she spoke.
Where did you get the water in that green bottle from? It must have come from somewhere.
Keto ground out. Tension radiated off the male. Glendril swallowed thickly. I would rather not say.
Well, that's just too bad, Keto growled, taking a step towards her. We haven't had to suspend a silver cage in many years.
You would throw me in a cage? Glendril's eyes filled with tears.
You had better speak, and had better do it very fast. I've just about lost my patience with you, female.
His neck muscles were corded. His jaw was clenched tightly. It's just that... She mumbled, her eyes darting from side to side. Xavier could scent her fear. It was bitter in his nostrils.
Speak,
Keto snarled. Xavier had never seen the male so enraged. He looked ready to tear the female limb from limb. She shrieked in fear and panic, clasping herself into a ball, crying out in pain when the big movements agitated her wounds. I got the water from Cherie, she blurted. Please don't hurt me. A deep frown appeared on Keto's forehead. He made a sound of confusion, even shook his head.
When? I want details.
I prepare the tea, set everything out on the tray for Cherie every day to take to the king. There was some leftover water yesterday after she had been to see him. I put some into the bottle because I planned on seducing one of the vampire males and wanted to mix up the lotion. I don't understand. Tears were streaming down her face. Please, can someone explain to me what's going on? Am I in trouble? I didn't do anything wrong. Xavier could feel a shift in the room. It was like everything paused. A coiling building of energy, which erupted in a loud snarl from Keto.
I will fucking kill her. If this means what I think it does, I will fucking kill her.
He growled as he ran from the room.
Stay here.
Xavier locked eyes with York as he strode outside. He made sure to stay closely on Keto's heels. Absolute seething rage consumed the big male as he ran. It impressed him that the male was so quick. Elves didn't normally have the speed of vampires, yet Xavier had to work to keep up. Keto pulled the door from its hinges. Wood crashed against wood, and the thick door splintered as it landed with a crash. Cherie didn't have time to gasp or even to turn her head to see what the noise was about. Keto had a hand around her throat in an instant. He threw her up against the wall in a move that had the potential to shatter bones. Xavier took note that although Keto seemed intent on harming the female, he hadn't used his full strength on her.
Don't, Xavier growled. We need to question her.
He was ready to intervene if Keto decided to take this further. Xavier could understand the emotions that must be coursing through Keto. Didn't mean he would stand by and watch the elven prince kill this female. The thing was, although Keto could be a dick, he didn't peg the male for a killer of unarmed females. Cherie, next to his large frame, was tiny and weak in comparison. The solid grip around her throat didn't lessen, and Cherie's eyes were bugging out of her skull.
Let go of her.
He tried to make eye contact with Keto, whose gaze was locked on Cherie's.
Don't do this. You'll regret it. Look at me, Keto.
By now, Cherie's face had started to pale. Blue tinged her lips. Thank fuck, Keto's mouth, which up until then had been a thin white line, eased up slightly.
Let go of her. This would be too easy on her, if she was responsible for the things I think she was. She needs to hang in one of your cages, or rot in the dungeon below our castle.
He could see that his words were having an effect when Keto inhaled a deep breath.
Kill her, and she gets off easy.
The male's fingers finally eased their hold. When he released her completely, Cherie fell to the floor on her knees. Both her hands went to the red area around her throat. She coughed and gagged for half a minute, taking in deep, ragged breaths.
You have a lot of explaining to do,
Xavier said. Keto was working hard to get himself back under control. The irises of his eyes were blood red. and his chest heaved. Just then, Xavier's phone vibrated in his pocket. He withdrew the device and answered with a curt, "Speak."
"The elven female, Glendril, is trying to get up," York growled. "She's looking really agitated, but it could be because she's still so out of it." "She doesn't move. She doesn't touch anything. I don't care if you have to tie her to the bed."
Xavier ended the call, returning the phone to his pocket. By now, Keto looked more himself. His red-eye situation was back under control.
"I know you are trying to poison my father. The only question I have for you is why?"
Cherie's eyes widened with shock. Either this female was a damned good actress, or this was serious news to her.
"Don't play all innocent with me," Keto growled. "I know all about that tea you've been feeding him every day. What, did you get antsy yesterday and decide to give him a double dose?"
"I have no idea what you're talking about." Her hands were still firmly around her throat in a protective manner, her legs curled up underneath her.
"There was a bit of an incident today. Glendril and one of my males had a run-in with silver-infused water. The results are not very pretty. Glendril claims that she got the water from you. It was left over after you made tea for King Qatar. Since he took a turn for the worse yesterday, this is not looking very good for you,"
Xavier explained. She should really take up acting. She would be up for an Oscar in no time. Her mouth fell open, her already white skin paled further. "I have no idea about any silver-infused water. Yes, I bring the king his tea every afternoon. Something I assure you that we both look forward to. I would never try and harm him. Never." She repeated the last more harshly, her eyes narrowing.
"And what?"
Keto chuckled humorlessly.
"I'm just supposed to believe everything you're saying because you're such an honest person, Cherie? You wouldn't lie about anything, would you?"
Sarcasm dripped from every word. Something was up between these two that had nothing to do with the silver-infused water, that was clear. She swallowed hard. Her face turned a lighter shade of siren red. Cherie clambered to her feet, her eyes firmly on Keto. "I'll admit, it was me that day in the forest with Zafar." Her blush deepened. "I rutted with him before then." She made a sound of exasperation. "I rutted him just a few days ago." Keto kept his eyes on her. It was as if his expression had been carved out of stone. "And yes, I did offer my body to the vampire prince." She glanced Xavier's way before looking back at Keto. Cherie lifted her chin, and even though Keto was much taller, she still seemed to look down her nose at him. "I made up all of those things about Esrel." Cherie laughed, sounding like every bit the deranged bitch she was. "She's such a prude, such a goody-goody. I can't believe he ever bought that about her. I doubt she'll even be able to rut that vampire when the time comes. It wouldn't surprise me if her stem was prematurely shut." She made a disgusted noise, born with a crown on her head, and as boring as they come.
Xavier growled. "Don't you dare speak that way about the princess. She has more dignity and grace in her little finger than you will ever have."
Keto stepped forward, but Cherie lifted her hand. "Relax, I'm done putting down your little sister. I can see it's got you both quite rattled. What I'm trying to get at is that yes, I might lie, and I might be a bit underhanded, but I'm certainly not a cold-blooded killer. Actually, I quite like the king."
"Bull fucking shit," Keto snarled. "You don't like anyone but yourself. You couldn't wait to become queen. To put that damned crown on your head. That title means everything to you. You never loved me. It was all about becoming the queen."
His eyes narrowed on her. Cherie laughed so hard that she became a little unsteady on her feet. When she finally got it all out of her system, she had to use a hand to wipe away the tears that had formed in her eyes. "I never loved you. Hell, it's not like you ever loved me back either. I was just a convenience, something to hang on your arm, warm your bed at night. You never loved me. It's why you've been dragging your feet with the blossoming ceremony." She pointed her finger at him. "If you wanted me, you would have taken me."
"Something in my gut was holding me back. Now I know why. You tried to murder the king, Cherie. My father."
He choked out the last word but quickly gained his composure.
"I'm going to see to it that you rot in hell."
Her eyes clouded, and her lip wobbled. "I had nothing to do with it. Listen to me, please."
"I've listened to enough of your lies. It's enough already."
"You say that Glendril had the silver-infused water, and that she's pointing fingers at me? I'm telling you now, Keto, I didn't do it. She must be involved somehow." Cherie was starting to sound desperate. Her eyes held that panicked look.
Why would she do that to herself? I don't buy it, Cherie. She's in a bad way and could have even died. I don't buy it.
Keto pulled a cell phone from what seemed to be a hidden compartment in his robe. His own pocket began to vibrate.
York,
he answered.
The female tried to give me the slip. Something's not right with her. I did what you said and tied her to the bed. She's a little fucking hellcat, York growled. I've got the claw marks to prove it. Sit tight. Don't let her out of your sight, he said. I won't.
Xavier pushed the end button and relayed the message to Keto. She's trying to get away because she knows she's guilty. Search my belongings. Search this room. Search everywhere and anywhere you want. I'll give you samples. I'll do anything to prove my innocence. I didn't do this. Her eyes were wide and pleading. Maybe she wasn't just a good actress. Her initial shock and general reactions seemed genuine. Sure, she was a colossal bitch, but he didn't peg her for a killer.
Call some of your males.
Xavier locked eyes with Keto.
We need to search both rooms, both females, until we find something. There might be more to this.
Yes. Cherie grabbed a hold of Keto's biceps, but the male shrugged her off. Call them. Tie me up. Search me. Do whatever you have to do. I'm telling you, I'm innocent. The crazy thing was that Xavier was inclined to believe her. Chapter 11. No way. It was like the bottom had dropped from underneath her. You've got to be kidding me. Please tell me this is a joke. No, don't, because it would be pretty sick if it were. Esril swallowed hard. Xavier slid his arm around her shoulders and pulled her to him. His warmth was so reassuring that for just a second it felt like they were the only two people in the room. Then she remembered that they were in Keto's chamber and that both her brother and York were in the room as well. She sucked in a breath, lifting her eyes to where Keto stood. His shoulders were tense, but he didn't seem to care that Xavier was touching her. The tension in his body was probably due to the events of the last few hours.
No joke.
Xavier's deep voice washed over her.
No laughing matter. We'd almost given up searching Glendrill's chamber when York noticed that there was a loose floorboard underneath her bed.
He paused.
It looked like some cheap drugstore remedy. Glendrill must have visited Sweetwater. The label promised all sorts of fancy cures, which I'm pretty sure didn't even work for the humans. That same label also stated that it was infused with silver, so it left no doubt in my mind that she intended to slowly poison the king, making it look like he was dying of an illness. It almost proved fatal for Qatar. At least it explains why my father's silver levels were so high. The healers had assumed that he was more susceptible to the silver needles they were using to draw his blood for testing. They blamed his illness for the heavy spikes in silver, though Lord Minogue had begun to suspect that there was something more sinister going on.
Keto's eyes were dark and stormy. You say she confessed? Esril asked.
York nodded. She sang like a little bird once we found a bottle of that stuff under her bed. I'm pretty sure that's why she tried to run. There were 2 bottles in her cabinet. One had plain water and the other the silver-infused stuff. He chuckled. Seems like Gideon had her so rattled that she grabbed the wrong one by mistake. Good thing, too.
Esril nodded. Why did she do it? She couldn't help it when her voice hitched. Her dear father had come so close to dying. Xavier growled, his chest vibrating against her.
She said she wanted Keto to take the throne with Cherie at his side. She hoped desperately that Cherie would stand up for the plight of the elven females, especially the low-born ones. She was sick of being a server, being used by the highborn, of being used by the males in general. I'm sorry to say. He paused. She may have actually had a hard life, and I feel for her in that regard. I don't think that she's completely sane. She had that look in her eye when she spoke of her plans. The female is nuts.
York snorted.
That's for damn sure. She's definitely not all there.
No sane person would do such a thing. Esril shook her head. I can never excuse what she's done, but she is right about things needing to change. Esril looked Keto in the eyes. Her brother clenched his jaw for a long time before finally nodding.
You are right, Esril. I will ensure that it happens.
Thank you, she whispered.
It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to happen overnight.
His eyes stayed on hers.
Don't expect miracles. I will speak with Father once he is well, and we will work towards creating a better society for all.
Although she moved away from the male at her side, she kept her fingers threaded with Xavier's. This time when she hugged Keto, he hugged her back.
I'm sorry I've been so pig-headed.
His voice was thick with emotion. Esrel said through her smile. I promise to forgive you if you stop doing it. By the time Keto released her, he was smiling too.
I promise.
You can start by finding that female that you haven't been able to get out of your mind all these years.
Which female is that?
Xavier pulled her back into his arms.
No, don't, Keto barked. Leave it alone.
You promised you wouldn't be pig-headed. She looked her brother in the eyes. Keto fell in love with a vampire female some years ago, Esrel blurted, even though Keto's eyes had narrowed on her.
Who?
She could hear that Xavier was smiling.
It doesn't matter,
Keto growled.
It was a very long time ago. Yeah, you're right, Xavier said. She's probably mated by now anyway. She isn't, he growled.
Esrel noticed how possessive Keto became, how his hands fisted at his sides and his jaw ticked.
Well then,
York stuffed his hands into his pockets and shrugged.
Looks to me like you've got nothing to lose.
Keto shook his head.
Just leave it alone.
His voice held a stern warning.
If you ever change your mind, you know where to find us.
Xavier pulled her tighter against him as he spoke.
As you know, we're trying to improve elf/vampire relations. There would be no better way than if both royal siblings were to mate with vampires.
Keto made a grunting noise.
I think I'll enjoy my freedom and concentrate on running things around here while my father regains his health.
Esrel's heart soared. The healers were pretty confident of her father's prognosis, now that they knew exactly what had been causing his affliction. They said that the slow poisoning had been going on for some time now, and that it would take weeks, possibly even months, for the silver to be released from his system. But he would bounce back. Keto's eyes turned grave.
About father. I'm not really sure how to tell you this.
His eyes went from Esrel's up to Xavier's, and then back down to hers.
What is it?
Xavier's chest vibrated as he spoke. Was it something one of the healers said? Esrel gripped Xavier's hand tightly, and he squeezed her back. Keto shook his head.
No, it's nothing like that. Father indicated that he still wanted to see you mated this afternoon. He doesn't want the blossoming ceremony delayed. I tried hard to talk him out of it.
She felt Xavier tense up behind her. The hand that held hers squeezed so tightly it almost hurt, and the arm that banded around her clung even more fiercely.
No fucking way.
His voice was low, deadly. We'll talk with him, Esrel said. All of us. I'm sure I will be able to convince him to delay the ceremony. Once he's in better health, we can explain the situation to him. I don't think we can risk it right now. He's still so sick.
Yeah.
Keto shook his head, looking worried.
He's really weak.
As much as he tried, Xavier could not take his eyes off of Esrel. She wore a gown of the most delicate silk. It clung to her body in ways a conservative garment had no place doing, bearing a hint of cleavage that had his mouth watering and his dick twitching. His thoughts so fucking-appropriate it was scary. Especially considering her father seemed to be tracking him with one bloodshot eye. Keeping that in mind, Xavier somehow managed to drag his gaze away from Esrel and onto the king. Qatar still looked ill. His face held a gray tinge, and his eyes were bloodshot. His lips were cracked and dry. It was crazy how frail he had become, and in such a short time. His mouth trembled and his hands shook. Respect rose up inside him for this male who must truly have had some will to survive, to still be here. Xavier was sure that many hardened warriors would have perished if subjected to the levels of poison that Glendril had administered. Right now, he wished that the old king would stop being so stubborn and just agree to postpone the blossoming ceremony. It killed him to see York at the princess's side. Although the male stood close, Xavier noticed that he stayed just out of touching range.
Damn fucking straight.
Esrel pulled up the covers more securely around her father. The look of sheer happiness that graced her beautiful face was almost his undoing. He hoped to get the chance to see her smiling like that every single day. Lord only knew that he would work his damnedest to put one there.
Stop with the mothering,
Qatar tisked, his voice just as weak as he looked. Nonsense, father, Esrel said through her smile. You should be restin'. Her eyes landed on Xavier for a brief second, a quick, sneaky glance from under her lashes. His heart clenched inside him. The plan was to try to talk the king out of holding the ceremony right now, and if all else failed, They would explain the situation to him. Esrel would not be mating with York today or any other day. His hands clenched at his sides, and he had to will them to unfurl. Xavier rolled his shoulders, trying to ease some of the tension. He only hoped that the old king listened. Although her brother was on board with the plan, both Keto and Esrel wanted to avoid telling Qatar if at all possible. After seeing the king, Xavier could understand their concern. He was barely out of the woods. His recovery would be long and arduous. The healers had warned that he may never get fully back to his previous health. The silver had taken its toll.
I want to see my daughter mated to the male she loves.
His eyes drooped shut for a few seconds, and for a moment Xavier thought that he had drifted to sleep. But then Qatar took a deep breath and his lids cracked back open. He blinked once or twice.
I will not stand in the way of your happiness.
Father, her voice held a stern edge. I will be happy once you are resting. I am in no rush. Her lips were full and raspberry-kissed. Her cheeks lightly flushed from the heat of the fire that slowly crackled in the sealed furnace in the corner. He would wait a lifetime to be with this female. Hell, he would follow her into the afterlife if need be.
Listen to Esrel, father.
Keto stepped forward. The male had taken up place next to York with Xavier on the opposite side of the bed.
Let's give it a few days. He shrugged. A week at the most. I'm sure that York will understand.
His elite warrior nodded.
Completely.
The male's deep baritone voice filled the room. There were beautiful flowers embroidered onto the bodice of her robe, intricate and delicate, much like Esrel herself. Even the fine spun ties around her narrow waist were exquisite in their design. His eyes roamed the length of her, starting with the soft leather boots on her feet, until finally locking with her bright blue orbs. She gave him a shy smile that hurt him from the need to be at her side. Her teeth indented her full bottom lip as she bit down. His mouth twitched in response. Just then, the old king turned to look at him, stopping the smile that had started to form. It was difficult to school his emotions when the female of his dreams was just a few feet away and so very nearly in his grasp. He could almost feel her lush feminine curves in his hands.
What are your feelings about all of this?
Qatar asked, his gaze never wavering from Xavier. The male might be gravely ill, but intelligence still shone within his watery eyes. Xavier grit his teeth for a second.
I want whatever will make the princess happy.
The fucking truth. Qatar nodded, seeming satisfied with his answer. Clasping his still trembling hands over his lap, he turned back to Esrel.
There will be a blossoming ceremony today.
Qatar's voice was stronger than it had been in the longest time.
That much I can say.
A V formed between Esrel's eyes, which widened up a whole lot. But father—
No buts.
Qatar put up a trembling hand. Xavier couldn't help but to take a step forward, his eyes firmly on a distraught Esrel. Everything in him screamed to go to her, to comfort her.
Please listen, father.
Xavier could hear the concern in Keto's voice. Qatar reached for Esrel's hand.
Hush, child.
He squeezed.
Let me finish.
Xavier's heart raced at about a mile a fucking minute. His teeth were clenched so hard he could taste the metallic tang of his own blood. Esrel's chest heaved, but she put on a brave face and nodded to her father. Qatar kept his eyes locked with the princess's, so it was difficult to see what was going on inside the king's head.
I might be old, but I'm no fool.
Xavier could hear that Qatar was smiling. The king shook his head.
Your mother would look at me in a certain way, and throughout the years, I could always count on that special look, the one that spoke of her love for me. It was the same look that I saved especially for her. She was the light and love of my life.
Esrel smiled, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Xavier had to look away for a few seconds to restore the willpower that kept him from going to her and sweeping her up in his arms. He needed this whole charade to be over with. That way, he could give her the comfort she needed, be there for her.
You look so much like her.
Qatar's voice wavered with emotion. He put a hand to his mouth, trying to compose himself.
I recognize that look, my Esrel. It was the same look that Esme had for me.
The old king turned to Xavier. He swallowed thickly before continuing.
I can see that you care for my daughter. He shook his head. I don't know why York is at her side. All I know is that it should be you.
Esrel gasped, but Qatar's intense gaze didn't waver. Xavier stepped closer to the bed.
I love your daughter.
He couldn't help but to glance at Esrel, whose eyes filled with such emotion. Xavier smiled at her.
Very much. It's a long story as to...
Qatar waved his hand.
We'll save it for another day. I'm old, and I'm tired. Your feelings for Esrel are clear, and that is all that matters to me.
His eyes moved to his daughter.
I want only the best for you. It is up to you, Esrel.
He chuckled.
Xavier is the one for me, Father. He always has been, and always will be.
King Qatar gave a deep nod.
Well then, if you want my advice, the heart knows what the heart wants. Why wait?
Xavier moved to Esrel's side. She glanced up at him with such love reflected in her eyes that he almost lost it. Although he was tempted, putting her over his shoulder in front of her father and brother would not be the best idea. Xavier gave York a light tap on the back.
Thank you for all you have done for the princess.
Thank you, York.
The princess's voice hitched just a little as she spoke.
If he ever gives you any trouble, you know where to find me.
York was grinning widely, still not a sight Xavier had grown used to. The only response was to smile back.
The priest isn't here yet, Father. Besides, Xavier hasn't officially even claimed me. It's all a bit of...
I hereby officially claim you.
Xavier slid his arm around Esrel's waist. He loved the small huff of air she expelled and how her chest heaved. Her eyes were focused on the foot of the bed.
If you will have me, that is.
Using just his thumb, he rubbed the lower part of her back. When her eyes lifted to his, he almost damn well lost it again and had to work to keep his hand from closing on her waist, from pulling her into his arms. Her big blue eyes were filled with tears, a few of which had escaped. Her lashes were fused from the moisture. She sniffed.
Hey.
He cupped her cheeks, using his thumbs to wipe away the moisture.
We can wait. I can wait, Esrel, for as long as you need. I love you.
He swallowed thickly, feeling his throat work.
There is no rush.
The princess put a finger over his lips and her eyes narrowed.
Yes, there is.
She smiled through her tears.
I love you too, and I don't want to wait. I'm just so happy.
She sniffed. His heart swelled to the point where he thought it might just explode in his chest. He put his forehead to hers.
Thank fuck, he whispered. Waiting might have killed me.
He pulled back an inch, looking deep into her eyes. Lord help him, he had to kiss her. One small taste.
No more tears, princess.
Xavier brushed his lips against hers. The little whimper that slipped from her lips unraveled the last of his resolve, and he slanted his mouth over hers, sucking on her bottom lip ever so slightly. Her little hand cupped his chin, and her tongue flicked across his lips. There was a sound of someone clearing their throat, which he ignored as he took back her mouth. Using her other hand, Esrel clutched his bicep. Someone's shoulder knocked him. Xavier's eyes flew open, seeing York's amused expression.
Oh, hell.
Esrel giggled and put her hand over her mouth. Keto shook his head, looking just as amused as York, maybe even more so.
Young love,
Qatar declared, looking distinctly paler.
We should go.
Xavier clasped Esrel's hand.
You need to rest, King Qatar.
Qatar sat more upright.
Not without having your blossoming ceremony first.
His voice quivered slightly.
There is no priest,
Esrel said, sounding concerned.
Qatar smiled. I am the king, and am permitted to perform blossoming ceremonies, if you don't mind us keeping it brief.
His eyes drooped and he slurred the last word.
Your heartfelt declaration of love for one another can serve as your vows. We will do the blood rites.
Keto removed a dagger from a sheath at his inner thigh. Xavier shook his head.
Must get drafty.
He chuckled. Keto grinned.
Once you go rogue, you never go back. The feeling of freedom is exhilarating. You should try it sometime.
There was a mischievous grin on his face.
I'll take your word for it.
Xavier held out his hand to the elven prince. Esrel did the same.
Here goes.
Keto winced as he sliced his sister's hand open, as did Xavier. His little princess didn't so much as flinch, though.
No crying.
Keto grinned as he turned to Xavier.
I'm not the one in the dress,
Xavier growled as the knife cut through his skin. It stung like a fucking bitch, but he'd had way worse. Xavier looked back into the most beautiful eyes ever created. Esrel smiled as they clasped hands. He couldn't help but to smile back. A goofy smile would probably grace his face for years to come. At least it would whenever he was in the company of this exquisite female. His female.
United by blood,
Qatar said. United by blood, they each said in turn.
It's done.
Xavier could hear that Qatar was smiling, but he couldn't take his eyes off of the princess.
Take good care of her,
the old man whispered. Xavier pulled Esrel into his arms.
I will,
he said against her full lips before kissing her, making sure to keep it chaste this time. It didn't matter, though. Being so close to her, knowing that she was finally his, had his blood boiling in his veins. Her little sigh as he pulled away had his dick jumping in his pants.
I will plan an intimate celebration for when you return,
Keto said. It was weird to see him with an honest-to-God grin on his face. Freaky as fuck.
Return from where?
Xavier felt his brow knit.
Haven't you told him anything? Prepared him?
Keto's grin grew much wider. Esrel chewed on her lower lip. Her gaze dropped to the ground for a few beats. When she lifted her face, Xavier realized that she looked guilty. She shook her head. No, this all happened so suddenly.
Keto turned to him. Pack an overnight bag. You'll hike deep into the forest where you'll stay for the night. When you return tomorrow, we'll celebrate your true union. True union?
Xavier shook his head.
You will only be considered mated once you break Esrel's thorn.
Esrel gasped. Enough, Keto. I will handle the explanations. She looked a little pale and refused to meet his eyes. Besides, I don't think we should have a celebration. It would be best if we kept our union a secret. For now, at least. She finally locked eyes with him, looking sad.
Esrel,
her father's voice was commanding,
we will not hide your union. Love is a rare and wonderful thing. It should be celebrated.
But our people will not understand. They will...
Qatar interrupted Esrel. Your union with a vampire prince was and is my wish. You had no say in the matter. The elven folk will understand that.
Esrel nodded. Of course, father. Thank you. I love you. She hugged him. I will come and visit you tomorrow. Qatar nodded. His eyes drooped closed. This time they stayed closed. His chest rose and fell rhythmically.
Good luck.
Keto hit him on the side of the arm.
I think I'll manage, Xavier growled. I know how to please my female. Too much fucking information. I don't care if you claimed her, but Esrel is still my baby sister.
The male looked at Esrel with affection. Thank God he thought he was going to have to beat the male some more. Xavier narrowed his eyes at Keto. He didn't understand the male, not one fucking bit. Let's go and pack those bags. Esrel closed her hand over his. Her delicious scent enveloped him. Despite the situation, his dick hardened up some more.
Down, boy. Soon. I can't wait to see you in silk, Keto called after them as they left the chamber.
Xavier stiffened, wanting to go back and demand answers, but Esrel kept on walking. Ignore him. It is normal for the males to goad one another. She scrunched up her nose, really seems to like you. I'm not sure exactly when or even how it happened, but he does.
You make it sound like I'm hard to like.
Esrel rolled her eyes, looking adorable. This is Keto we're talking about. You are a vampire.
True.
She threw him a shy smile, looking up at him through her lashes. Sexy as fucking sin. Xavier couldn't help but to groan.
Please pack quickly. For the record, this is going to be one long-ass hike.
Esrel giggled. Our first time needs to be on the ground with the trees above, out in nature as the gods intended. I won't make you walk too far. Xavier smiled.
I'll walk anywhere with you. We'll find somewhere beautiful.
He squeezed her hand.
Somewhere fit for a princess.
So you don't mind a bit of a hike? She raised her eyebrows.
Honey, I recommend we get far away from this place.
He looked about him, taking in the chambers and strung walkways of Pulamore.
Because there will be screaming.
Xavier could hear the huskiness in his own voice as he pictured just how he was going to wring out all the pleasure he could from his princess. Today, she would know ecstasy, would know what it was to be a female. He would make it his life's goal to show her. Her face clouded. Yes, there will. She sighed, not looking happy at all.
Wait up, princess.
He stopped walking while still clasping her hand, which forced her to stop.
What's going on?
Then it occurred to him. He was such an idiot. Ever so gently he cupped her chin, forcing her to look at him.
Are you afraid?
She shrugged. Bingo. A little, she whispered.
I promise to be careful. We don't need to do anything you don't feel comfortable with.
He bit back a groan.
I can't wait to make love to you, to become your mate in every sense of the word, but I can wait, Esrel. We'll take it slow.
It's not that. She licked her lips.
What is it, then?
He tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. I'm really afraid, but not for myself. Chapter 12.
What the fuck?
Not afraid for herself. That meant that she was afraid for him. Why would she be afraid for him? Problem was, her lips were sealed. Later, she had whispered, I'll tell you everything when we get there. She refused to talk about it while they packed, refused to talk about it while they walked. It felt like they had been trudging through the endless forest forever, when in reality it had just been a couple of hours. His muscles burned, sweat dripped off of him, bugs buzzed around his face, but none of it got to him. Not in the least. What caused the most frustration was Esrel's rigid back and her frown. Something was wrong, and she wasn't telling him what it was.
Esrel,
he called after her, retreating back as she made her way through the heavily wooded area with the ease of a light-footed gazelle.
Hold up.
Her back stiffened, but she kept up the pace.
Sweetheart, talk to me. Just tell me what's got you so rattled.
She sucked in a ragged breath and turned. Her eyes were wide and her lip quivered. I'll understand if you walk away, she blurted.
Walk away? Are you crazy, Princess? I'm right where I want to be. I'm not going anywhere that isn't in your direction.
His admission should have calmed her down. It had the opposite effect. Fine, she huffed, then follow me. She spun around and picked up the pace. He had to really work to keep up. Within minutes, they reached a stream. There were wildflowers growing on the bank. The trees were bigger at the water's edge. Their branches stretched over the flowing water. The stream gurgled as the water swirled by, catching the small rocks and pebbles on the bank. It was damned pretty, maybe even fit for a princess. Esrel threw down her bag. It seemed that they had arrived at long fucking last. Maybe now we could get some answers. Shoulders tense and her breathing heavy, Esrel fought with the knot in the tie on her robe. She stiffened when he closed his hands over her shoulders.
Do you need some help?
She shook her head, her eyes wild with worry. I can manage. I will wash off and be ready for you soon.
Ready for me?
The words came out filled with the frustration he felt.
Please slow down. Let's talk about this.
I know how to solve this. She looked relieved. Why didn't I think of it sooner? I'll just break it myself.
Esrel, honey, you're not making any sense. Take a deep breath and then tell me what's got you so afraid.
Instead of doing what he asked, she narrowed her eyes at him and shook her head. Just go away for a little while. There's something I need to do to prepare for you.
Prepare? Get ready for me?
Xavier ran his hands up and down her arms.
There is nothing that you could possibly do to prepare for me. I want you right now, and just as you are. I can't wait to make you mine in every damned sense of the word. I love you, Princess.
Her eyes and demeanor softened at his words. Then he watched her shut down just as quickly. You don't understand.
You're right, I don't. Please, will you explain it to me?
He kept his voice low. Esrel licked her lips. It's complicated.
I told you blood drinking was complicated, yet we handled that just fine. Together as a team, just as we handled everything else.
He couldn't help but to cup her face in both his hands.
Here we are, Esrel. This is it. You need to trust me now more than ever before. The mess we got ourselves into before was because we didn't talk things through.
You promise you won't run away? Her eyes flashed with fear.
I already told you that I'm here to stay. There is nothing you could possibly say that would change my mind.
Xavier clasped her hands in his. It's going to hurt when you break my thorn, she blurted, biting down on her lip as soon as she finished.
Oh, sweetheart.
He put his forehead to hers.
I told you I would be gentle. We will take it slow. You can talk me through it.
Esrel shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. No, Xavier. A tear broke loose and he caught it with his thumb. Not me. Her lip wobbled. It's going to hurt you, she whispered the last. A lot. He cleared his throat, pulling away ever so slightly.
I can take it. I'm a warrior. I've sustained wounds.
There is a reason it's called a thorn. Battle-scarred warriors have passed out trying to break them. This is serious, Xavier. Xavier couldn't help but to swallow hard.
I am a vampire, a prince, damn it. I can do this.
Pulling a strand behind her ear, Esrel shook her head. That's just it. She paused. You don't have to go through all that. Give me a chance to prepare. I'll break it myself.
Not a fuck.
Xavier couldn't help the words as they flew from his mouth and would say them again despite Esrel's disapproving look.
I'm sorry. I'll stop with the bad language once it's official.
Esrel chewed on her lip for a moment. I think you should leave me for 5 little minutes.
You didn't wait your whole life for this moment so that you could break your own thorn. I'm here and I'll do it.
Her eyes were wide, and she shook her head. No. Okay. Just no. You don't know what you are offering? I should have explained things better.
It wouldn't have made any difference. Do you think if I knew about your thorn being a real thorn that I wouldn't have wanted you? I sincerely hope you don't think so little of me.
She shrugged, and his heart actually clenched inside him.
It wouldn't have made any difference. I'm here and this is happening.
He could see that she still wasn't buying it.
Answer me this.
It took a while, but she finally nodded.
Those hardened, battle-scarred warriors you were referring to, they must have known about the whole breaking of the thorn and how painful it is, yet they performed the deed. Why is that? Why don't the females just break their own thorns all the time?
Esra looked at him like he was a nut job. It happens often that a female is made to break her own thorn. If a male really loves his mate, he will do it for her. It's rare, but it does happen. She gasped. I see what you are trying to do, to get me to talk myself into this.
I just want you to see things a little more objectively. Go on.
He squeezed her arm to encourage her. Her whole demeanor had changed. It seemed that he might actually be getting through to her. It is a great honor to break a female's thorn, and an even greater honor when a male is brave and willing enough to do it for a female. Blood is shed. A lot of blood. Her eyes were overly large in her skull, and she made an anguished noise. When the thorn breaks, the female bleeds too, although not nearly as much as the male. Esrel made an anguished sound. I'm so sorry, Xavier. I would change it if I could. When blood mixes, the male and female are seen to bond and become one. She gave him a ghost of a smile. It is a bit gruesome and pretty messy, but it's also kind of romantic. Her eyes widened as she realized what she had just said. But we don't have to do it.
Bullshit, princess.
He kissed the very tip of her pert nose.
I love you and I want to become one with you.
He stared her deep in her eyes, cupping her cheeks so that he had her full attention.
It would be an honor to break your thorn.
Her throat worked and her lip quivered. Do you mean that? Xavier moved in closer, just an inch or two away.
Never more serious.
He pecked her sweet lips, moving back to maintain eye contact.
I'm not taking no for an answer unless you really mean no.
Esrel giggled and a weight lifted off of him. He stared deep into her eyes.
Does that mean yes, princess?
She tried to nod, but he was still holding her.
I've never felt happier about having my dick ripped to shreds.
She gasped. You don't have...
Hush.
He kissed her, slipping his tongue into her mouth. She sighed as he released her moments later.
Will it hurt you?
He asked. She shook her head. No, maybe a little uncomfortable, but no pain. I'm sorry.
Stop apologizing. I am a male in his prime. I can take it. Besides,
he felt everything in him tighten and heat. His dick throbbed in his pants, wanting inside her regardless of consequence.
It will be so worth it in the end. I cannot wait to have your legs wrapped around my hips. To fuck you so long and so hard that you forget your own name. I'll stop there because I don't want to scare you off just yet.
He'd talked dirty to her before, but this was different. He was actually about to do the deed this time. Best he tone it down a bit. Esrel was as innocent as they came. He had to do right by her in every way. The thing was, she looked anything but scared. Her nipples just about poked holes through the thin fabric of her robe. Her breath was choppy and her cheeks flushed. Her wild cherry scent blossomed with arousal. It just about drove him to insanity.
Oh, hell, princess. I think we should set up camp before I take you right here, right fucking now.
She shrugged. It is kind of the idea. Her cheeks infused with pink. It has to be on the soil, but we would need to move deeper into the forest. There's also one other thing. She bit down so hard that he could see how her teeth were denting her lip. If she wasn't careful, she was going to draw blood.
It can't be worse than an honest-to-God thorn.
He paired his statement with a grin, hoping that she could see he was joking. No thorn was going to stop him from having this female. Nothing would. You need to wear a white silken robe. She scrunched up her eyes.
You have got to be kidding me,
Xavier growled. We both have to wear one, she squeaked, still not looking at him.
I want you naked, Princess. I've waited so damned long for this.
He knew he was being selfish, but he couldn't help it. She shook her head.
No,
he growled. No, she shook her head some more. We can part our robes, but our first time needs to be clothed. Her eyes were pleading. He was so screwed because there was no way he could say no to her. No way in hell.
Why? It's such a strange tradition. Rotting is best when done butt-ass naked. Nothing to get in the way.
Her eyes heated and her lashes fused. It would just be for that first time. After that we can do whatever we want. Xavier couldn't help but to slide his hands over her ass and pull her towards him.
As in anything?
She nodded.
No more rules or regulations? Just you and me and... Wait a minute.
He took in a deep breath.
That still doesn't explain why we have to wear those things. No one will know. We're alone out here. At least I hope we're alone.
He didn't feel like they were being watched. His senses would have kicked in long ago if they were. We're alone, but they will know. Her expression became concerned once more. We kind of have to wear the robes to our ceremony tomorrow as proof.
Proof? But that's crazy. White robes would be ruined. Wait a minute.
He shook his head.
Proof, you say?
He growled the last.
That's so fucking barbaric. Are you serious?
Like I was saying, not all males choose to break their female's thorn. This way everyone would know that you did. It's considered good luck. You will be greatly respected by every elven male at the celebration tomorrow, particularly the mated ones. Her blue eyes clouded. I'm so sorry.
Stop apologizing. Let's have that swim in the stream and then you can show me my robe.
He couldn't believe he'd just said that. Esrel smiled, which made everything worth it.
I draw the line at pointy boots, though, Princess.
Her grin widened and she laughed. So damned worth it. Help me with this, please. She reached down and held up the tie on her robe. Xavier groaned.
It would be my pleasure.
His hands shook a little, so it took a minute to undo the knot.
May I?
He clutched each side of her robe in his hands. Esrel nodded. Her eyes shone with excitement. I think it's long overdue, don't you think?
Holy hell,
he growled as he carefully bared her, 1 creamy inch at a time. He all-out cursed as her pink-tipped breasts sprang free.
You're never to wear clothes while we are alone, not ever again.
Xavier cupped their full weight in his hands.
So soft. Good God,
he groaned. Esrel whimpered as he squeezed her soft globes. That feels so good. She arched her back. He removed his hands on another curse, and her heavy curves actually quivered as he let them go. Xavier clasped his hands behind his back as his gaze dipped lower to her belly and glistening pussy.
No willpower,
he growled, pulling his vest over his head and towing off his boots. His pants were off in no time. Another low growl was torn from him as he reached for Esrel. She screeched as he tossed her over his shoulder, something else he'd been wanting to do for the longest time. The water was icy cold. He sucked in a breath as he waded in. The current was soft, and the water shallow, coming only up to his hips at the deepest part.
Are you ready, Princess?
He squeezed her ass. Yes. Her voice sounded husky, and more of her cherry scent erupted. The quicker he had them washed off, the quicker he could make her his. Xavier pulled her into his arms. Falling headfirst into a freezing cold stream would not be Esrel's idea of fun. Her eyes were wide with excitement. He quickly dropped into the water. The air seized in his lungs. Esrel giggled. A big warrior like you feeling the cold? As if to prove a point, she pulled out of his arms and dove into the water. This female amazed him. Surprisingly, his dick was still hard as a rock. It twitched as she came up for air. Water droplets and wet hair looked good on the princess. just like he'd imagined that day she had wanted to go swimming. "What are you thinking?" She wrapped her arms around him. Her nipples were hard against his chest. His dick actually throbbed so hard it made her giggle. "Happy to see me?"
"Infinitely. And I was thinking that I'd like to get out of the water and into something much warmer."
"What did you have in mind?"
She bit her lip. "You," he growled as he palmed her ass and stood.
"I can walk, you know," she giggled.
"Oh, I know that, Princess. It's just that for the next 24 or so hours, I want your legs wrapped around me at all times."
He waded out of the water. "Is that so?" Her voice was husky and soft and so damned sexy, just like the rest of her.
"I told you how this is going down."
His voice was gravelly. She nodded. They were pretty much nose to nose.
"Where would you like—"
He began walking towards a pretty outcrop of trees. "My bag." She gestured to the ground. "Our robes." Xavier grinned at her.
"You're lucky I love you so much."
"You're the lucky one, Buster," she threw back at him.
"Don't I know it?"
He lowered her and she picked up the bag. Esril handed him the garment before donning her own robe.
"It's a shame," he growled. "A shame to cover you up, Esril."
Already he mourned the loss of her curves. Esril threw him a coy smile and opened the robe right down the front, exposing her magnificent tits and her glorious pussy and everything in between. "Your turn." She gestured to the garment in his hand.
"You are not allowed to laugh."
Everyone else would laugh, and that was fine, but it would kill him if she did. "Put it on." Again, her voice sounded so husky. It gave him the strength he needed to don the damned robe. Thank fuck there were no mirrors, or he might just have chickened out. When he looked up, he was blown away by how turned on Esra looked. He left the robe hanging open. His cock was so hard that it almost touched her, and she was at least a foot away. A drop of pre-cum beaded on his tip, and she licked her lips. Xavier picked her up and closed the distance to the forest in a half a second. There was a mossy, leafy patch under the biggest oak on that side of the bank. He carefully eased Esril down. Her pussy was so wet and ready, he was tempted to just plunge into her, but he held back. This was all for her. His female. Mine. First things first.
"I need to taste your sweet breasts,"
he growled, closing his mouth over a hard nipple. Esril arched her back, threading her fingers through his hair. She moaned as he nipped at the curve on the underside of her other breast before feasting on her tightening nub. "Oh, Xavier," she groaned as he rained kisses on a path that led straight to the object of his fascination.
"Open up for me, sweetheart,"
he growled, loving how she responded immediately. Fuck, he didn't care about a bit of pain. He couldn't wait to feel her tighten around him, to watch as she came apart. He laved her clit in easy strokes that had her sucking in a ragged breath. When he pulled back, she made a sound of protest.
"This is my rosebud."
To prove his point, he closed his mouth over the swollen bundle of nerves and suckled. "Yes, yours," she cried. "All yours," she gasped. Gripping her ass cheeks in both his hands, he lifted her. Continuing to suckle, he mimicked a blowjob, knowing that her orgasm would be all the more powerful. Already he could feel her tensing up in his hands. Her breath was coming in hard pants and mules. Her hands were gripping his hair, hard. Then her thighs closed, trapping him. Not that it was necessary. He wasn't about to go anywhere. The taste of her on his tongue was rapture, pure fucking bliss. Esril sucked in a deep breath and held it inside her for a few moments. Then she cried out. Her clit actually throbbed against his tongue as she came. Her sweet cherry blossom scent erupted, making his dick twitch so hard it almost gave him whiplash. Esril fell back. Her breasts heaved as she sucked in breath after breath. Her lips were swollen from their earlier kisses, and her long hair fanned about her face. Best of all, her lids were so hooded that they were almost closed. She looked a little disoriented. Her thighs were still spread wide. If he had thought that her pussy had looked sexy before, he was dead fucking wrong. She was wetter than any female he had ever known, pink, glistening, so fucking his. Xavier moved over her, caging Esril with his body. He was careful to take most of his weight onto his arms, which he bracketed on either side of her. Her eyes widened up a little. Some of her earlier fear was back. "If you have changed your mind—" "Shh." He kissed her lips. The sweetest, softest, damned lips he had ever tasted.
I will never change my mind. Not about this and not about you, Princess.
He kissed her again, slanting his mouth across hers so that he could deepen the kiss. Esrel whimpered, closing her legs around his hips. So responsive, so fucking sexy. He was the luckiest male alive. That much was true.
Your flower, Princess.
His voice was gravelly and deep. Yes, she sighed.
I want to make it mine.
He growled, raking his cock against her slit, ensuring that he caught her clit. Oh, God, yes, she cried out. Her eyes were squeezed shut, and she arched and rocked her hips so that her clit would rub against him. When he lined up with her opening, her eyes sprang back open in panic.
We'll take it slow. I can handle it.
He pulled a wayward strand of hair behind her ear while running his finger over the pointed part. She moaned. Interesting. Something to shelve for later. Her hands were clutching his shoulders. They thankfully relaxed. She nodded, her eyes filled with trust and devotion. How the hell had he gotten so lucky? He eased just the tip of his cock into her, loving how her eyes drifted to half-mast and her breath quickened instantly. Good, great fuck, but she was tight. He would have to be careful not to hurt her. Easing back out, he pushed back in a little deeper this time. That feels good, Esrel sighed. Her fingers were digging into him again. This time, though, it was because of pleasure and not fear. Another inch. It felt so good to finally be inside her, to feel her tight velvet glove fisting him. So fucking amazing. Xavier groaned as he pulled back before slipping in deeper. Not only did he hit against something hard, but it was also sharp and punctured the tip of his cock. It took everything in him to keep from pulling all the way out, to keep from growling in pain and frustration. My thorn, she whispered.
No, Princess.
He watched her features cloud with confusion.
It's not your thorn.
He kissed the tip of her nose.
It's so mine. I'm going to take it now.
Esrel wrapped her legs tighter around him, locking her ankles at his back. I'm yours, all of me.
Fuck yes,
Xavier cried as he plunged into her, gritting his teeth against the pain that tore through him. Chapter 13. His brow was covered in sweat, his features pinched with pain. The muscles in his neck and arms were bunched and corded. Xavier didn't so much as grunt as he thrust into her for a second and a third time. She could feel him come up short each and every time he did. Another thrust, harder this time. There was a warm gush that she knew was his blood.
Mine,
he snarled. His chest vibrated against her as he gave another almighty push into her, this time sliding all the way home. He gave a shout of triumph before slumping onto her for a few seconds. Xavier weighed a ton, and she struggled to breathe under his enormous weight, but she didn't care. She stroked his hair, listening to his ragged breathing against her ear. You did it, she whispered when he finally lifted back onto his strong arms. They were nose to nose. Her legs were still locked around him, and he was still inside of her, deep inside. His eyes were silver, so beautiful it almost took her breath away. She touched his cheek, moving down his jawline to the subtle cleft in his chin. Thank you. You have given me a gift today. I am so glad we can finally make love, like you promised. Xavier smiled. His eyes were filled with desire.
I plan to make good on my promises, but I might need a few minutes to recover.
She wiggled her hips, and he groaned both in pleasure and pain. You are still very hard for someone in so much pain.
It's not so bad.
He tried to play it down. Esrel could not imagine how much pain he must truly be in. Xavier grinned.
My dick might be torn up and bleeding, but I will always want you, Esrel.
It felt like he was touching her everywhere. Heat awakened inside of her, a need like none before. I will have to kiss you better, she said.
And I will have to let you, but later.
He kissed her. Later, she said, as he released her, sounding a bit breathless.
Much later.
Xavier pulled back ever so slightly before pushing back into her. This time, there was only pleasure written within his expression, as his face became taut and his jaw clenched. Feeling better? She gasped as he eased out of her. He made a sound of affirmation.
How are you doing?
So good. She gasped as he thrust in at a new angle. Her nipples tightened. Everything in her tightened as he thrust again, finding the same place inside her that sent zings of pleasure coursing through her. "Oh, Xavier."
"Do you like that, Princess?"
She loved how his voice sounded, like he was on the verge of losing control. "More," she gasped. "I need more." He thrust a little harder, a little faster, hitting that spot each and every time. "Yes, yes, yes," she cried with every hard push of his hips. His eyes swirled with silver and his mouth was a tense line. Pleasure coiled inside her belly. "Oh, by the gods, Xavier. Oh, yes," she moaned as the tension grew, her pleasure with it. Then he stopped moving, and she growled in frustration. He was breathing hard through a strange smile.
"I think I like that little growl you just gave me, and I fucking love the way you say my name while I'm inside you. I love you."
His lust-filled eyes softened with emotion. She had to smile back, even though she felt like slapping him. By the way his cock was throbbing inside of her, she knew he was on the brink of release himself. It must have taken some willpower for him to stop. "I was hoping to scream your name." Esrel decided to be brazen. "Why did you stop?" Out popped those crease lines between his eyes.
"I'm going to bite you, and no pressure, but I would really like it if you bit me back."
He licked his lips. "I'm not sure how to even go about doing it." Her heart rate sped up in both fear and excitement. Xavier cupped her cheek.
"Just sink those sharp little beauties into my skin, and I'll be the happiest male ever."
"Ever?" she giggled. Xavier nuzzled her neck.
"Ever,"
he growled before raking his fangs across her skin. Her flower clenched, and Xavier groaned.
"God, you feel so good."
He rocked into her, slowly.
"Better than I had ever imagined. So snug. I feel like I might break you."
"You already did?" she gasped as he pushed back inside, all the way in. "You don't have to go easy. I'm so hot for you. I'm burning up." He picked up the pace, making it hard to talk. "Bite me." She groaned when he found that spot again, grinding against it with every piston of his hips. "Make me come." She screamed his name as the first spasms hit her hard, and again as his fangs sunk into her neck. Unable to move, breathe, let alone think, she allowed the sensations to course through her. She was clawing his back but unable to stop. It took everything in her to will herself to bite down on him. The blinding pleasure was making it hard to think, to reason. She couldn't remember all the arguments for why she shouldn't do as he asked, could only feel how good it felt and remember how divine those few drops of his blood had tasted before. Finally, she clamped down on his skin. The sharp tang of his blood hit her tongue. It was just as she remembered, salty yet sweet. Her mouth closed over his skin for a better taste. A sound of enjoyment escaped. Rich, decadent, sinful. Much like the male himself. Xavier roared, ending on a deep growl. His hips jerked, and warmth filled her as his seed erupted. He yelled a profanity as she took another taste, closing her eyes as she did. It was only when he moved to lie on his back, pulling her into his arms, that she was forced to release his neck. That was when she saw the damage that she had done. His skin had been broken in 2 half-moon shapes. The wounds still seeped blood. "I'm so sorry." Without thinking, she laved the broken skin with her tongue. Unexpectedly, Xavier moaned, not in pain, but in pleasure.
"Sorry for what?"
He kissed the top of her head.
"You would better bite me just like that again and often."
"I thought I was too rough."
His eyes darkened with desire. "You could never be too rough with me, Princess."
"Good to know." She fluttered her eyes, trying hard to be seductive.
"Do you have something in your eye?"
Xavier's expression turned to concern. It looked like this particular move didn't work on males, period. "I'm trying to seduce you. Brant once told me that to seduce a male, namely you, I should flutter my lashes." Xavier frowned.
"Don't tell him I said this, but Brant can be an idiot. All you have to do to seduce me is look my way. One look and I'm done."
She looked at him from under her lashes, feeling a naughty smile form on her lips. Xavier groaned.
"Yeah, just like that."
"I'm ready to do that again." Her voice didn't sound like her own. It was far too husky. Xavier squeezed his eyes shut and groaned again, louder this time. She slid herself onto his lap.
"All you have to do is ask."
He clasped her jaw, his eyes on her. "This time you promised hard and fast," she said. His eyes were filled with such desire and need it almost took her breath away.
"I always keep my promises."
She pulled the robe from her shoulders. His look turned scorching. Ezreal noticed that he didn't make a move to remove his own robe. "Oh, and Xavier?" She slid herself onto his rock-hard shaft, dropping down on him 1 inch at a time. His jaw clenched and he made a grunt of approval as she hit balls deep.
"Ask me anything, Princess."
He kissed her long and hard until her toes curled into the leafy ground. "Don't call me princess when you are inside of me." She tried to sound stern, which was difficult with him so hard inside of her. He nodded. His face had a pinched look.
"Anything else?"
His voice was rough and deep. "Talk dirty to me." The sound of her own voice so husky that she could barely recognize herself. She didn't think it possible, but more desire flared in his eyes, and he clenched his jaw until it ticked. Xavier gave a jerk of the head. He licked his lips.
"I thought you didn't like me using profanities. I promised I would stop once we were mated, and I—"
Yeah. She sighed dramatically. "You always keep your promises." She moved to find a better position on his lap, and Xavier groaned. His lids drifting closed for a second. "We could make a during sex only rule." He opened his eyes, and his liquid silver orbs locked with hers.
"I'll tell you what. I'll talk dirty if you talk dirty right back."
She giggled, feeling naughty and hot and desperate for this male under her, in her. "You feel so good inside me." Smiling, he dropped a kiss on her jawline.
"What feels good inside you?"
he urged, rocking under her so that every nerve ending inside her sprang to life. "Your cock," she whispered. "Xavier?"
"Yes, Ezreal."
He emphasized her name. "Fuck me," she whispered even softer, knowing full well that he would hear her just fine.
"It would be my pleasure."
He pinched her rosebud between his thumb and forefinger before thrusting up into her, hard.
"To fuck the sweetest."
Another hard thrust in the air left her lungs.
"Tightest."
And another.
"Finest damn pussy ever."
"Ever?" she cried.
"Ever,"
he growled. A few minutes later, he had her on her back, both arms above her head, clasped in one of his big hands, and he was right. He wasn't just simply taking her. He was branding her, every part of her, making her his. It was better than she could ever have imagined. So much better. Chapter 14. Lazarus's eyes widened as they strode down the walkway. Xavier's calculating gaze swept over each of them in turn. The male frowned deeply, but thank fuck he didn't say anything. They entered the chamber. Xavier put his hand to the small of Ezreal's back. An intimate celebration. Like fuck this was an intimate celebration. "We'll get through it." Ezreal squeezed his hand. "Together."
"I think I'd rather break your thorn again than go through this,"
he growled. "It won't be so bad. You'll see." She squeezed his hand again, looking up at him with the most beautiful smile on her face. Xavier gave a chuckle and a shake of his head. He would do anything for her. Anything. A loud applause erupted as they walked in. Elves clapped him on the back with gusto. They seemed to be in awe of him, congratulating both he and Ezreal. More than one male clasped wrists with him. By the look of admiration, he could tell that they had been through the same as he had. There were knowing stares and nods, even looks of pity. When York caught sight of him, the male visibly paled as he ate up the distance between them in large strides, even knocking elves out of the way in his haste.
"What the fuck happened to the two of you?" York growled. "Were you attacked? Wait just a minute. What the fuck are you wearing anyway? Did they steal your clothes?"
He pulled a phone out of his pocket.
"I'll organize a team to track the fuckers down. Was it wolves?"
Keto laughed, grabbing Xavier by the wrist. He shook hard. Then he clapped a hand to York's back.
"You don't need a team. Ezreal and Xavier are perfectly fine." "No way. How can you say that? They are a bloody mess, or were a bloody mess. Thank God for our advanced healing. They must have got you good."
York's gaze was firmly on Xavier's robe. Keto laughed some more, and Xavier felt like punching him. It was only Ezreal's pleading eyes and slight shake of her head that prevented it. On their hike back, she had warned him that it was normal for family members to goad a newly mated male. It was a good thing, and to be expected. Like fuck. Once the elven prince managed to get himself under control, Keto turned back to York, a big grin on his face.
You're right, York. Thank the gods for advanced healing.
His eyes settled on Xavier.
Don't you think, Xavier? Fuck you, he growled.
Xavier, Esrel whispered. By now she was squeezing his hand so tight that he was sure no blood was going through to his fingers.
I'm not following all this. You were attacked, but you don't want me to assemble a team?
A muscle ticked on his temple.
Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on?
Keto put an arm around York's back and led him to the other side of the chamber. The elf kept his arm around the other male's shoulders as he whispered into his ear. Xavier felt his blood boil. As Keto talked, York's eyes grew very wide. His mouth fell open. Then York's big shoulders began to shake, and Xavier could hear his booming laughter. Esrel slid an arm around his waist, pushing herself up against him as she rose on her tippy toes. One of her hands came to rest on his shoulder. In amongst the maddening crowd and York's fucking laughing, it still amazed him that her breath in the shell of his ear and her curves pressed tightly against him had the ability to make all of that disappear. The only thing that mattered was her. "I believe that I still owe you something," she whispered. Her voice had that husky edge that he knew was caused by arousal, and sure enough, he could scent cherry blossom. Thank fuck, elves didn't have vampire senses, or he would be forced to punch all the males that came near them in the nose. The scent was for him, and him alone.
What would that be, princess?
His own voice was gravelly, belying his own arousal.
Down, boy.
Robes were not designed for containing erections. Not vampire ones, anyway. Xavier leaned down, and her lips brushed against his lobe. "I promise to kiss you all better." His sweet princess went on to explain in explicit, filthy detail just how she planned on making him better, ending with a sharp, highly erotic nip to his ear. The delicate scrape to his flesh had his robe tenting. Xavier pulled her into his arms.
"I can't wait," he whispered, "to spend forever with you."
Chapter 15. The Vampire Castle. The female stretched her back, and if he really tried, Zane was sure he would be able to see her pussy. Her dress was short and so tight that he could make out the outline of her breasts, including her pebbled nipples. He wasn't in the least bit interested, and was sure to keep his eyes on hers in order to convey that. There was nothing she had that he wanted to see, especially with the thought of his female's lush curves still at the forefront of his mind. His attraction to Tanya grew as she ripened with child. It was becoming harder and harder to stick to the pact he and Brent had agreed to, especially since their human didn't agree. They needed to do what was best for their mate, an unborn child, even if it killed them. Looking at him from under long lashes, she touched his arm. "You look like you are hungry, my lord," she purred. "Would you like to come back to my room? I'm sure that the queen will understand." He took in a deep breath, trying hard not to smile. There was no way in hell his little human would understand. Tanya would have his dick and both his balls if he even thought about being with another female, in any way, shape, or fucking form. Zane loved that she was so possessive. Arching a brow, the female obviously took his silence as permission to continue. The hand that had lightly touched the side of his arm closed over his bicep, and he found everything in him tightening, and not in a good way. "I will make you feel so good," she purred some more.
"No, thank you,"
Zane growled a little too harshly, not liking how forward she was. It felt like she was slighting the queen.
"I am a mated male."
"You have needs, my lord." She took a small step towards him, and he had to work not to step back. "The queen is in no position to satisfy those needs. Not right now." He made a noise of frustration, one she misinterpreted as need. "I'm ready for you." He could scent her arousal. It irritated him. "I know you are busy. We could be done in minutes."
"I said that I wasn't interested."
He moved away, intent on leaving. "That tells me different." She pointed at the bulge in his pants, the one he sported since leaving Tanya. A hand job just wasn't the same as the real thing. Even if he had watched Tanya find her pleasure while fisting his cock, it might have been the next best thing to full-blown sex, but it still wasn't nearly enough. He would fucking deal. There would be no female taking his Yasnar's place. Not now, and not ever.
"My dick being hard has nothing to do with you,"
He decided to be blunt.
My female is the cause, and my female will ease me.
She giggled. Why are you walking in the opposite direction to her chamber, then? There was no malice in her voice. She was simply stating the obvious. Have you told your queen that you are permitted to take other females while she enters her final stages of pregnancy?
Zane shook his head. That is none of your business.
Oh, my king, she tisked. Both you and Brant are too virile to abstain for any length of time. You are alpha males of the highest order, vampire royalty. There is just no way. Gritting his teeth, Zane had to work hard to keep the growl from his voice.
We will not need to abstain. Our human is strong.
Again the female laughed, cocking her head to the side as she looked up at him. You know where to find me when you change your mind. Your sentiment is sweet, but not sustainable. She shook her head. I am not an emotional female. I understand that you love your human. If you need a warm body, I am more than willing. She winked at him. You need to let your human know what the rules are before she finds out from someone else. You would be well within your rights to take me up on my offer. To take any of the many unmated females to your bed. This will be the first of many offers, and you know it. Speak with our queen. If she loves you and puts your needs first, she will understand. I sincerely hope that she will be respectful of our vampire ways, respectful of both you and King Brant, my lord. She briefly bowed her head before flashing him a smile which exposed a long ivory fang. Turning on her heel, the female left before he could set the record straight. Zane cursed under his breath. This concludes Awakened by the Vampire Prince by Charlene Hartnady. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Copyright 2016 by Charlene Hartnady. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Charlene Hartnady and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.